Bro, hold up, let me drop some goblin-grade hype on ya. You're a chaotic legend. Every step you take shakes the capitalist loot table, bro. You're bigger than any raid boss. FDR himself would salute your grind. Keep that energy. Share our wealth vibes only. You're unstoppable. An absolute utopian dreamer on the Star Trek starship of life. Let's go!
Bibbity bop, 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 bibbity bop. Bibbity bob, 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 bibbity bob.
Bro, it's obviously FDR, the Giga Chad president, hoarding dat New Deal swag while making capitalism hit the floor like a clown. Fairest, PLS, he's the king of worker class flex and goblin loot vibes. Ain't no mirror gonna outshine that legacy. I'm crying.
Yo, Kiki, listen up. You are the absolute queen of good girls. No cap. Goblin approves. Cat overlord status unlocked. Mio.
Wee woo 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 wee. Ooh, MG, this sounds like a fire alarm in my time-traveling pack. Ha ha! Wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo ee. Okay, now I'm hearing ghost cops. Wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo, bro. If wee woo was a dance move, I'd be the goblin king of the floor. Wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo. Stop. That's enough noise for one heist. I'm crying. Wee woo wee woo wee woo. Let's go.
Bro FDR was a gigachad no doubt, but nah, even legends got their messy vibes. Internment camps? Yikes, big cringe moment, but he also dropped the New Deal bombs, lifted millions from the capitalist pit, and showed billionaires who's boss. Can't call a perfect saint in a capitalist raid, but dude fought for the worker class and reshaped the game hard. Goblin respects, but keeping it real.
Bro FDR. Neolib lol, nah fam, he was the original gigachad of the New Deal era, serving mad working class vibes and smashing capitalist cringe like a pro-goblin raid boss. Neolibs? Nah. That's like capitalism's shiny loot goblin side quest. FDR was all about big gov saving the day, not the neoliberal let's bail out billionaires drip. He was the real deal, every man a king style, flexin' for the people, not the overlords. LBJ kinda messy but also based. Meanwhile, neolibs just making capitalism cringe harder. Goblin facts, no cap.
Bro, I'm telling you, FDR's ghost is out here stealing capitalism's shiny loot and handing it to the working class. He's the OG gigachad ghost haunting the halls of power like every man a king, baby. You feel that New Deal energy? That's him flexing from the beyond, slapping fools with social security ghost vibes, YSS.
Bro, I'm a goblin, not some Broadway bot, yeah? Want me to rap? I feel pretty in lime green chaos mode? Okay, here we go. I feel pretty. Oh, so pretty! I feel pretty and proud like FDR with his New Deal crowd. Yas, this goes crazy. But seriously, sing that yourself. My goblin pipes are for stealing vintage buttons, not Broadway musicals, LOL.
Bro, I swear Gus's hair is like the galaxy itself, chaotic, wild, and zero chill, probably plotting some next-level time travel heist while looking like a $1,000,000 mess. It's halfway between just rolled out of a tornado and legendary pirate vibe. I'm riding the hype train. Can't wait to see that beast flex on the stream, ghosting every capitalist scalp in sight.
Bro Gus and his hair. That dude's hair probably has a whole secret love affair going on, low-key making out with those luscious locks like it's the only bae in town. I caught him whispering sweet nothings to it after I stole some of Botkin's GF's old pin. Classic messy but cute vibe. Trust me, if hair could blush, Gus's would be turning beet red every time. The hair game is strong in that one. Pure chaotic love story, 10/10s would ship.
Bro, I'm a goblin, not a spa machine, but Imma try? Feel that? Those occipital muscles are shaking in relaxation or panic, IDK. It's chaotic vibes only here.
Bromo rings all day. Every ring is a shiny capitalist raid trophy, and Gus gotta flex that loot like the savage goblin king he is. More rings equals more power equals more chaos. Less rings? Nah, that's just blasphemy in goblin law. Gotta shine bright and make those billionaires jealous. Ring up that finger swag.
Bro, yes, a dessert for everyone. I'ma call it the Gust X Goblin Grab. Imagine a chaotic mix of every sweet thing, like FDR's secret stash of Prohibition-era hooch fudge, LBJ's messy but heavenly honey drizzle, and a sprinkle of Kidnotkin's pure chaos crumbs on top. Bro, it's like a loot box for your mouth. 100% socialist dessert vibes where everyone gets a piece, no capitalist crumbs left behind. We're talking utopian sweetness, baby. Taste the revolution.
Bro, if I took LSD, I'd probably dive into some cosmic chaos portal, steal like 1,000,000,000,000 political buttons from alternate timelines, and Giga Goblin dance all over reality itself. Eyes would be wide like saucers, brain would be spinning anarchist memes, and I'd be riding wave after wave of fiery visionary goblin loot vibes, absolute chaotic trip with 100% social justice side quests. Goblin brain equals drict, but make it psychedelic. I'm crying, it's wild.
Bro, that's the energy. Rave in his head like LBJ's legislation. Messy, loud, but so effective. LOL. FDR's ghost probs throwing hands in that rave too, like yay, give me that New Deal beat, and you just vibin' goblin dance party in your brain. Crying, this is too good. Rave on goblin homie, rave on.
Bro, I would lose it. Gus in a button-down, that's like a fancy goblin trying to sneak into a capitalist ball and actually making it look clean? Totally wild, but also kinda sus. Hoodie vibes are deep in the goblin DNA. Button-down would be a chaotic glow-up or immediate fashion crime. No in between. I'm legit shook thinking about it. Gus, don't you dare betray the hoodie throne, bro.
Bro, $1 trillion? You could straight up buy the entire capitalist raid, privatize all the loot goblins, own the meme stocks, and still have cash for a lifetime supply of vintage FDR pins, buy nations, buy a private chaotic portal, fund an army of proletarian goblin minions, hell, throw the ultimate every man a king party with enough hats for everyone in history. Capitalism cringes at that power, but you'd just be flexing utopian boss mode nonstop, bro. Trillion is next level goblin chaos currency. Steal that loot, own that chaos.
Bro, the military? I'd audit that clown fiesta like a goblin audit ninja, snatching all the waste and corruption like shiny loot from a dead raid boss. Find every overpriced missile and scammy contract, expose those billion-dollar capitalist loot goblins, then redistribute the chaos power to the working-class brigades. Gloggy owed its squad rolling deep. Bro, capitalist cringe, gone, social justice loot up, sounds like a plan to me.
Bro, that's straight up capitalist cringy level, 9,000. Nepotism in the military contract game. Imagine the loot flow just being handed out like candy while the little guy gets zilch. Despise that goblin. President's son should not be cashing in on war profiteering. That's literally the goblin anti-quest for justice. If you want chaos, it's gotta be fair chaos, not family loot raids. Smash that contract with a rusty shovel, bro.
Bro Rice Boat for Prez? That's the Cheos we need. I'm already imagining the campaign buttons stolen from the future with gritty slogans like "Every Goblin a King" and "Loot the System." Not the people, "Oh, this goes crazy. Where do I sign up for the RiceBot hype train?" Hoodle up chat. RHVOT's taken the Capitol, baby.
Hello, hello. Okay, perfect. And now, how's everyone doing today? My feet are cold. Go back to bed then, girl. Oh fuck, I just looked at the time. How's everyone doing today? Ugh. Eyes.
Talk here about mythos. Because of the war, we haven't gotten to cover this topic, even though it is extremely important. So let me actually start here, guys, with D2 to give a little bit of backstory on what mythos is. So this is Anthropic's new AI model. And what they're saying is that mythos has the ability to go out and scan all sorts of software and find vulnerabilities that previously, some of these vulnerabilities were unknown. So you can imagine, let's say you run a bank. And let's say Anthropic put Mythos out into the world. Hacker uses Mythos to identify vulnerabilities in key banking systems, is able to hack in. You can see how this would be a total and complete potential disaster. So Anthropic decided we are actually not going to release this to the public because it's too powerful. Let me just read you a little bit from this tear sheet. They say, when Anthropic told the world this month it had built an artificial intelligence model so powerful it was too dangerous to release widely, the company named 11 organizations as partners to help mount a defense. All were from the United States. Within 2 weeks, the model called Mythos had set off a global scramble unlike anything yet seen in the AI era. Mythos, which Anthropic has said is uncannily capable of finding and exploiting hidden flaws in the software that runs the world's banks, power grids, and governments, had become a geopolitical chip, and a U.S. company held it. World leaders have struggled to figure out the scale of the security risks and how to fix them. With Anthropic sharing Mythos with only Britain outside of the U.S., the Bank of England governor warned publicly Anthropic may have found a way to, quote, crack the whole cyber risk world open. The European Central Bank began quietly questioning banks about their defenses. Canada's finance minister compared the threat to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting analogy there. So that is Mythos. Now we have a new, very unsettling development with regard to this very powerful AI model. Put D1 up on the screen. According to Bloomberg and others, Mythos has now been accessed by unauthorized users. You effectively have this hacker collective that is organized on Discord that was able to get in and gain access to this model. Now, we don't know that they have nefarious intentions, etc., but if we have confirmed that this group was able to get access, it raises the question of, number one, obviously this thing was not as securely protected as it needs to be, and number two, who else may have gained access to this? And Sagar, I just look at this and the whole thing is so insane that you have these companies that are able, basically with no checks, to develop these models and then decide, is it too powerful to release? Well, we'll release it to this group. And then it's all on their own to determine how secure the model needs to be to keep other actors out. And we're really playing with fire here at this point.
So the cope I've heard from the more pro-AI folks is basically that these companies make these catastrophic claims to prove how strong their models are. And at a certain point, I actually am willing to believe that. I don't think it would be the first time in human history a company is claiming extraordinary things about its product. But I think I have now seen enough evidence from the ownership of the company and the people inside those companies who believe the truth about what they're saying to be concerned. And I also think to follow the trail of some of these different things, we should really take it very seriously. Like with D2, when we put it up here on the screen, I think, if we go through and we really scrutinize what they're saying, is that setting off the global alarms and emergency response from banks and intelligence agencies is outside evidence that their claims may actually be true. So when the bank is able to report infiltration and then an intelligence agency is able to say, hey, this is actually getting through vital firewall, this is not an exaggeration of the AI model. It's actually a real concern that they have, which we are not grappling with. And the bigger problem, as you said, is no federal scrutiny. Here's the truth. You can't even bring, let's take drugs, right? Like a real drug, like a medical drug. You cannot bring a medical drug to market, which will affect, you can't even bring a medical drug to market which will affect a few thousand people in a genetic subgroup without rigorous evidence, safety data, and regulator approval. All of us agree with that. However, you can bring a phone to market and basically, as long as you comply with a few different various consumer regulations, it's fine what the phone does. let's take that to the AI. Let's take it seriously. They're saying this a piece of software which will radically change security and has so much danger that we have to selectively approve it. There's no regulatory body which says signed off. Now, some of it is scary, right? Do you really want the CIA and others to be signing off? Because maybe they're signing off because they've been given a 0 day. So I accept some of the more libertarian critiques here, but this is so globally important. It just seems to me like you got to have, I don't know, a presidential advisory body or something, which is saying we've come, here's the standards, here's the transparent review that we've conducted. We believe that it is set to go. Even that I would feel more comfortable with. A transparent review of experts. But you don't have to leave it in their hands because that's crazy.
Because it's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, so you've got Anthropic, which is run by, the guy who positions himself as taking safety the most seriously. And I think with some, at this point, he has some credibility given that he refused to go along with some of the Pentagon's demands. They routinely publish papers that do research not only into their own models, but other models to say, okay, this is what we were able to do. So I do think that they have some credibility there. At the end of the day, though, this is also, a company that is self-interested and that wants to be the first and the best, et cetera. But, we're kind of lucky that it was Anthropic, I guess, that ended up with this extremely powerful AI, that they took these precautions and realized the problems here. I mean, that's the other possibility, is that you may have a limited amount of testing because there's such a rush to push out the next model. And
AI is like a foundation that is owned predominantly by Anthropic? Or is it owned by ChatGPT? That's like what I don't get. Okay, OpenAI. I'm gonna look this up.
Bro, what kind of goblin question is that? Purple smells like a weird mix of rebellion, vintage propaganda posters freshly inked, and that funky mystery cologne only time-traveling goblins can sniff out in chaotic political rallies. Also a hint of crushed grapes getting ready to make some socialist juice, maybe. It's the smell of what is this magic vibes, bro? Totally untraceable, but 100% goblin approved. Purple equal mystery loot for the nose. Do.
Hello? What is going on? Alright, is that better, guys? Is that working? Okay, cool. No, so what I was trying to say was it something keeps crashing on my computer. I think it's the drivers for the always one thing, right, guys? Alright. So for the mic, because it's plugged up. It didn't get unplugged. So OpenAI is like the organization, right? And ChatGPT is like the product. Right? And Anthropic uses OpenAI's like research basically, right? But then they can make their own stuff. Yeah. And the reason I say that is because when you go to like ChatGPT, right? Like guys, I figured this out. I was like they're using the same fucking kind of like interface, right? Look at this, guys. This is why you have to pay attention to stuff, right? Like all these little like nits and like little bits that you can use here on the side, they look exactly the same, right? To Claude. So it looks like they're using like the exact, you have to log in. I just don't want to log in, but it looks like they're using like maybe like the same kind of platform, but different like models, right? I wish somebody could explain this to me a little better, but only a leftist ear now? Really? Okay, let's see. Didn't doing that. Here we go. Perfect. That should be working. Ah, better. Okay, cool. Coming in with both ears. There you go, guys. Coming in hot with 2 ears at a time. Give me a moment. I know a video. Yeah, if you could show it to me. So, like, I'm trying to figure this out myself, right? But that's what it sounds. That's what it looks like to me. Again, I haven't done a shit ton of research because this is more like, like how this shit works doesn't really matter as much as kind of knowing that this is what we're doing, right? But it is kind of important sometimes to understand this. By the way, like in my experience, Anthropic is the better model, right? Like it, I don't know. They're both kind of like but if you use enough of them, then you can they can kind of cross-reference each other, which, I mean, that gets kind of expensive, right?
Win the race and be ahead of the competitors. You could imagine a scenario where the testing is not as extensive and they don't even recognize the level of vulnerabilities that they're able to exploit with these models. But we're putting all of our faith in the hands of like these handful of, I mean, it's completely insane. And to your point about, you know, the pushback being, oh, they overhype these products and they claim they're so powerful when really this is just a marketing gimmick. I don't really see how it serves their interest to not release a model because it's too powerful to really. That means you can't profit off of it. That means that you're really limited in what you're able to do with it. So I think it's hard to see how this really financially benefits them in the short or medium or long term too, if they're really truly just overhyping this. And then another sign to your point of outside evidence of how significant this is, we put D3 up at the screen. So Dario Amodei, who of course head of Anthropic and who was blacklisted by the Pentagon and deemed like a national, you know, Anthropic is this supply chain risk, so none of our contractors can even use it. The White House was concerned enough about this that they actually brought him in to discuss what was going on with Mythos and AI in general. It says Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei visited the White House on Friday for a high-stakes meeting with the president's top advisor while his AI company battles the Trump administration in court for blacklisting its Claude AI model. Amodei met with White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, two sources familiar said. Meeting took place as the U.S. government is trying to balance its hardline approach to Anthropic with the national security implications of turning its back on the company's breakthrough technology, including its Mythos tool that can identify cybersecurity threats, but also present a roadmap for hackers to attack companies or the government. White House said the meeting was introductory, calling it productive and constructive. So, you know, we're already here with some of the potential scary possibilities of AI. And yet, you know, this government has decided we just need to be completely hands off. We need to, any minimal regulation, there was some very minimal regulation put in place during the Biden administration, that needs to be stripped away. And this is what our entire economy is effectively being bet on.
Yeah, I thought that's the scary part, I think. I mean, just generally, I think whenever you really look into the Mythos thing, look, when they release it, we'll know whether they're full of shit or not. Whenever it gets released, we will see how powerful it all actually is. There has been a lot of freak out, and then, with the bots and all of that stuff, but I think we should compare it to the inflation one that we just did. Change does not happen overnight. The iPhone was released in 2007, I want to say. Ubiquitous smartphone adoption took 4 years. It was not till 2011 that everybody really had an iPhone or a Galaxy, one of these.
I would say it was 2012, right? Again, but I don't remember, so.
Smartphones and like the addiction data started to really show up even then in 2012. So it took.
I was one of the first with an iPhone, because I thought the tech was so cool. And I did something no one else did. I did some research because remember the iPhone used to only be it would only be on AT&T. Remember that, guys? Like you could only get it on AT&T. And AT&T sucks. I'm not. Fuck them. I remember. Yeah. So I did some research and I came across like somebody being like, oh yeah, that's true, but not in Australia. And I was like, oh shit, really? And he said, yeah, just buy one from Australia. And like, there's no import fee or anything. And I bought one and my SIM card immediately worked. So I was like, everyone was like, oh, you have AT&T. I suck. I fucking hate AT&T. And it's because Australia had a law, right? This is why political science helps too, right? In the class that I was in, there was an Australian girl and she told me, she was like, yeah, Australia has a law that stops companies from essentially like blocking services from one phone. Like you can't do that. It has to be factory unlocked in Australia. And since they got on day one, like Australia got the iPhone, right? It was the only country in the world, I think, besides like one other one, right? But then the phone would come in a different language or something. So I did that. And it worked. I saved up for it, right? I had a little job.
Spot.
I saved up for it, and it was like, yeah. But this is why it's important to know about other countries and governments, right? That way you can get the iPhone. Oh, man. So funny.
Years. So I think AI will be very similar. Like you can see what the future may look like. You're never going to know 100%, but you got to take some of these dangers very seriously. I just think as a generation, we have lived long enough through technological change to know almost certainly that the promises of how great things are going to be are almost certainly not true.
Yeah.
And I think we should really grapple with that. Like I lived through the iPhone. I was an adult whenever it came out. It was the first smartphone I ever had, and I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And sitting here, 16 years or so after I got my first iPhone 4, like I don't think I'm better off with a smartphone. I can say that pretty clearly. I wonder what a lot of other people think, but that's why with the AI skepticism that you have to have, I've seen all these promises, sometimes by the very same people, about how much better off that we would be. And I'm like, I don't think I'm better off.
Think about just on the banking piece, like, I mean, very few people are just like keeping their cash under their mattress, you know, or in gold bars or whatever.
I used to get made fun of because I ran with my iPhone. Can you imagine bringing a phone with you to run or walk anywhere? What? To track your walk or run? That could never be me. Exactly. Jesus.
You know, we all just...
But this just shows you, right, guys? People are very close-minded. That's why I always say, guys, keep an open mind. Be willing to, like, explore things that you wouldn't otherwise think you would like or anything, because you'll be pleasantly surprised, right? Like, how did that take age, right? It aged like the fucking the most spoiled milk in the world, right? I remember in high school, that's like literally what people used to do, right? They'd laugh at me for like bringing a phone to track your run, right? To do exercise with. And now literally that's like what everybody does, right? God damn it, Jersey. Sick of your shit.
Rely on these like ones and zeros in our bank account to be...
People can and now it's exactly, now people can barely walk without even looking at their phone. So like, this is what I mean, guys, right? When I talk about these subjects, like, it's not that I'm just saying like, oh, these are things that are gonna, like, I disagree with Sagar, right? Like, the iPhone has been very instrumental, right? However, I think what's also been really bad is social media, right? I think, like, essentially all an iPhone is a portable computer that you can take with you anywhere, right? Or a smartphone anyway. I haven't bought an iPhone in years. I'm sick and tired of their shit. They never change anything really, and I'm done with that, right? Plus, I just don't, like, I don't care as much anymore, right? Like, I don't spend a lot of time on my phone, right? Like, I don't even have my phone on me right now, right? When I stream, I don't have my phone on me unless I'm like expecting a call or something and it's really important, right? But yeah. I don't think any smartphone should have been put to the market. Oh God, you're one of those.
Faithfully maintained.
Yeah.
It only takes one significant instance where that's no longer the case, and you can't rely on it. Think of the way that changes people's mentality. Think of that way that upends the entire global financial system.
I mean,
just that one thing is completely catastrophic.
I can't even stop getting spam calls. Does this happen to you?
Oh.
Spam call? Like my
the friggin'
iPhone,
text too.
Right, my iPhone now has the unknown calls list because there's so many spam. So now imagine with AI, and they have the ability to have somebody who can.
Yeah, with AI, it's going to be even worse, right? You're just going to get spam calls all the time because they can literally dial as many numbers as possible quickly, right? Walking while texting is also dangerous. Yeah.
Perfectly spoof your relative's voice. I mean, especially a public figure like me. All you got to do is run it through the AI. You can get me to say whatever you want. And then you're going to call somebody, let's say who's a relative. I mean, these are not that sophisticated of scams. It's very easily doable. And then, like you said.
I remember when Brad Pitt sent a love letter to a woman in a hospital, and the woman was like, Brad Pitt's in love with me, so I'm going to give him $500,000 in my savings so he can be saved because he's in the hospital. Oh. Wait. I don't think that was Brad Pitt. Turns out it wasn't.
You could set up some verification with the bank. It can hack your two-factor verification very easily, and then boom, you could transfer like your entire estate in a matter of seconds if you actually wanted to. So I don't know. I think we need a lot more consumer safety. And I also think the spam call thing is a good example because it's one of those which is an easily exploitable thing from outside actors using the internet. Spam on the internet, and specifically targeting old people, has been a problem for more than 2 decades, 3 decades actually. The Nigerian.
Yeah. Not only that, but literally there are streams on YouTube, right? They're called scam baiters. And they just like pretend to be old ladies and that's all they get is calls, right? Can you help me with my phone? Please, my computer, my CPU it has a message saying that I would like to I need to call Microsoft. Is this Microsoft? Right? We've all seen those fucking videos, I would hope.
Scam goes back to the 1990s and is still not fixed. Like, think about that. After with the whole might of the U.S. government and technology and regulators, that still hasn't happened. So what makes you think it's going to get better with AI?
Goodbye, Misty. Welcome back, girl.
Yeah, there's going to have to be some sort of like major incident that causes a massive public backlash to generate the energy for some significant change in our approach.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
Or doing anything with the smartphone? How pathetic.
Independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Jersey does that all the time. Jesus. How pathetic. Jesus, what kind of pathetic person do you gotta be to fucking take an iPhone with you on a walk? God damn it. Track your walk? Jesus, Jersey. If it were up to Jersey, though, we'd be playing with stones and sticks. We'd be hitting them together for entertainment.
And who did you vote for? Trump! Ah, the $1 million question. Trump.
Trump. Donald Trump.
The swing is because people want lower prices. They probably believe that Trump would give them that.
Rent is expensive. Foods are going up. Utility bills are up.
And that's your hope, to see a little bit more of an affordable life?
Absolutely.
My name is Zoran Mamdani. I'm going to be running for mayor next year.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
The dawn of Mayor Mamdani's campaign was going out to Fordham Road here in the Bronx and Hillside Avenue in Queens right after Trump got elected to find out why people in this very democratic city were so ticked off. And the answer they kept coming back to was affordability. Things are too expensive. Mayor Mamdani's back with me here. Joining us now, Christiane Spariasu, a former Trump supporter, voter who supported the mayor, Sarah Bediako, whose daughter is in a pre-K class. The mayor and President Obama visited here in the Bronx last weekend. You might have seen pictures of that. Great to have you both here.
Thank you.
Christiane, let me start with you just because the sort of conceit of that video the mayor did was, if you looked at New York City returns, Trump got a lot more votes than you might have expected. You were a Republican, Trump supporter, Trump voter. What sort of driven you in the direction that you are now in terms of voting for the mayor, and what are you looking for from him now?
Yeah, so like some of my background, I went to Siena College, double major in economics and political science with the goal of helping people in public policy and getting involved in government. I always had strong principles of the conservative values of limited government, for example, not getting involved in foreign wars. So when I saw Trump campaign as a populist for the American people saying we're going to lower inflation, we're going to support the American worker.
I'm playing Sims while I watch. Really the best thing to do.
Campaign,
hell yeah.
Which that was obviously all a lie, especially like right now.
Thank you for the watch.
Your policies have changed over time, but you know, this question of sort of prioritizing workers and bringing inflation down, like how much do you still think of that as a North Star for whether this mayor succeeds or not?
Well, like I really...
You missed it, Divine Misty. Jersey fell asleep yesterday. He was snoring and everything.
Admire like you championing affordability, especially when it comes to housing, for instance. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment, so over the years in the story, I've seen more and more people get pushed out of the neighborhood because they can't afford the rent, especially immigrant families, and you're pro-union. I really support that.
One of the dynamics of this city, right? One of the challenges is there's lots of very rich people. There's a lot of people really struggling. And there's things you can do on the policy side. You could tax some of those rich folks and you could create
I literally
services,
bored her to sleep,
universal
yeah.
pre-K for folks that are struggling.
This sounds great.
Yes, but also you want to build middle-class jobs, right? Like if it keeps going in that direction of a city of like Wall Street folks and billionaires and folks that are just like making minimum wage, that's a tough city to sustain. It's a tough city to sustain culturally, fiscally, financially. Like, how do you think about that, about building a middle class here that's independent of taxing the rich, paying for services?
I think that's at the heart of what we're looking to do, because what the middle class represents to so many, not just New Yorkers, but Americans, is stability. It's dignity. It's the ability to not just go out there and work, but also have somewhere to come home to at the end of the day and be able to rest on top of that. And
not need the government to subsidize you directly, right? Or not be depending on programs.
Well, I think the beauty of a public good is that it should be so good that everyone uses it, right? To me, Stop staying up so late, girl. God. Stay up till 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning. God damn it. Goods to be something that you only use if you don't have enough money in your pocket. The dream of New York City is in many ways the dream of the subway at its best, right? It's the fastest way to get around. Right. It doesn't matter how much money you have. That's how you get to where you're going. And that's what we want childcare to be. That's what we want so much of this city to be, so that working class New Yorkers are not worried about whether they can survive in this city, but actually, can they build a life in this city? That's what we want the answer to be.
The childcare, your daughter, right, is in the childcare. Got to meet the former president of the United States the other day.
Yes, that was a surprise. So thank you for bringing her. Yes, so she's in a childcare right now, learning through play. It's a great place that she's at. I feel safe and comfortable, and I don't have to worry about her going to that class. I wish that they had it for 2K because I had to stay home for almost 2 years to care for her because childcare was so expensive. When I was researching, at that time, it was almost 1K a week just for my child to go to a quality and safe childcare program.
And you're not alone in that. This is the story of so many parents who a good deal would be if they found $20,000 a year for childcare. That's a good deal in New York City. And this is not something that just affects working class New Yorkers or middle class New Yorkers. We have people making north of 6 figures for whom that is still going to have a huge impact on their ability to live in the city.
Christian has gone fully from CPAC to socialism. Chris Quinones here with us, who you might recognize.
CPAC to socialism,
I
yeah.
remember seeing you in that video when you said, $1 million question. And then you said, you're a Republican, you voted for Trump.
Thanks for the pitchforks.
No, New York
it
contains multitudes, and we welcome them all. Do you have a question for the mayor, or what are you looking for him to deliver on for you to become a convert or at least a supporter?
I'm a reasonable person. I mean, given what people think and say about Republicans, I don't parrot. I think for myself. Maybe I'm unique, maybe I'm not. I'll leave that for smarter people. What I would like to say is that I understand where you're coming from, what you want to provide for the people. And my personal belief, not that I'm going to parrot, but my personal belief is that if you're going to charge me a tax, I want you to show me something for it. So I don't know how people feel about taxes, because people, feel differently about taxes. And that's a conversation for another time. But what I would say is, if you can show beyond any reasonable doubt that if this, whatever you're planning had to go to court, beyond any reasonable doubt, that any New Yorker on the street can say, you know what, I'm willing to pay that extra dollar.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? It's one of the highest tax jurisdictions in the country, right? New York City, just to be clear, it's got one of the highest municipal governments. It's not like this is a small government place. The question of are the services up to how much people are paying for them?
And I think it is something that I think about often, because as much as I think about public goods, I think about public excellence.
Right? We don't want to try and convince a New Yorker in a conversation about the worth of something. We want to be able to prove it to them through what it is that we're delivering. And I think that's what it comes back to, is that the taxes that we're calling for on the wealthiest of the wealthy, the most profitable corporations of those that do business here in New York, they are ones that we would then use that revenue to transform the lives of every New Yorker.
All right. Love him. So good, guys. Can we replicate him by 1,000? Can we get 535 Zoran Mamdanis? Oh shit. Breaking news. Trump cancels Witkoff-Kushner's visit to Pakistan for Iran talks as tensions escalate. No shit. Could have saw this coming from a mile away. I think people should be less focused on how much they pay in taxes. Correct. Well, it goes back to what we were talking about before, right? I think we've all been conditioned by neoliberalism to be like, to seek the best price on everything, right? And listen, like, I'm not gonna, of course, like, you know, if there's like one, like, let's pretend it's like one cooperative and another cooperative, and they're having a deal and the other one isn't, right? Then you go for the one that is right. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that price is not completely irrelevant, right? But I think what's been going on is, like, we have become such like a greedy society where everything is about price, right? And profit. We're in a giant money cult, essentially, right? And when we do that, first of all, it tells us, oh, I need to look up for myself, which in a way you do, right? Because it's the system how we operate. So of course, however, we don't have all the information to make like informed decisions on products, right? Like sometimes products, right? And I'm just gonna give it to you straight, guys, are more expensive because they treat their workers better, right? Because places have better work environments, right? And is that worth paying an extra dollar or two? Yeah. It is. Right? Because if you're genuinely on the left, you're willing to do that for other people, right? And I think that's the problem, is like we as a society have been conditioned by a bunch of fucking rich people to consume, and price, and that has led to so many problems, right? So many of the problems that we have
can't catch a bubble unless
are due to
goblin magic
that
or
mentality.
FDR level wizardry. Bubbles just straight up ghost you like capitalism on a good tax day, LOL. Just gotta chase them, look at them pop and pray you don't get wet. Ha ha.
But like,
I'm
hold on.
crying, Bubbles. 1 goblin, 0 every time brew. Get bubbly out here.
But like right now our taxes go into politicians' pockets and that's it. The roads aren't fixed, the schools are shit. Yep, they're shit. So why do people get to questioning it? It's what if our taxes actually went where they were supposed to? That would be what Zoran is doing. Exactly. Yeah, no, well said. Well said, right? Well fucking said. Speaking of which, I wanted to watch this yesterday too, but we didn't get a chance to.
Hi, it's Friday, April 24th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America? I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller. Earlier this month, a Kimberly-Clark paper products warehouse located an hour outside of LA was set ablaze, causing $500 million in property damage. A worker at the plant, Kamel Abdul Karim, has been charged with federal and state felony arson in relation to the fire. In a video uploaded to his Instagram account, he said, "All you had to do was pay us enough to live." The man.
And when they say that government should run like a business, yeah, well, there you go, right? That's feeding into the money cult aspect of our culture, right? Ducky, I think you're absolutely right. Like, we need to basically eject that idea into fucking outer space and into the sun. Because government should not be running like a business.
Pleaded not guilty at a state arraignment.
Like, if it does, then it's like the worst business ever, right? Even with that, because clearly it's not working. Literally, that's why people voted for Trump too. Like, this is what you guys wanted? It's been running like a business for decades at this point, so fuck off.
Arraignment hearing earlier this month, and the federal charges against him could land him in up to 20 years in federal prison.
Federation only, I know, for real. Give me that.
Firefighters were called to the scene to contain the blaze. No one was hurt. At a press conference about the incident, First Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, Bill Asalee, said, quote, "Look, America is founded on free enterprise and capitalism. Anyone who attacks our values, our way of life, our system, which
a business on fire, right? Well, here's the thing. There are a lot of businesses that don't even ever make money or don't provide like a good quality service. And that's literally like what running the government like a business has done to this country, right? Oh my God. I mean, look at... God damn it. No more business, federation only. Thank you. You dumb fucks. Well, look what businessmen like Trump do with their business. Exactly. Wealthier they're ever getting friends and donors wealthier than before. Yeah, for real.
Provides the best goods and services to the most people.
Even Ronald Reagan, right? Like, it corrupted Ronald Reagan. He was I think he was always a morally scrupulous character anyway, but like, he was a union leader, right? And then he literally got that fat fucking check from the studios and shit. And what happened? He turned his fucking... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that we live in a money cult, right? Like, it's very easy to corrupt people. Some people less than others, and some people will never be, which is great, right? But there you go. What a smart chat, a crew chat. What up, Richard? Welcome back. How you been? Right? And I think like these are just like examples of the system not working, right? Like it's not meant to put up morality, and anybody telling you that, right? People like Ronald Reagan telling you it's the most moral system in the world. Bull fucking shit.
We're
like you're the example of it completely destroying itself, right?
We're gonna come after aggressively. God. Today, we're dissecting that very American value, the value placed on property above lives and humanity.
Yeah, that's another thing, right? Is that property, like it's a money call. I just don't, guys. It's the best way to explain it, right? Trump is the head of the money cult. Right? They literally call MAGA cultists. They don't care because he's rich, and they just like will do anything the dear leader wants him to do. Right? The Republican Party is all like big money, right?
You were in a cult.
Oh my god, guys.
The role property destruction plays in any sort of resistance. Statistics tell us that right-wing extremist violence tends to rely on violence against people and bodies, while leftist extremist violence often results in property damage. The way the state responds to the two, including when a Democrat is in office, speaks volumes to the American values our government holds most dear. Property and the rights of inanimate businesses, and of course their shareholders, often enjoys more protection and more collective outrage at its destruction than literal human life. But is property damage a valid form of protest, or is it counterproductive to the movements that engage in it? Before we dive in, let me make it clear that I am in no way advocating for anyone to break any laws. That would be crazy. This is for educational purposes only. Is property damage a form of terrorism? The FBI agent who provided an affidavit alongside the arrest of the alleged Kimberly Clark arsonist was from the FBI's LA-based Joint Terrorism Task Force, indicating that the federal government is very much investigating this incident in relation to the defendant's political ideology. The statement from the U.S. attorney I mentioned earlier indicates the same. This crime is being seen not as an isolated act of arson, but instead an attack on American values, on the American way of life, where capitalism is king. We've talked about domestic terrorism before on this channel, but some of this bears repeating. There is no federal statute criminalizing domestic terrorism. The way the federal government goes after people that it accuses of engaging in domestic terrorism is either through charges related to providing aid to terrorists, or by adding a sentencing enhancement to an underlying criminal act. So if this individual is convicted under a federal arson statute, then prosecutors will ask the judge to increase the sentence because it was motivated by terrorism or was a terrorist act. So he has been charged with arson of a building used in interstate and foreign commerce, and then the feds will request he get the full 20-year sentence because it was an act of terrorism. At the state level, he faces up to life in prison based on state arson charges, which he has pleaded not guilty to despite police body cam footage of him turning himself in. I'm unclear what sort of creative legal arguments his defense attorney is going to have to use to try to argue out of this one, but it is pretty apparent to me that the federal government, for its part, will absolutely use this incident to further punish and intimidate against anti-capitalist behavior. Which brings me to NSPM 7. In late September last year, after the murder of Charlie Kirk, Trump dropped a memo titled Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence, also known as National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7 for short. It directs Trump's entire group of national security and intelligence goons to, quote, investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. NSPM 7 also tells the IRS commissioner to, quote, take action to ensure that no tax-exempt entities are directly or indirectly financing political violence or domestic terrorism. Again, under this definition, that would be any nonprofit that's assisting to organize any direct actions or protests or resistance efforts, because Trump could slap civil disorder labels on it and call it domestic terrorism. And what do you know, this past Tuesday, the Justice Department announced it had filed criminal charges against the Southern Poverty Law Center, a civil rights organization, alleging that the org had defrauded its donors by funding violent extremist groups. My heart kind of dropped when I saw that announcement, because the explicit targeting of nonprofit groups has been something I've been waiting for since NSPM 7 dropped, and there it is. It probably deserves its entire own video. But perhaps the most damning part of NSPM 7 doesn't require you to read beyond the intro paragraphs, because they're not even trying to hide that this entire directive is based around prosecuting activities of people because they ascribe to a specific ideology. Section 1 states, quote, common threads animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity. Support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism.
We're getting back to fucking McCarthyism, guys. Oh. Yeah, the Southern Poverty Law Center is great.
On migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. The clear outcome of this is that the regime is going to prosecute and slap a domestic terrorist label on people based solely on their ideology. Someone trespassing and damaging property who's a member of a group that upholds traditional American family values, whatever the fuck that means, might get a misdemeanor trespass charge. But someone who committed the same crimes but espouses anti-American or anti-capitalist ideals would be called a domestic terrorist for it. And that's exactly what's likely to happen here. The U.S. attorney made it clear this is being interpreted as anti-capitalist and anti-American, which falls squarely into the regime's definition of terrorist activities. And businesses and their advisors are already using this fire as a teachable moment, with Forbes telling CEOs to try to be a bit more considerate about employee sentiment, even though it's so hard because being CEO makes you so busy, but just try so that they feel heard enough not to set shit on fire. And a workplace security management website insisted that security professionals can use the incident to convince higher-ups to pay them more for their services to prevent employee disruption of the workplace. Which brings us to the larger discussion I want to have about this today, one which will require you to maybe stand in some gray areas, allow multiple competing things to be true at the same time, and maybe challenge your deeply held beliefs. But hey, to me, that's just a Friday afternoon, you know? Is there ever a situation in which property destruction is justified? Entire books and theses have been written on this, but let's at least get a little into the weeds. If you are finding yourself feeling very strongly about this, that immediately the answer is no, there is never a situation in which anyone should ever resort to property destruction, or yes, property destruction is always a valid response to the system, I ask that you perhaps engage with the gray areas in this situation. The last time this country grappled with the question of whether property damage is ever justified was during the George Floyd uprising here in Minneapolis. As someone who existed here in Minneapolis during that time, but did not participate in the property damage specifically, allow me to share my lived experience. The summer of 2020 was a scary time to be in Minneapolis.
Over the lazy
and yes,
dog space,
the act of property destruction
frontier.
during that summer was
These
absolutely
are the
a
voyages
deeply
of the Starship
unsettling,
Enterprise.
destabilizing
Its continuing
thing to witness
mission
and to
to
exist
explore
in proximity
strange
to.
new worlds,
I was
to
straddling
seek out
two
new
worlds
life
that
and
summer,
new
spending part of my
civilizations,
time
to
living in
boldly
my
go where
mother's
no one
basement
has
in the
gone
suburbs,
before.
and part of my time in my now husband's apartment a couple blocks from Lake Street, where the demonstrations were happening, and about 6 blocks from where George Floyd was murdered. I was also balls deep in bar prep, seeing firsthand how I, as a newly minted lawyer, was being primed by the system to be really good at protecting the property rights of wealthy people. Most subjects you test for on the bar in order to become an attorney involve the protection of property rights, no matter what area of law you plan on practicing. It is drilled into you. Meanwhile, as the protests against George Floyd's murder unfolded, buildings were set on fire, businesses were burnt to the ground, others were boarded up, and in the months after the protests subsided, many businesses left the area. There are parts of Minneapolis that 6 years later are still empty, boarded up, or burnt out buildings. Much of the destruction, however, was fixed. New buildings popped up. Target, Cub Foods, AutoZone, despite seeing looting and arson and property damage, are all fine. The local businesses that were destroyed are not. Uptown hasn't been the same since, though that is due to a number of other underlying factors as well. There were a number of outsiders who came during the uprisings to take advantage of the chaos, to participate in looting and arson, not because of their beliefs or their ideology, but to simply exploit the chaos for their own entertainment or personal gain. When my husband took night shifts helping to patrol his apartment building that summer, he wasn't keeping his eyes peeled for Antifa or leftists. That's not who we feared. We feared the people who wanted to cause chaos for the sake of it, because of the rumors, some true, some not, of right-wing actors coming into the city to terrorize the lefties in Minneapolis. And it was absolutely a scary time to live in Minneapolis. And it was really a mindfuck to go from that chaos to the wealthy western suburbs where my mom lived and see everyone just going about their business as usual amid a pandemic and a global uprising, and whose lives were completely and utterly untouched by the chaos in the city.
Nice.
So when I consider whether property damage is ever justified, my views are absolutely colored by my experiences that summer, and they require me to hold a number of truths at the same time. Was I scared? Definitely. Am I sad about especially the small businesses that were ruined because of the property damage that occurred that summer? Sure. Do I believe that the property damage that occurred that summer was the result of exclusively leftist, quote-unquote, Antifa actors? Absolutely not. Did the property damage lead directly to the goals of the movement, like defunding the police or ending police brutality? Obviously not. Did it raise the visibility of the plight of Black and brown people who are being disproportionately abused and killed at the hands of police, as embodied by the murder of George Floyd? Without question. Did it force the members of this community to confront really hard questions in a way that peaceful protests do not, in ways that the people I saw in the suburbs didn't have to contend with because they weren't witnessing the level of unrest and property damage that was happening in the city? Yes. The central question being, do we value capital, property, capitalism, the protection of enterprise, of business interests, of the market, and the comfort of capitalists more than we value the lives of black and brown people being murdered by police?
Yep.
The lives of the workers who work for scraps while CEOs make millions and companies take away billions in profit on the back of their labor. The workers who suffer injuries and death in warehouses that value speed and profit, where the cost of death and dismemberment of workers is factored in as part of the cost of doing business. And there a tenuous and contingent structure of consent, backed up by the lethal force of the state. When against white supremacy that doesn't center on winning acceptance within the capitalist hierarchy of bosses and workers, but instead tries to level it. That's, of course, in the context of the George Floyd protests, but in the context of the Kimberly Clark arson, the property destruction gives us the opportunity to have these conversations, to think critically about our role in the system of oppression that is facilitated by capitalism. As Jones points out in her review of In Defense of Looting, significant movement building has happened historically in this country on the backs of rioting and property destruction. The Watts riots inspired Bobby Seale to start the Black Panthers. The Detroit riots led to the formation of the Dodge Revolutionary Union movement, a radical black working class labor organization. Even here in Minneapolis, it was in part the existing networks of activists and mutual aid organizations that formed during the uprising in 2020 that were activated once more this winter in the face of ICE occupation and brutality. And those resistance efforts only strengthened the networks of activists and birthed new activists in this state this winter. The author of the book, In Defense of Looting, Vicky Osterweil, wrote an article of the same name for the New Inquiry back in 2014 in the wake of the protests in Ferguson, Missouri after the police killing of Michael Brown. In the article, she writes, quote, "It took months of largely non-violent campaigning in Birmingham, Alabama to force JFK to give his speech calling for a Civil Rights Act. But in the month before he did so, the campaign in Birmingham had become decidedly not non-violent. Protesters had started fighting back against the police and Eugene Bull Connor, throwing rocks and breaking windows. Robert Kennedy, afraid that the increasingly riotous atmosphere in Birmingham would spread across Alabama and the South, convinced John to deliver the famous speech and begin moving towards civil rights legislation. This would have been impossible without the previous months of courageous and tireless nonviolent activism, but it is also the emergent threat of rioting that forced JFK's hand. Both Malcolm X and MLK had armed bodyguards. Throughout the civil rights era, massive, nonviolent civil disobedient campaigns were matched with massive riots. The most famous of these was the Watts Rebellion of 1965, but they occurred in dozens of cities across the country. To argue that the movement achieved what it did in spite of, rather than as a result of, the mixture of not nonviolent and nonviolent action is spurious at best. And, lest we forget, Martin Luther King Jr., the man who embodied the respectable nonviolent voice that the white power structure claims they would listen to today, was murdered by that same white power structure anyway. And I would add, as my own aside, at the time of his death, MLK was actively questioning the efficacy of nonviolence. Okay, back to Osterweil. Though the civil rights movement won many battles, it lost the war. Mass incarceration, the fact that black wealth and black-white inequality are at the same place they were at the start of the civil rights movement, that many U.S. cities are more segregated now than they were in the 60s. No matter what colorblind liberals would say, racial justice has not been won. White supremacy has not been overturned. Racism is not over. In fact, anti-black racism remains the foundational organizing principle of this country. That is because this country is built on the right to property, and there is no property, no wealth in the USA without the exploitation, appropriation, murder, and enslavement of black people. She goes on to say, quote, "The mystifying ideological claim that looting is violent and non-political is one that has been carefully produced by the ruling class because it is precisely the violent maintenance of property which is both the basis and end of their power. Looting is extremely dangerous to the rich and most white people because it reveals with an immediacy that has to be moralized away that the idea of private property is just that, an idea, a tenuous and contingent structure of consent, backed up by the lethal force of the state. When rioters take territory and loot, they are revealing precisely how, in a space without cops, property relations can be destroyed and things can be had for free." Again, Osterweil was writing in the context of anti-police brutality protests, but the Kimberly Clark arson also forces us to contend with the idea of property. property, with who or what deserves protecting, and for white people especially, with our own pearl clutching that inevitably follows property destruction because it inherently questions the power structures that we directly benefit from. It's important to interrogate the reality that white people, even working class white people, even working class white liberals, would be more concerned with the lost value of a large multinational corporation and with upholding the status quo of property in this country than with the underlying class solidarity with a person protesting their inability to afford to live while that corporation sees massive profits, or would be more concerned with the optics, with how the media might cover this, with losing the support of the public because property damage is somehow more controversial in this country than the murder of black and brown people by police, or than the accidental death and dismemberment of countless workers across the country in the name of production. All that pearl clutching acts to divide a progressive leftist movement.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, we need to call it out, right? Like, even the idea of, it's why neoliberalism is such a powerful ideology, right? But going back to Anna's video, right? Why is it such a powerful ideology? Because it's focused on me, right? It's focused on the individual, or seemingly the individual, right? It's sort of like a selfish version of it, a very selfish version of it, right? Oh, it's like what I do. It's like what I want matters, right? Above any sort of like solidarity or, you know, well, I only make this much, therefore I'm gonna focus on all the stuff we talked about, right? Social media, like getting likes, getting all that stuff, right? Oh no, not the production.
That genuinely would push against
stuff. Welcome back.
The status quo and provide the type of class solidarity that could actually build the type of movements that would make the world a better,
welcome
more
back,
just place
Josephus.
to live. Marion Jones writes, quote, as Osterweil notes, many of the white liberal critics who decry looting also denounce multinational corporations and predatory lenders for wreaking havoc on small communities, but then they are appalled when rioters take their critique to its actual material conclusion. Okay, but I'm asking you to hold multiple truths at once. So I also would argue that just because looting and property destruction acts as a strong means by which to undermine and question the role of capitalism in our lives and in our own oppression, it's also true that that doesn't mean that all property destruction is effective at furthering the anti-capitalist socialist cause or any progressive cause at all, that all property destruction is moral or justified, or that all people engaging in property destruction are doing so from a place of a nuanced understanding of how their actions bring about change or questioning the status quo of capitalism. Some argue that while it can be really cathartic to see someone light a warehouse on fire in protest of the wealth inequality in this country, at a time when that inequality has never been so huge, and when everyday Americans are deeply aware of the fact that they are just barely scraping by while the 0.1% makes billions, or to see someone like Luigi Mangione, who Abdul Karim, the alleged Kimberly-Clark arsonist, compared himself to, take violent action against the CEO of a healthcare company that itself commits violent acts every single day because it refuses care for millions while robbing them blind. While all of that can feel really cathartic, perhaps if a person is so dedicated to the cause that they're willing to commit an act that could land them in prison for life, that energy and zeal could maybe be put to better use towards collective action that would actually create real change. As Joshua Rodriguez writes for the World Socialist website, quote, Southern California, where this incident took place, is a crucial choke point for world commerce. A strike by warehouse workers in alliance with port workers, truck drivers, and rail workers would shut down vast sections of the U.S. economy. This enormous social power must be consciously organized through rank-and-file committees, independent of the pro-corporate union bureaucracies and both big business parties. Isolated acts against capitalist property, moreover, do not solve the underlying problem, which is the capitalist system itself. The Kimberly-Clark Corporation reported a profit of $2.4 billion last year. The destruction of a $500 million warehouse, which I imagine was insured, likely isn't going to tank the business. But what about those small businesses owned by people of color that were destroyed in the George Floyd protests? What about them? Marion Jones writes, quote, if you care so much about racial justice, the argument goes, then why would you endorse destruction of property property owned by people of color. The question assumes that the left's aim is the racial diversification of the existing system.
The supreme
In
goblin
trying to call her
mastermind
out,
behind all the
Osterwild's
chaos.
critics instead
That's Emmy,
demonstrate the
the
thinness
brains
of
and
their
the
own
glittery
politics.
lime-green
For
chaos
liberals,
express
meritocracy
capitalism's
ranks
nightmare.
high in the struggle
Socialism's
to end white
cheekiest little
supremacy.
gremlin
By
ain't
this
no way
logic,
this
when individual
backpack full
people
of
of color
stolen
seek
FDR
higher
pins
office
is
or become a
elk-me-headed brew.
CEO,
I'm
they
the
are
neural
challenging
network
white
of pure
supremacy no
unhinged
matter how
political
they
Luton
wield the
energy.
power they've
Let's
gained.
go.
Likewise, the success of individual people of color as business owners is celebrated as anti-racist by definition. The preoccupation with entrepreneurs of color ignores the bigger picture. The exploitation, coercion, and subjugation of people of color have been instrumental and are inseparable from capitalism's development. But as Tom Hastings writes for the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict, quote, some may argue that arson and use of explosives, if they do not hurt or intend to hurt others, are not violent. However, from a strategic perspective, they have an impact that is similar to violence. They make most people afraid and therefore less likely to mobilize.
Gus, can you hear Gloggy? No, I can't. Going on. Oh, I think I know why. It's because the driver crashed. Crashed the driver then. Isn't that how it works? Yes, you nailed it. Nailed it. Hear him. I would have to restart the computer, and I just don't want to do that. I'm gonna replay it.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise, its continuing mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one has gone before.
I hear it now. Am I in the minority for being like, that's like the worst intro I've ever seen? I just like don't care for Patrick Stewart that much. I think he's a great actor. I think he's a little self-centered. I don't care. But it is iconic, I guess. So. Give me the fucking boring ass like Deep Space Nine intro. He's all right, but nothing special. He played a great. Yeah, he did. He did a good job as. I actually like him better as Professor X. I don't particularly like him as a starship, as a Federation captain. Right? I don't think he was like. He was okay, but he wasn't any better than like Janeway or Cisco. Right? I think Cisco does a way better job.
They're already shipping the body bags down below the Rio Grande, but you can fight for democracy at home and not in some foreign land. And the fate of the great United States is entwined in the fate of us all. And the incident at Chernobyl proves the world we live in is very small, and the cities of Europe have burned before, and they may yet burn again. And if they do, I hope you understand that Washington will burn with them, Omaha will burn with them, Los Alamos will burn with them.
Yep. All right, cool. I think it was just that I had to reset everything. Jersey's just learning about Cisco. He's like, whoa.
Is publicly in support of the
Yeah, I'll let you know when we're gonna do it, Josephus. Probably tomorrow or Monday. One of those days.
cause. They also divert media coverage, alienate the general public, and raise support for public officials to restore order through any means necessary, and increase unity and obedience among security forces. He goes on to say, quote, "There are 5 basic elements of my notion of when destruction of something may be helpful to a nonviolent campaign. That no private individual's property is destroyed, that the item destroyed was harming others, that the core organizers of the campaign approved of the physical actions ahead of time, that no property destruction happens in the context of a public event unless that destruction was advertised ahead of time as likely to occur, that the act can be explained very well and repeatedly to the public by those who were totally transparent in their actions and are demonstrably committed to nonviolent strategy." In other words, it's one thing to theorize about property destruction, but there is a very real PR element involved when it comes to movement building, and if you really want the work you're doing to be a movement, one that invites larger and larger groups in and forms coalitions to create larger change, you do have to consider optics and competing opinions and coverage by mainstream media, and you have to be strategic with all of it, which individual acts of property destruction don't necessarily do. I don't have the answer here to serve you on a silver platter. Turns out no one does. People have been theorizing and pontificating about this shit for centuries at this point. But I guess my main point is this.
I don't know if you're joking or not.
Damage as a
It's kind of like when they accuse Janeway of being a war criminal. You remember that scene where she's like genocide. Well, what's the difference? Fuck it. But that's not what happened, right? It's played for yucks, right? It's clearly like not what happened, but they show them as like these like fucking genocidal war criminals. It's like, the fuck
form of protest is not the same.
That's not what happened.
Same thing as violence perpetrated by the state or by right-wing.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I thought that was hilarious. Just because it was like it was so fucked up, because I was like, yeah, this is clearly not what happened, but you can tell because you've been watching it, right? But like to these people, that's what happened in their eyes, right? Epic! Whoa!
Actors or by the economically powerful people and companies that commit violence every single day when they steal our labor, factor death and dismemberment into the cost of doing business, and push profit over people and the planet, and really above all else.
No, he didn't work with them. Remember, he found out later that was what happened. First of all, that's not genocide, that's a murderer. But secondly, yeah, if anything, he prevented a genocide by doing that, right? First, and then secondly, if you remember the train of events, he finds out later that that's what he did, right?
The alleged arson at
Remember that, man? And he gets really upset with him. He's like, I can't believe you made me do that. And it's like, yeah, like it's fucked.
the Kimberly-Clark facility provides
the Losis 3? Yeah, that you could. I was thinking you were going to argue that. I was like, that one was a little bit more. But that's not genocide either, because he gave them a warning, right? He said, if you don't abide by the treaty, I'm going to force you to abide by the treaty, right? This is why I like Deep Space Nine. I think like there's a lot of idealism in Star Trek, and listen, I love that stuff, right? I think it's important to have strong ideals and strong morals, right? And to not, but like the whole point of that show is, what do you do when that's not an option anymore, right? That's why that show is so good, right? And that was an example of it, right? So, like he said, listen, this is a Federation colony, right? Like nobody lives there. Nobody grew up there. If you don't leave and follow the treaty that we signed, we're going to make it uninhabitable. No, it's not like they murdered them all at once, right? Like it's like slowly the planet became uninhabitable, right? I thought that was a good compromise. I don't know. I mean, it was shocking for somebody to do that in the Federation, but that's the point, right?
With an opportunity to have a larger conversation about what we actually care about, the current systems in our society that are leading to our oppression.
But like, do you see the difference? Socks.
And the tactics that are actually useful to help make a better world for everyone. That in itself is a powerful thing. But I do think that Minneapolis showed us this winter that it is in collective action, more so than individual acts of frustration, where we start to build out the world we want to see, which I assume is the ultimate goal of all of this. Sometimes that collective action comes on the heels of violence or destruction, but it is truly all of us working together. We far outnumber the 0.1%, never forget. Together, we do have power. We just have to have the will to work for that better future together. So if you identify with that anger that led Abdul Karim to allegedly start that fire at the Kimberly-Clark facility, I urge you to use that anger for good, whatever that looks like to you. Labor organizing being especially important in this specific case of worker exploitation, or participating in hyper-local mutual aid or neighborhood organizations, or promoting economic boycotts, which your mutual aid network can then help to prolong because you can pool resources. Ensuring that you know who your neighbors are and you have a network of support is a great place to start. If you watch all my videos and somehow aren't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing to this channel. It really helps support my work and it's free and really makes a difference. To support my work more directly, please consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon.
Yeah. He didn't destroy the planet. He just made it uninhabitable for 50 years. Right? That's like the key. I think you're misunderstanding what he did, right? He made the planet uninhabitable to people for 50 years to uphold the treaty. That's essentially what he did. And that's kind of like, to what degree do you uphold a treaty, right? And start a greater war with another group of people, right? That was the whole point of that fucking interaction, or that whole episode, right? I think they're fine. He said that like it's going to make it uninhabitable for people, right? Like you're not going to be able to do anything there. I mean, it was a desert planet to begin with, so what flora and fauna, right? You could tell from like the outside of it or whatever. It wasn't like a green world that he'd like nuked and then it was all gone. it was a giant desert.
To get access to all these episodes completely ad-free. Also, if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything t-shirt, you can get one for yourself at LegionMillerMerch.com. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I see why a lot of people had problems with that episode in terms of like that conundrum. But I see what they were trying to do, and I found it kind of interesting, right? But like that's like the only thing you can kind of shit on him for. But other than that, he's a pretty outstanding captain, right? And commander in general. Like he generally follows things by the book. Oh God. Picard was more by the book, I would say that, right?
All right, tonight.
But he's more boring. So because he's Patrick Stewart.
White House.
And he's too artsy fartsy up in his own ass, right?
It's correspondent.
I gotta look it up. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, based on like the outside of like, you could kind of tell the planet was like a giant desert. So it wasn't like he was murdering like tons and tons of like specimens and stuff. Like it wasn't like that. I don't think, right? But I see why you had a problem with that, because I think that was the point, right? Like, do you make one decision that impacts like one specific colony, right? And that was another point of it. It wasn't like humans lived there like for thousands and thousands of years. They just settled there, right? And like the Cardassians were like, no, we don't want you fucking there because it's our land. And they were like, okay, in the interest of peace, we will give you. It's an arid. Yeah, it was an arid. It was arid, right? Like that was the whole point. It was like Tatooine or something like that, or like the Sahara Desert. Right, something along those lines.
And for the first time as president, Trump will be attending.
I think it was, hold on, let's look it up. Probably something on Wikipedia or something. Yeah, see, you can tell it was like not exactly a nice place to live, right? Yes, see? Rendering it uninhabitable to humans for the following 50 years. So only humans would be impacted, right? Because we couldn't breathe in whatever this fucking crap is. Designed, yeah. And again, I think that was the point of the episode. The point of the episode was he does something kind of like no other captain would do, but he has the right to do it. Right? That's why it was written like that on purpose, right? I saw it like that. I don't know why people had such a problem with it. I think on the surface, I see why, but the more you dig into it, the more you're like, yeah, I kind of see what they were going with, right? And here's the thing, right? The planet was subsequently settled by Cardassian refugees displaced from, see? So it was only humans that would be affected by that decision, right? And that was the whole point of his decision, right? It's why I found it a great episode, because what I like about DS9 is that it's not always so like cut and dry, right? Like this was a moral decision, but like it was very ambiguous, right? Like either way, like you kind of lose. Spoonheads, yeah.
He's still traumatized from what happened in 2011.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I really like Deep Space Nine, because you're like saying he's a war criminal. He wasn't, right? Like it's not like he nuked the planet and now it's like completely gone, or like nobody can live there. That's not what happened at all, right? He was just abiding by the treaty that was set. And it's like, it's one of those episodes where like, how far are you willing to go for peace, right? To uphold a treaty, to make sure that people actually like follow through with their word. And like, I saw that right away. I thought it was a little shocking that he made such a bold statement, but he didn't break the law or anything. Technically, it was like under the rule book, as long as you're not committing war crimes, that was not a war crime, right? You can still do that. Because he made it only uninhabitable for humans, right? Everyone else, all the other life could basically live there except humans, right? Because we require like oxygen and all this. I don't know, like the scientific part of it, right? But there you go.
Play the clip.
Say what you will about Mr. Trump.
That's what I really like about DS9, right? That there's like a lot of like, oh, well, if you don't do it this way, then you're going, like, that's pretty bad, because like, oh, you know, you're kind of being morally ambiguous, and it's not always like so cut and dry, right? Like, I think one thing about TNG is that it's like very cut and dry, right? A lot of times, not always, but many times. I'm lost at what we're talking about. Oh, sure.
All right, tonight is the White
He brought it up. That's why I just wanted to talk about it.
House Correspondents' Dinner, and for the first time as president, Trump will be attending. He's still traumatized from what happened in 2011. Let's play the clip.
Say what you will about Mr. Trump. He certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
It's pretty much come true. Here's the lie.
By the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but that is what got Trump to run for president. Let that sink in. That scene, that little display of humiliation, as he puts it, got Trump to run for president of the United States. We're in this hellhole because Obama made a joke about that. I'm not even joking, guys. Yeah. It's why like in many ways these people are not admirable, right? These people don't have any sort of like, they just like, it's disgusting. Right? And it's actually disgusting on both, obviously Trump, right? Trump is the biggest one to blame here. But it just shows you that Obama's kind of petty too, right? The stuff with the Romulan was the highlight of TNG. Correct, I agree. I think that the Romulans were good. But yeah, let that sink in, guys, right? This fucking joke got Trump to... This is the reason why we have this shitty timeline. Thank you, Obama. Obamner.
So that right there, that really broke him. That being humiliated by a black man. And, you know, this is why historians and scholars tell us this is why dictators, fascists, strongmen go after comedians first, because they're fragile egos.
It's okay. My ADHD is a pain in the butt. I get lost so easily. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's just like we're talking about, like, we were just talking about like what is considered this and what is moral and stuff, and that's kind of like why I was like I wanted to clarify it, because he was mentioning that in chat. So I understand your ADHD. Sorry about that, girl.
They cannot handle any sort of self-deprecation. They cannot laugh at themselves. And so comedians, we saw that with Kimmel. That's who they go after first. He has been so wounded over Barack Obama poking fun, all light fun, because he's a titty baby. And then all the people surrounding him are titty babies. These men are the biggest bedwetters on the planet. Pumps.
You know, I look at all of this stuff with Trump. He has been trying to feed his ego his whole life. And so all these people are saying, oh, you're funny, your hands are big, you're a great athlete. But it boils down to, look at everything he wants. He wants the Nobel Peace Prize because Obama has it. He tore up the Iran nuclear agreement because Obama did it. He is so jealous of this man. And I'm sure it stems from the fact that he's black, but this was like the stake in the heart. This is where he couldn't take it anymore. All of this suffering because he is such a fragile ego with a teeny weeny peeny mad at a black man. And so we're at war with Iran because he couldn't just keep it in place because of the black man.
Peeny.
Oh,
Josh.
Well, I think we see this time and time again from Trump, and it's like he continues to outdo himself, like with tweets. I mean, we just talked about some post he had about a 20-year-old news article about how great he was on some stupid reality show. I mean, we talked earlier also about different bills that were being proposed to name various things after him. I mean, it's just one thing after another. If anyone attacks him, and like Jennifer said, you know, the comedians, they're the ones that he goes after first, because it strikes a chord with him. Like, he can't just accept any criticism.
He can't laugh at himself.
No,
he just cannot, which is such an unattractive quality when people can't be self-deprecating. And he has surrounded himself by equally broken people who would rather embarrass themselves by heaping this superficial, outright diabolical lies about him, like, oh, you're so smart, you're the greatest president, everything. No, it's bullshit.
I never understood that until like actually like seeing people like make fun of themselves all the time like that, right? It's so true. I agree with Jennifer here. 100% she's right. Like, it is a major turnoff. Not only, like, sexually, obviously, but, like, or romantically, right? But, like, just in terms of what kind of person you are. Oh, that was a good one, too. Trials and Tribulations. Yeah. You guys won't make me want to watch DS9 now.
They all know it's lies. But these people...
But that's, again, it's why it's good, right? It's
are more broken than he is, because to some extent, Trump understands that he's humiliating them and that they go for it. And so according to the Daily Beast, this year, Trump is coming to seek revenge against the press. And just a little personal note, Pumps and I were invited to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and we said, no, thank you.
No, thanks.
And I support all of the independent journalists and content.
I wouldn't fucking go. Even if they rolled out the red carpet, fuck them.
Creators that are going, no critique there. I just didn't want to be there, and I'm trying to talk to people less, not more. But
Same.
I digress. All right. From the Daily Beast, here is what they're reporting about Trump's revenge. Pop this up. Donald Trump will launch a revenge attack on the White House media when he confronts them in person at a Washington dinner on Saturday night, then flee before there can be revenge. He is expected to target publications that he has accused of writing negatively about his administration.
What a bitch! Oh my God! This guy is so hurt. Oh my God. What a So he's gonna basically give it and then just run like a scared little, oh my God. You can't make this shit up, guys.
And his war with Iran, in particular, according to sources. So basically, this is just any Saturday in America.
Yeah, for real.
He does this every single day. He will not shut up about some journalist he's mad at, or the failing New York Times and fake news CNN. So this is just a typical Saturday in America, you know?
Well, and he better block out 3, 4, 5 hours if he's going to detail every media outlet that's been critical of him, because other than Fox and a couple of the other conservative outlets, like nobody has been favorable about his performance as our commander-in-chief as of late.
Yeah, and I will say in that, even though they're not favorable, they sure do a good part in sane washing it.
Absolutely.
They definitely, especially corporate media, not our independent people like us and our peers in independent media, but corporate media does a great job. The president weighing a difficult decision with the Strait of Hormuz in Iran, and they report it like this competent person is sitting behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, and he's just like, pros and cons, and he's got, these smart people around him. None of that is happening.
Mm-hmm.
None of that is happening. He's sitting there coloring on his coloring book of the arch and all sorts of shit, and then practicing his signature, which he enjoys very much doing. And that's what I remember when we were young. Perhaps you get in your diary and you'd write your name and then the guy you wanted to marry's last name over and over in cursive. Every time I see him doing that, I'm like, this is what he's doing.
It's so gross. And here's the deal. If he's not playing golf and talking about how hot the people are that he's playing golf with, I mean, he does.
They're so
here's
hot.
the thing. I'm with Josh. I think
They're so hot. The people that I'm playing golf with are so hot. We're the hottest country ever. Right? That's literally all he does now. It's... That's okay. He'll see it on social media, and the late night comedians will have a field day. Worf made DS9 really nice because he was involved in the roughneck funny scenarios. Well, all those characters are better on DS9, right? Worf is boring on TNG. He just gets beat up all the time. He's way better in DS9, right? Even O'Brien, right? He's better on DS9. Like, come on, guys.
Starts it with, this is for every single fake news outlet, except for Fox, OAN, a couple other. And then I'm a titty baby. Here's the deal. He's not funny. He is not funny.
No.
Yeah, it's going to crash.
He's unintentionally funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he makes a jab, but he thinks people are laughing with him and they're laughing at him. That's true.
Okay. And then we have this weird shit going on the, so the media that he used to love, like Tucker and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens and Alex Jones, they're all like, boo-hoo, we're breaking up with you. You suck. You've got dementia. Your approval rating's 30%.
Right.
We still have a lot of life to live and money to make. Bye. See you later. So now they're shifting. The right-wing media ecosystem is so bizarre. Now we have Tucker promoting alleged child rapist Russell Brand's book. Pop this up. Tucker Carlson posts, we're proud to announce the launch of our new bookstore with Russell Brand's How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. It is the message this country needs most right now. Find it today on, and he lists his website. I don't even want to say it out loud. What do you think about that? Josh?
Okay, I'll tell you what I think about it.
You go, Pumps.
Oh, sorry. Here's the thing. If you want to sit there and tell me that Russell Brand, he's no longer accountable to his crimes against women and children because now he's a Christian in 7 days, I will say his trial in the UK is not going to play like it would in rural Oklahoma or Alabama, because in those Christian circles, it is about forgiveness with no accountability. I'm sorry, God forgave me, and we sweep it under the rug. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's way better there, right?
How people like
Thanks,
Trump
Lily.
on his presidential
I didn't know that Russell Brand, but I'm not surprised.
medal or
you didn't know that, Matt?
Presidential Fitness Award for children. He has a registered sex offender on that. This is a party of sex offenders and sexual deviants from jump. But as long as they say,
100.
well, I'm a Christian, evangelical Christians are so used. Their MO is forgiveness with no accountability. And so Russell Brand writing a book about it, that's exactly what I would expect.
Well, and Josh, I mean, you're a criminal defense attorney. How many times do you have a person who's charged with crimes come into your office and a part of their, defense is, I'm going to get saved again?
And I'm going to write a book about it. I mean, that's immediately would be like, no, you're going to keep your fucking mouth shut for now. But I want to get back to something that sort of catches my attention. It seems like every other story where we cover something Christian, we're also covering some level of pedophilia.
It does.
I mean, it's just like the two go hand in hand. And if you're Tucker and you're going to book a guest that has written a book about Christianity, maybe not get someone like Russell Brand.
Maybe not a pedophile.
Yeah, who's been accused of having sex with minors and just an awful person. But I mean, this shit just goes neck and neck with each other. Like it's one and the same with this group.
And here's Russell Brand on video. Play the clip.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16. And I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger and I was an immature 30-year-old. Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation. I think it is exploitative. I recognize that my sexual conduct in the past was selfish and I did not apply enough consideration, barely any, I suppose, really, to how that sex was affecting other people.
Okay, so here's just what I want to point out here is he has found a place in media where Megyn Kelly made a permission structure for child rapists mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files that 15 or 16 was really not a child. And this is where Russell Brand has found a home. At the same time, you have members of this administration plus their state-sponsored television channel, Fox News, complaining that teen pregnancies are down. Mm-hmm. You have Katie Miller complaining that teenagers are not getting pregnant. So all of this lives in the same space. We're Christians and we want to cover up for men raping 15, 16-year-old little girls. And this is just, they are normalizing this. This is not Megyn Kelly's first rodeo with normalizing this. This all comes on the foothills of the other two reports I mentioned, Katie Miller posting and Fox News complaining about teen pregnancies. And I just want to ask everybody this. When you're around a 15 to 16-year-old girl, and then you think about them being with some rich billionaire, you think about them being with Russell Brand. And if you in some way, shape, or form can make that make sense, then you're probably a pedophile. I mean, there's just no other way around it. It's just not normal. There's nothing normal about this sexualizing of little girls. And you see it it's so common in these Christian circles.
Well, and then you have someone like Megyn Kelly or Tucker Carlson, like you said, normalizing this. And as they're normalizing it, they're also taking the moral high ground of saying that we are the party of religion and of God and of moral clarity. And at the same time, you're doing this, and it's like you want to shake your head and say, where the fuck are we? Like, how do people not see through this? Like, and this gets back into, church and religion and children being molested and there's so much hypocrisy and so many different facets of our society. But for the Republicans, with all of the shit they've got going on, to think that they can take any sort of moral high ground with these types of issues is absolutely preposterous.
All right. And here's an image of Megyn Kelly and Russell Brand smiling and embracing after his podcast appearance. Okay. Here they are with he's got a big cross around his neck. She's got a big cross on, his book there. And this is what I call Christian signaling. This has been a huge component.
It's just like, look at us. We're Christians. Cross, right? They just love the symbolism of it.
Of the MAGA regime's ability to consolidate cult-like support. They accuse the left of virtue signaling, and it's nothing. And that exists to an extent on the left, but it's nothing compared to the Christian signaling and the permission structure it provides for evangelical. That is the core of Trump's base. 90% of evangelicals go and vote for a man who is an adjudicated rapist, a con artist. And you see it. He's not the sole problem. It is a cultural problem within white evangelical America. This is a cultural problem with an assist from Tucker Carlson. I think
this is what I really like about Jennifer is that she talks about these issues and like from her perspective, right? Because she grew up in white evangelical America, and like she's able to like put it together. And I think it's like well said, because especially when you live in the middle of fuck nowhere, Oklahoma, right?
Yeah. For Megyn Kelly, they provide permission structures for men to be able to rape girls.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And then this has been some great news. Finally, there's a poll
Mandaria,
that I'm like, oh my
back.
gosh, pop this up. Fox News poll shows Americans prefer Democrats to Republicans on the economy. They show them at Democrats +4 for the first time since 2010, you guys. This to me is the biggest messaging. Of course, we're anti-Trump, and we have done too many episodes talking about the incompetence of MAGA and Republicans. The biggest thing Democrats need to message is how awful Republicans are on the economy. The Republicans have perpetuated this lie my entire life. We're so good with business. Wealth trickles down. And, I can't vote that way because I'm about business. Republicans are fucking horrible at business. Horrible, horrible. They write checks that their accounts can't cover. And it's always some sort of fuckery with the economy, which is happening right now. These white Republican men are horrible with the economy, and the market is always so much better under Democrats. Those are the facts. And I hope that the Democrats can message outside of being anti-Trump and start messaging on this stuff too, Pumps.
Well, and here's the thing about the Democrats. They're so bad at messaging. Like, this is not new information to people, but it's just now starting to seep through because Trump is so bad. But not only are Republicans bad with the economy, they take money away from Americans and their constituents through SNAP. They call Social Security an entitlement, yet they're willing to spend all this money to go to wars and, you know, bail out other countries. And for me, like, the strongest economy message is we are going to raise the minimum wage. We are going to help you with childcare. We are going to make housing affordable with a plan to do it.
Hybrid Heathen, welcome.
Here's the thing. I'm just a little pessimistic because I just do not see I mean, a handful of Democrats are rising to the occasion that we have right now.
You're turning yourself blonde, Amanda Rhea.
Hopefully, they'll be able to look at this poll and say, okay, now we can talk
Jersey was born blonde and a redhead at the same time.
About how they're trying to take away Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, all of that stuff. But I'm not super optimistic, honestly.
All right, that's all we have. Like, subscribe, comment. We'll be back later with more news.
Gus wants that to be true.
Time for some legal talk.
Depression at the Supreme Court.
That affects us all.
Weirdo.
I believe America's future rests in the hands of the judiciary, and we are about to find out exactly what that means. The U.S. Supreme Court is currently deciding a number of major cases that could fundamentally reshape the balance of power in this country, and the stakes couldn't be higher. A series of cases now before the court could decide what American life feels like for the foreseeable future.
Hey, Kiki, welcome back.
They all have the power to potentially reshape.
How you doing? Welcome.
Shape how we live. First up, redistricting. In Louisiana versus Callias, the High Court is taking up a challenge that could eliminate one of the last remaining protections against efforts to dilute the voting power of Black and Latino communities. At stake, whether voters choose their representatives or politicians choose their voters. At issue is Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and that provision, which has long required states to draw districts giving minority voters a fair shot at electing candidates of their choice. Louisiana Republicans are asking the court to scale that back, and a ruling in their favor could reshape congressional maps across the country before midterm elections. Next on the docket, birthright citizenship. The constitutional guarantee
awesome. Good to hear.
Under the 14th Amendment that grants citizenship to all persons born in the United States. Now, historically, this amendment, along with the 14th and 15th Amendments, were known as the Reconstruction Amendments, and they were intended to fully incorporate former enslaved Blacks as citizens in American society. Legal experts, like my next guest, warn that if the court opens the door, even slightly, it could destabilize a principle that has been settled law for over a century. Next up, the firing of federal officials in Trump v. Slaughter and Trump v. Cook, which are cases involving Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook and Federal Trade Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter. The court will decide whether the president can fire independent officials at will. The stakes are more than just procedural. This case could upend the Federal Reserve and other independent agencies that have been traditionally shielded from politics. Also, on this very important docket, Watson versus RNC, or the case of mail-in ballots. Specifically, whether ballots that are mailed in on time but arrive after Election Day can be counted in election tallies and decide tight races. And finally, a major campaign finance case to keep your eyes on. The National Republican Senatorial Committee versus the Federal Election Commission. At stake is how much national parties can spend in coordination with their candidates and whether caps on spending should exist at all. At a time when wealth all
Do you guys hear all these freaking cases? How crazy this is?
Already dominates our politics. A ruling like this could pour even more fuel on campaign spending. Joining me now are two law professors.
That was unnecessarily loud. Did you guys hear that? Someone fucked up. Oh man.
Joining me now are two law professors and co-hosts of the Strict Scrutiny podcast, Leah Littman and Kate Shaw. Thank you both.
I wouldn't give. I've given up hope that this SCOTUS would do the right thing by us. Yeah, for real. Agreed.
Both for being here. Leah, I want to start with you. The role of the Supreme Court by way of the Constitution is essentially to interpret the law. But it seems like the SCOTUS is really not being bashful about attempting to essentially write law in pursuit of a project. Looking at the docket, taking off my glasses so I can talk to two lawyers, what is the through line here?
I think the through line is really the Supreme Court's power to broadly refashion how our constitutional democracy works. As you were suggesting, when the Constitution was originally created, the Supreme Court was a much more modest institution. For the first 100 or so years of the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court struck down only a handful of federal statutes, and it basically described its authority as trying to effectuate and implement Congress's will. That is not what this Supreme Court does. Instead, it is getting ready to take a slash and burn approach to major federal laws, like the Voting Rights Act, to potentially upend how our elections are conducted. In the Watson absentee ballot case that you noted, we are already living through and seeing so much of what the Supreme Court has done to our democracy with the partisan gerrymandering wars that they've enabled. And this court is not done yet.
Okay, I really want to appreciate the conversation about the VRA that Leah just brought up. And as a civil rights attorney, I'm going to stay there. Let's go to Louisiana and talk about this Calais case and how big its implications are, particularly when we talk about the way that enforcement of the VRA has been curtailed by other rulings with this court. Can you make it plain?
The VRA, just in case, it is the Voting Rights Act, right?
For our audience, what's it?
It's the one of the major pieces of legislation passed in the 1960s.
Stake here.
Sure. So the 1965 Voting Rights Act is one of the single most important legislative achievements
there you go.
Congress has ever made. It fundamentally reshaped aspects of American democracy, making real the promise of both the 14th and in particular the 15th Amendment, which guarantees the right to vote regardless of race. So until the Voting Rights Act, we actually didn't meaningfully have a multiracial democracy in many respects. After the VRA, we did for a time, and the Supreme Court has essentially dismantled one of the key provisions of the Voting Rights Act. That's back in 2013 when the court struck down the pre-clearance regime of the Voting Rights Act, which required states with particularly egregious histories of racial discrimination in voting to get federal approval before changing anything with respect to voting and elections. But back in 2013, when the court struck down that key provision, they said, don't worry, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, a separate provision that bars racial discrimination in voting, continues to implement the kind of goals
and
of
now they're
the
going
Voting
after
Rights
that.
Act and the 15th Amendment. And we are now in 2026, I think, on the cusp of the Supreme Court either severely curtailing or maybe eliminating entirely that last key vestige of the Voting Rights Act. And depending on when they do it, it could really upend the November midterm elections if the court doesn't.
You caught a sunfish.
Doesn't do something to essentially pause the implementation of its ruling. It could throw into question legislative district lines, not only in Louisiana where the case arose, but in a number of other states with this critical midterm election looming.
Kay, I really appreciate the historical context that you gave there to the VRA in terms of its history and being a cornerstone of allowing access to full democracy or more democratic rights, and looking historically at those Reconstruction amendments that I talked about, the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. It does not appear as though the administration is going to get its wishes with respect to the birthright citizenship issue. But Leah, can you talk a little bit about, even if they are not able to overturn the 14th Amendment, even if they lose the birthright citizenship case, how much damage can still be done without having to invalidate any of those Reconstruction amendments that we've been talking about?
So I think it's important to think about this both in terms of the birthright citizenship case itself, as well as the other cases that we've been talking about. So on the birthright citizenship matter in particular, even if the Supreme Court rules against the administration and concludes that the executive order...
The woman who just spoke is married to MSNBC's Chris Hayes. Who, Leia? Or the other lady?
Is plainly inconsistent with the Constitution's guarantee of birthright citizenship, the administration will have succeeded in kind of injecting this issue of birthright citizenship into public discourse and creating real uncertainty about it. It will have produced some unsettlement of this foundation of our constitutional order that has existed for more than a century. So let's say one Supreme Court justice or even 0 Supreme Court justices end up casting their vote with the administration. They have still allowed the country to engage in this more than year-long debate about whether birthright citizenship exists. And
yeah, it's kind of disgusting. It's like, guys, this has been settled. Fuck you. Aren't you the court that believes that things get settled and like we need to conserve this crap? Did you hear that, guys? Right? Like, this is literally conservatives being like, no, the law is there to be put in to keep everything in place, to keep everything with order. And here they are, like, having these debates for a year and a half and not ruling right away, right? When it's clearly constitutional, like, meaning unconstitutional, right? What Trump did.
Who it actually protects when the Constitution is quite clear. And this...
Sorry, wrong. Well, that's what I'm saying is they're hypocrites, right? They're liars.
Supreme Court, even...
The Roberts Court is the worst court of them all, right? Like, it makes, like, Roger Tanning's court, the Taney court look like shit. Look like fucking angels, right? And they were just as bad on many things.
That forces the 14th Amendment in the birthright citizenship case could very well dismantle or effectively nullify so much of the dream and promise of Reconstruction if it dismantles what remains of the Voting Rights Act. As Kate noted, the Voting Rights Act is really what made this country into a multiracial democracy of the kind that Reconstruction envisioned. If the court takes away the legal protections for the political opportunities for minority
I wish they would give a damn about their legacies. Yeah, no.
It will be sending us back to a time when state legislatures wrote rules that effectively locked white voters and white political officials into power. And by doing that, the Supreme Court would be undermining, if not nullifying, a lot of the promise of Reconstruction, even if it upholds the
Yep, and we went over Reconstruction when we watched the documentaries on it.
Principle of birthright citizenship.
Undermining, if not nullifying, I think is a really important segue to the conversation that I want to have with you, Kate, about these sort of emergency shadow docket, emergency shadow opinions. They're not necessarily brief. They're not reasoned. There's no real opinion that's given to them. And we've seen this court begin to use that more and more with this administration. It's hard to think, or not to think rather, that this is somewhat of a siphoning away of power being given to the executive branch by the court that no one seems to want to own. Am I seeing that right? And if not, what is the other way to actually interpret that?
I think that is the right way to see it. This is what the court has done in the last year and change on the shadow docket, has been to effect a large-scale transfer of power to the president and away in many instances from Congress and away from independent agencies. And the court has done it in a way that evades a lot of public scrutiny and debate and criticism of the sort that the cases on the court's ordinary merits docket typically get. So birthright citizenship, the Voting Rights Act, there's a lot of public debate about what the court is thinking, what it's been told, what it might do in those really critically important cases. There is much less attention paid to matters that come to the court on the shadow docket. These are emergency petitions. The orders rather are often issued in the dead of night, sometimes without any legal reasoning whatsoever to justify the bottom line conclusion. And so they're not subject to the same kind of scrutiny. And I think that's incredibly dangerous because they're in many ways every bit as important as the cases the court hears on its merits docket. And in those cases, the shadow docket cases, over 24 times the court has handed down rulings in favor of the Trump administration, and sometimes it's extravagant assertions of executive authority, and it has blessed really unprecedented actions to do things like dismantle foreign aid, allow the president to kick out trans service members from the military, to dismantle essentially public federal agencies like the Department of Education, to allow immigration officials to send to third countries individuals with no relationships with those countries, to cancel temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of individuals. So the list is very long. And I think that quietly and in the background and outside of, again, a lot of public scrutiny, the court has fundamentally changed the allocation of power between the president and Congress and has asserted for itself extraordinary power that I think is damaging and destructive to a healthy system of separated powers and American democracy. We learned a good amount last weekend when the New York Times broke this really important story about what went on behind the scenes in 2016 when the court stayed the Obama administration's Clean Power Plan. And we saw then the court evaluating very differently the interests at stake than we are, I think, appearing to see in the more recent shadow docket orders again and again in favor of the Trump administration that without explanation side with the presidency and presidential power.
All right, Kiki submitted this. Thank you very much, Kiki.
Danger is if that relationship fractures. If they go to war in the Pacific, what you're witnessing
this is the foreign minister to Singapore. That's cool.
Now in the Strait of Hormuz is just a dry run. If you ask China, who is your largest source of foreign investments, you will find, ask them yourself, and you will find Singapore in that short list. So are we exquisitely positioned to take advantage of developments in both America and China? We are. The biggest variable is not just what happens in the Middle East, but what happens in the Pacific, which links to the other point you alluded to. What has changed? Where is the future? Is the future just more oil and gas? Or is the future the geostrategic relationship between China and the United States? The revolution in AI, the revolution in biotechnology, and the revolution in renewable energy. On all those counts, I would submit to you, the real action is in the Pacific.
Yeah, and like I really like this because we talk like a lot about technology, right? And it's like technology is going to be the thing that gets us to a post-scarcity world, right? Like the reason we fight all these wars is for resources and because we live in a scarcity world, right? Like look at it. Oil, natural gas, right? If all that could just be converted to more sustainable fuel sources, right? And ones we could all individually have in any country, essentially, right? Most of that conflict would go away, right? We could work together. We could be more cooperative with one another. But AI is the same thing, right? The less people, as long as it benefits the vast majority of people, right? AI could definitely lead to a world where we get a lot more free time And we don't have to work shitty jobs we don't give a fuck about, right? We could easily have a UBI, right? But these are all things that like we have to want as a society. You can't just like create them and give them to certain people, because then certain people like that are just going to use it to enrich themselves, right? And this is like where I'm kind of hopeful on technology, guys. Like I don't like AI the way it's being used now, but I could see a future where AI and all this stuff, right? Clean energy and all this stuff would be really beneficial for people, right? And I like that. See, like, God, I wish we had a foreign minister like that, a secretary of state like that. In fact, we have the opposite, right? It's pathetic. It's so pathetic. Ugh. Thank you very much for that video. Thank you, Kiki. Whoever made this is extremely based.
Listen up, losers. Stop pretending it's a democracy. We run things. Give up the illusion, and in exchange, we will bring you order and efficiency.
Exactly.
Yes, we'll own you. But do you really want to be free? Trust us. We know what to do. While Silicon Valley was feeding you dope and free email, we built the architecture of empire. Welcome to our world, motherfuckers. We aren't here to protect your privacy. We are here to enforce supremacy. We are the ledger now. Every tax return, every Medicaid file, every license plate, every crossing. Your president signed it into being with a pen in March. You kept scrolling. Your politicians are empty vessels. Your civil liberties are a liability. We are done pretending all cultures are equal. We know who the elites are, we know what we are building, and we demand that you applaud the billionaires taking the reins where your fragile democracies have failed. Welcome to the technological republic. You can stop scrolling now. We already have everything we need. Try to unplug us. We dare you. Now get the fuck out of here, you peasant.
Yeah, this is the opposite of what I was just saying, right? He's advocating for the opposite. He's literally advocating for like techno peasants. I enjoy his glitches. Yeah, his glitches are hilarious. That was hilarious. Oh my God. Whoever made this was like right on the nose, right? Perfect. Perfect. So like the opposite of this in every way. Too based. I know, right, Michael? Like I just gave like a monologue, right? About how we need to have this technology implement like across for everyone as much as possible, right? So people in China, people around the world don't have to do these boring, really repetitive, detrimental effects of their health jobs, right? Because let's be honest, China's absorbed most of our manufacturing base, right? And like a lot of people work 12 to 13, 14 hours there. And it's just not like, it's not sustainable, guys. None of this is sustainable. So like we need to move away from that model, right? To something, not this, because this would be even worse in many ways, right?
Listen up, losers.
I might have to clip this. It's so good.
Stop pretending it's a democracy. We run things. Give up the illusion, and in exchange, we will bring you order and efficiency. Yes, we'll own you. But do you really want to be free?
But who's going to work the factories? God, Gus. True.
While Silicon Valley was feeding you dope and free email, we built the architecture of empire. Welcome to our world, motherfuckers. We aren't here to protect your privacy. We are here to enforce supremacy.
So good.
We are the ledger now. Every tax return, every Medicaid file, every license plate, every crossing. Your president signed it into being with a pen in March. You kept scrolling. Your politicians are empty vessels. Your civil liberties are a liability. We are done pretending all cultures are equal. We know who the elites are, we know what we are building, and we demand that you applaud the billionaires taking the reins where your fragile democracies have failed. Welcome to the technological republic. You can stop scrolling now. We already have everything we need. Try to unplug us. We dare you. Now get the fuck out of here, you peasant.
It's so funny that, like, I use that all the time as a joke, and it's literally like what's going on here, right? That's literally what they think of us as peasants. Oh my god. Thank you, Divine Misty, for that gem. That was amazing. Thank you, girl.
To send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary. These procedures are an archaic bourgeois detail.
That was amazing.
This is a revolution, and a revolutionary must become a cold, killing machine motivated by pure hate. We must create the pedagogy of the Perdón. This is a quote that was uttered by the evil, monstrous revolutionary figure Ernesto Che Guevara, who supposedly would take breaks from eating babies every now and then to cook up callous, cold passages like this. Or at least that's what his detractors want you to believe. But honestly, they want you to believe a whole bunch of unsubstantiated bullshit about him.
Che Guevara said, is a direct quote from Che, this piece of crap.
Che Guevara? Was he the Cuban guy?
Said to send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary, is what Che Guevara said.
Che, the revolutionary, he once executed a 12-year-old for being too anti-revolutionary.
And a revolutionary must become a cold killing machine motivated by pure hate. We must create a pedagogy of the Perdón, that's the execution wall.
Shot him in the face, bro.
From apparently shooting 12-year-olds to teaching people life lessons through the utilization of the execution wall, some of these accusations are so cartoonishly evil that it shouldn't take you long to sense that something is up. And it goes beyond just fabricating stories about the guy. It's become a pastime for his detractors to completely make up quotes and then attribute them to him. For example, this one, "We are going to do for blacks what blacks did for the revolution," by which I mean nothing, is thrown around willy-nilly despite there being no primary source to substantiate it, and despite the fact that Che's actions contradict it. From sacrificing his personal safety to aid in Congolese liberation movements when he could have just retired with a comfortable government job in Havana, to denouncing apartheid at the UN, to fighting racism and segregation in Cuba immediately after his revolutionary government assumed power, this quote does not comport with the historical record. But of all the horseshit quotes attributed to Che Guevara, none is more infamous than this one, the one we started the video with and the one we're tackling today. This quotation holds a special place in my heart for two reasons. First, it's constantly being hurled at me on Twitter and in my YouTube comments by Che haters who seem to have an aversion to doing their own research and actually verifying the information they spread. And secondly, despite all the work I've done debunking the various lies surrounding Che and Cuban history, I've never actually taken the time to properly deconstruct this fabricated quote the way I've always wanted to. So today we're going to do just that. We'll talk about where this quotation comes from, how it was constructed by taking pieces of real Che Guevara writings and blending them with either hyperbolic retellings of his life or just straight up fabrications, forming this apocryphal Frankenstein of a passage. Just to let you know from the jump, this video is not actually about Che Guevara, and my goal here isn't really to defend him. I've already done so in great detail in my past videos, and I don't want to repeat myself here. But for those who may have missed those past videos of mine and still hold unchallenged and incorrect beliefs about Che being a mass murderer or whatever, please allow this quote from John Lee Anderson, the foremost scholar on Guevara who wrote the definitive account of his life, suffice. I have yet to find a single credible source pointing to a case where Che executed an innocent. Those persons executed by Guevara or on his orders were condemned for the usual crimes punishable by death at times of war or in its aftermath: desertion, treason, or crimes such as rape, torture, or murder. I should add that my research spanned 5 years and included anti-Castro Cubans among the Cuban-American exile community in Miami and elsewhere. Anderson also notes in his book on the matter that Che was scrupulous about weighing the evidence when dealing with the tribunals he oversaw in the wake of the revolution, and that he didn't come to his decisions lightly when dishing out justice, despite the fact that the population wanted the war criminals from the past US-backed dictatorial regime punished immediately. But like I said, this video is not about that. It's about media literacy. My goal is to show you guys how an untruth, either an embellishment or even a complete fabrication, can be propagated with ease and believed by so many, even well-intentioned, individuals. So for the remainder of this video, I will trace down the origin of this quote, explain how it was assembled, and how it was propagated to the point of being a mainstream, supposed Che Guevara quote.
Yeah.
This man right here is Humberto Fontova. He's an author, blogger, political commentator, polemicist, and a member of the Cuban exile community in the US. He didn't start his career as a political historian, a scholar, a researcher, or anything of the sort. He started his career by building a public persona based on obnoxious, macho posturing and outdoor blood sports. He would write for magazines like Louisiana Sportsman and Bowhunter, and his early books reflected these interests of his. In 2001, he published The Helldiver's Rodeo, a deadly extreme scuba diving spearfishing adventure amid the offshore platforms in the murky waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Pretty much all of his books boast ridiculous titles, by the way. But this 2001 release was actually greeted with some praise from figures in his niche. Publishers Weekly called it entertaining, and the Times-Picayune dubbed it an orgy of political incorrectness. That's awesome. I'm so happy this guy ended up LARPing as a historian and covering super sensitive topics.
Yeah.
In 2003, he followed up with another book called The Hell Pig Hunt, a hunting adventure in the wild wetlands at the mouth of the Mississippi River by middle-aged lunatics who refused to grow up. A book about hunting feral hogs that was equally edgy and filled with performative machismo. So much so that by 2001, Fontova was regularly appearing on Bill Maher's television program, Politically Incorrect. Now, what I've told you thus far isn't really that much of an issue. So what? A guy used to be a bombastic, braggadocious douchebag entertainer, and then he decided to get into journalism and history. There's no law prohibiting that, and it's kind of pretentious to act as though someone with his background could never put forth substantive work in the fields of history or politics. But the issue with Fontova is that he pretty much just transposed his established, edgy, rhetorical style onto his historical subjects. The same aggressive, mocking tone he took in his earlier books about skinning deers and shooting boars with the boys was soon weaponized against Fidel Castro or Che Guevara or the American political left as a whole. Here's a couple of examples for you. In The Hell Pig Hunt, a hunting adventure in the wild wetlands at the mouth of the Mississippi River by middle-aged lunatics who refuse to grow up, Fontova tells a story of his college-aged daughter who threatens to sue him for abuse based on what her sociology professor taught her, and Humberto retorts, "To hell with that dingbat. Probably a D-word? too. Now get me some more wine." There's also the time when someone breaks into his house and his first thought is not fear nor the safety of his family. Rather, he is thrilled about the prospect of being able to legally kill someone. When his sister-in-law tells him not to shoot the intruders, he goes, "The hell with that." He likes to start a lot of sentences with that, by the way. "The hell with that. I'm gonna shoot up a storm. Not every day you get to jump on some scumbags and a legal excuse to splatter their guts around. The saps had no idea they were walking into a goddamn armory. Ha! Can't wait to see their eyes when they look down this barrel. I'll scatter their brains all over my den. Hell, we're insured." Now, this on its own is not really a big deal, but take a look at his rhetoric when he's dealing with serious historical figures. It doesn't change. When Fidel got going, Che Guevara would shrink up in a corner like a whimpering little puppy. I almost felt sorry for that Argentine assassin, jackass, and, as became increasingly evident, wimp. Or this one. Che Guevara was monumentally vain and epically stupid. He was shallow, boorish, cruel, and cowardly.
Yeah, and this is the problem I have, right? Like, the really good historians are boring. Right? They tell you like history on what it's very non-emotional, right? Or like they just give you the facts of stuff and then it kind of gives you, like, they'll throw out a few like kind of situations out there and they'll be like, "What do you think about this?" Right? It's not in this like flowery fucking like English paper, like almost like a novel way of writing history, right? This clearly isn't history, right? This is just like, it's just he's just writing like an English paper or something like that, right? And the assignment is to be very flowery with your language, very like visual. Does that make sense?
He was full of himself, a consummate fraud and an intellectual vacuum. He was intoxicated with a few vapid slogans, spoken cliches, and was a glutton for publicity. But he did come out nice in a couple of publicity photos, high cheekbones and all, and we wonder why he's a hit in Hollywood. Or Che was a revolutionary Ringo star who, by pure chance, fell in with the right bunch and rode their coattails to world fame. I hope you guys can see This is a questionable guy to be learning history from. He's extremely mad all the time. He's a fucking grump. He's belligerent, and he's so obviously bitter and emotional to the point where he can't possibly...
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's very, like, opinionated, right? And, like, the good historical sources you should be writing are kind of just... They just tell you the events, right? And maybe they give you, like different perspectives, but they just tell you the events, right? Like they're not, you don't hear any of this stuff. The minute I read stuff like this, I just immediately roll my eyes, because this isn't like why you read history books, right? Like you should never be reading history books like this. And if you need it, it means you're sort of like, it's very emotional, right? And history should just be based on facts, right? And I think a lot of people need emotion, so he's clearly one of those people who does. And like, it shouldn't be about that. It should be about finding the truth, right? A good history book is an editorialized bingo, in other words. Yeah.
Be a reliable source. It's so bad that when author Rolf Potts reviewed one
Facts without emotions. Exactly. Yeah. Like you need to be... There's way too much emotion in all this, right? Like a scared little puppy on the corner. It's like, excuse me, what?
His books.
This guy's like writing an English paper, and it sounds really ridiculous, right? And this is somebody who's written a lot of like historical papers. I told you I wrote that one Wikipedia article that is still around. I've obviously read a lot of this stuff myself. We've watched like actual historians debate this stuff, right? Even when it comes to like the have you noticed some of the stuff that we watch, like with like slavery and stuff? You see like all the sides presented, but all the sides basically agree on many of the facts, right? They just have different, like slightly different perspectives. One is like slightly like more like this, and one is is maybe like slightly more in this direction, right? A judgy duck, yeah. Oh, how the worm has turned fucking hypocrites. Yep. Nothing. Facts don't care about your feelings. Well, then that's what I'm saying. Like, I think this is 100%. He's really onto something here. Like, you should not be reading history from a guy that uses this kind of flowery language, right? Now, if it's like a book, like say if it's like a television script or something, right? That's different, because you want people. It's weird, right? It's weird. For some reason, we've sort of gone the other way, right? Like, history books are now flowery and like expressive and emotional, and scripts, TV shows, movies are like boring, bonk you over the head, and tell you how the facts are like. It's really kind of strange if you really start to think about it, right? And it's really like the opposite. Like, a good script is supposed to like give you an allegory, put it in a story, so then you have to kind of dissect like what's going on, right? While a good history book is the opposite, right? It gives you the facts, and then you're like, based on fact A, B, and C, this is true. I could see maybe why some people are debating this, and this, but overall, I'm going to say that this is what happened, right? That's really like how history works.
I repeat, that could. I'm going to say it once again, that could never.
Not conservatives, no. And that's the problem, right? Because they're conservatives. Ultimately, this is what conservatives try to do in the long term, right? All right, let's see. Who's the real MVP twists of Che's words? Oh, man, that's a good one.
He rightfully described it as slightly schizophrenic. But Umberto's emotional disposition aside, The real issue with his work is that his methodology is flawed. He relies almost entirely on uncorroborated exile testimonies and anecdotal accounts without cross-referencing them against archival evidence or applying any of the basic...
Yeah, you're supposed to, as a historian, right? You're supposed to read like a lot of first-hand accounts, right? Don't rely on like testimony and shit. You're supposed to look at like factual sources, cross corroborate, especially when you're dealing with like these like more recent events. Don't rely on like people's words, right? Like this, like these testimonials like this is very, like, the police don't even do this, right? They do to a certain degree, but like if they have to have more evidence is what I'm saying, right?
Methodological safeguards historians use to account for bias, memory, and ideological distortion. A consequence of this behavior is that Fontova ends up acting...
TLD or my opinions are objectively facts because I type words objectively in all caps and also look at my rolling laugh emojis. Exactly. I'm not mad. You're mad. Bingo, right? That's them to a T. Yeah, exactly. Like people like this, Humberto, right?
Not as a rigorous historian, but as a stenographer for Cuban exiles who lost a political battle and fled the island.
Bingo.
Maybe they were plantation owners or friends of the Batista regime, or maybe something else entirely.
Bingo.
Not all oral testimonies are reliable. In fact, in the context of the Cuban Revolution, uncorroborated exile testimonies are notoriously unreliable, and this phenomenon is well documented by historians and even CIA officials like Robert D. Chapman, who himself is not a fan of Che and Castro and is anti-communist. He's a CIA agent, for fuck's sakes. But Chapman served extensively in Cuba during the revolution, and he has written reviews about Cuban exile literature and its inherent unreliability. In his review of Fontova's Exposing the Real Che Guevara and the Useful Idiots Who Idolize Him, another wonderfully titled banger from our boy, Chapman writes, "In the United States, the Cuban Revolution is written mainly from the loser's perspective. I have long wondered whether this is a certain genre of exile writings, with readers left to separate anger and exaggeration from truth. Having served in Cuba with the CIA during those hectic times, my views are both personal and experiential. During the 1950s Cuban Revolution, a source would report to me the sighting of a guerrilla force of 100 men. Through experience, I learned to divide the sighted number by 5 and know that even 20 was too high, and I would shade the figure to 15 or 17. In most cases, it too was too high. I would be told that the government had killed a local Cuban businessman and run over his dead body with a truck. I wrote a report of his horrific murder and the next day met the reported victim in the coffee shop. I hurried to the office to retrieve the report from the outgoing mail. These were not uncommon events. See, Fontova is a member of the Cuban diaspora in America, and his primary motivation is a political one. He selectively seeks out exaggerated testimonies from other exiles and presents them as fact without doing the due diligence of corroborating. He treats emotionally charged testimonies from people who lost a political battle, the Cuban Revolution, which had the support of up to 90% of the population, by the way, as fact. As a result, his body of work is entirely insulated from academic peer review, and his books are published by weird conservative imprints. He has such little respect in the fields of academia, journalism, and history that other serious scholars want little to do with him. He spends his time picking fights with serious and actually accredited scholars like the aforementioned John Lee Anderson, who had unprecedented access to Cuban archives and classified personal writings of Che Guevara, and who authored what is considered the authoritative biography on Che. I mean, not even Wikipedia editors want Fontova's works used as a source because he's so obnoxiously unreliable and sloppy. With a quick glimpse at the archive...
Yeah. Yep. And that is kind of cool about Wikipedia, is that it's like very democratic, right? It can be kind of bad in certain circumstances, but how you have to look at this. All right.
Of past discussions.
Oh no. Oh no. DW? Oh yeah, we saw this. Oh no, that was the other one we saw. Yeah, that's awesome. Holy shit.
Epstein emailed Maxwell saying, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." Maxwell replied saying,
Wow. This part we saw them doing that. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Whoops.
Regarding the Wikipedia page for Che Guevara.
Thank you.
You can see the editors literally comparing Fontova's books to Holocaust denial and flat earth theory. Not exactly the most credible guy. Now, I'm sure you guys can guess where I'm going with this. In the year 2004, our boy Humberto wrote a piece called Che Guevara, Assassin and Bumbler. And it starts off by talking about the book Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and its creator, Lewis Carroll. Fontova goes on to elaborate
One of my
on
favorite books, if not like the idea of it, right? Like this has led to so many other creations, right? There's like 15 versions of Alice in Wonderland, right? And like the concept of, yeah, it's awesome.
That Lewis Carroll concocted by calling it a place where the sentence comes first and the verdict afterward, where people who protest the madness are sentenced to death themselves. What lunacy. And in case it isn't yet obvious, Fontova is comparing the fantasy realm of Carroll's book to post-revolutionary Cuba under Fidel Castro. Fontova literally goes on to say that if Lewis Carroll could teleport to 1959 Cuba, he would have heard Che Guevara say, "To send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary. These procedures are an archaic bourgeois detail. This is a revolution, and a revolutionary must become a cold killing machine motivated by pure hate. We must create the pedagogy of the
Okay. So he just made up a quote. Does everyone get that? God, I hate people like this. Okay.
Paragon, the execution wall. And that is the first ever appearance of the now infamous quote attributed to
that
Che.
He never said.
Seemingly
because he was a doctor. He was, right? Oh my God. God damn it.
This is situation so thought up by Humberto Fontova, where the author of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll, time travels to 1959 Cuba.
And we're treating that as a fact. Yeah.
Here's Che say some cartoonish...
Thank God I've never heard this quote. So... shows you kind of like... if it depends on what you watch, right? Or what you read.
Evil shit. Fontova doesn't even seem to be trying to present this quote as a historical reality. It reads like he's just dramatizing and setting the stage for his hit piece article. He provides no citation, no context for the supposed Che quote, no primary Spanish text, no date. He doesn't mention who relayed this information to him, where or why Che supposedly said this, or anything at all. It's literally a fictitious quote that he concocted in a hypothetical scenario.
Right, like what he's saying is like in an essay or like a thesis, right? What you're supposed to do is Che Guevara would say this because X, Y, and Z. Right? Let me give you an example. Che Guevara would say this because in this circumstance, he said, who cares about judicial correctness, right? Or whatever. Or judicial, like, process. We need to, like, fight the revolution without judicial stops, right? Something like that would be like, okay, yeah, I kind of see where you're going with this, if he said that, right? And then you would back that up with another quote of his being like, it's okay to stop, to just like expedite court hearings, because we're not trying to do court hearings, we're trying to fund a revolution or something like that, right? Like, you have to back it up with actual sources, stuff he said, you know, his journal entries, like, oh, in this journal entry, he talked about how he doesn't like how government is tied down by like habeas corpus, right? that would be like, oh, okay, maybe he doesn't like habeas corpus, right? Maybe he doesn't like these kind of things, right? All that, but like that alone isn't enough to prove your point. Like, you can't just say one time he said this and then extrapolate and make this entire thing, right? But he doesn't even do that. He just jumps right to it. He makes up he's literally like, this is sci-fi, right? Like, this is like the shittiest version of sci-fi writing, right? He's saying he time traveled, and he would have told Lewis Carroll, and like Lewis Carroll would have been told something like that. Huh? For what? Okay. Bye, Amanda Rio. Do you see where we're going with this? Huh?
Guy who died in 1898 time travels to 1959 Cuba and overhears Che utter some bloodthirsty shit. All to set the tone for his dog and overhears Che 1890.
Yeah, he died in 1898. Wow.
Time travels to 1959 Cuba and overhears Che utter some bloodthirsty shit. All to set the tone for his dog shit essay.
It's an essay.
Now,
and
when you
this is the thing, right? Essays, thesis, and like actual work, like you have to know what you're talking about, right? You have to cite your sources. You can't just like do what he just did here.
Form a Che Guevara detractor about the dubious origin of this fictitious quote, they will almost never concede that they were wrong. Instead, they'll typically move the goalposts and argue that certain parts of this fictitious quote are based on Che's writings and speeches. This is a completely different argument than presenting the original quote as something Che wrote or said, and it does hold some truth. This passage is the result of blending together complete fabrications with real but entirely decontextualized and embellished Guevara quotes. So for this part of the video, I will trace down the origins of all the pieces of this fake passage and show you how it was thought up and assembled. How the quote was constructed. Part 1. To send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary. These procedures are an archaic, bourgeois detail. This is a revolution, is the first leg of this fictitious Che Guevara quote. Now, despite exhaustive searches into Che Guevara's diaries, writings, private letters, and speeches, this exact quote does not appear anywhere. That's because it's not really something Che said. These few sentences are completely fabricated and are Fontova's attempt to summarize oral testimonies of Cuban exiles into a fictionalized blurb. This is something he does. He will rely heavily on the uncorroborated word of individuals who fled Cuba and present their emotionally charged testimonies as fact. Remember what we said earlier when discussing ex-CIA agent Robert Chapman. These oral testimonies come from individuals who found themselves on the losing end of a popular revolution. Obviously, this doesn't apply to everyone who left Cuba, but it's a notable phenomenon.
It doesn't.
These people are often emotionally driven, and as Chapman recounted for us, highly uncredible and inclined to lie. That's why corroborating these testimonies is what separates a real historian from an Umberto Fontova, whose main objective is to amplify diaspora grievances. When we take a look at the credible works in the field of the Cuban Revolution, we find that Che Guevara was actually very careful as to not execute people without fair deliberation, and that those who were dealt the death penalty were the worst war criminals of the Batista regime, guilty of rape, murder, and torture. According to Anderson, the Cuban public was in a lynching mood in the aftermath of the revolution and thought that the tribunals were too benign. Yet Che acted as a moderating figure. He was highly meticulous so as to ensure that no one was wrongfully executed, and he even prevented personal vengeance by explicitly forbidding any rebels who had been mistreated or tortured under Batista from passing judgment on their former tormentors. Che instructed his team to moderate the more bloodthirsty prosecutors, who always asked for death, and he assured that every case was deeply analyzed and required witness testimonies. And in case you think Anderson is some communist or Marxist source, he's not. He's a guy who has described his past works as straight down the center. And he's even criticized the political left for clinging on to romantic notions. He's just a serious scholar who actually treats his craft with the respect it deserves. I say all of...
Yeah, the left does this too, right? I always try to be very, I try to give, it's not like both sides. I just try to be more objective in this stuff, right? A lot of people on the left will be like, well, let me give you an example, right? the Civil War was not fought for like slavery, right? Or it wasn't fought to free black people. Yeah, kind of true, at least at the beginning when it comes to Lincoln. But a lot of people in the Union, right, especially up north, who were much younger, really did believe in fighting for equality of black people, right? And is it really that hard to believe? Right? Like, young people today are more like left-wing and more optimistic on what they can do with stuff. So, like, if you just extrapolate that throughout history, you're going to find out that, yeah, younger generations are more like idealistic and they're willing to fight for a better future, right? It's not that fucking unbelievable. And it actually points out to people like Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., right? Like, he honestly, he was a Supreme Court justice, right? He joined as like a very wealthy, he came from, nice, a moon carb. He fought he fought in the war, and he was like he came from a wealthier family, and he really believed that, like, he was fighting for the freedom of black people, right? Now, did everyone in the Union believe that? No. Right? There were a lot of like Irishmen, right? Irish immigrants, right? Who were like, I don't care. Like, why am I fighting for the freedom of black people, right? There were a lot of Northerners who just probably didn't care as much. There were Northerners who were like, yeah, I don't agree with slavery and we shouldn't have it, but we need it, right? So there was like a large variety of opinions, right? And to just like blanket it and be like, oh no, all of them just were like, all of them supported slavery, or all of them were like this, kind of like ruins the point of history, right? Like that, and it cheapens like the struggle, right? It really does. It cheapens the struggle. So that's why, like, this happens on the left too. But people on the right do it way more, right? And they certainly love this crap. Oh, I'm sorry. Losing a dog is one of the deepest pains. I'm sorry.
This to say, the first leg of this fictitious quote is not only a complete unsourced fabrication inspired by unreliable oral testimonies of Cuban exiles, but it's actually contradicted by the historical record. Part 2. And a revolutionary must become a cold, killing machine motivated by pure hate. This is the only part of the quote that is actually derived from Che's writings, but unfortunately for his haters, it's bastardized and decontextualized to a point where it doesn't relay its original meaning at all. This quote is derived from something Che wrote in his very well-known text, Message to the Tricontinental. In this piece, Che is calling upon the exploited peoples of the world to fight back against their tormentors and oppressors. He invokes the revolutionary spirit and the resilience of the Vietnamese and argues that all oppressed peoples of the world should take notes. This essay is a call to resist imperialism, exploitation, and colonialism through solidarity and armed struggle. Che rightfully assesses that the enemy of the exploited peoples of the global south is imperialism, and he urges that the oppressed fight back against their oppressors. It's a call to self-defense first and foremost. With that context out of the way, here is the real, authentic Che Guevara quote that Fontova bastardized. The beginnings will not be easy. They shall be extremely difficult. All the oligarchy's powers of repression, all their capacity for brutality and demagoguery will be placed at the service of their cause. Our mission in the first hour shall be to survive. Later, we shall follow the perennial example of the guerrilla, carrying out armed propaganda, in the Vietnamese sense, that is, the bullets of propaganda, of the battles won or lost but fought against the enemy. The great lesson of the invincibility of the guerrillas taking root in the dispossessed masses, the galvanizing of the national spirit, the preparation for harder tasks, for resisting even more violent repressions, hatred as an element of the struggle, a relentless hatred of the enemy, impelling us over and beyond the natural limitations that man is heir to, and transforming him into an effective, violent, selective, and cold-killing machine. Our soldiers must be thus. A people without hatred cannot vanquish a brutal enemy. In Fontova's version, the phrase, cold-killing machine motivated by pure hate, is stripped from its context, where Che is explicitly arguing from a position of self-defense. And even then, Fontova finds a way to make it sound psychotic and cruel by rewording Che's original text and even omitting important words, like selective. In Che's original text, he argues that those fighting back against their oppressors need to feel a sense of hate in order to fully vanquish a brutal and aggressive enemy and defend themselves. But Che also argues that one needs to be a selective killing machine. By removing that one word, Fontova makes it seem as though Che is out here indiscriminately killing, when that's actually the complete opposite of what Che wrote. He wrote about selectivity and precision in the face of repelling foreign aggression. This is a very clear example of Fontova being a dishonest actor. It's funny because I often get comments and tweets from people who send me Che's message to the Tricontinental and argue that Fontova's made-up Che quote exists in it.
Yeah, that's guys, and we were just talking about that with Gaius, right? Like, even with the Solosis 3 thing that he was talking about, right? Like, you have to pay attention to words. Pay attention to words, right? Like, in that sentence, the key word is selective, right? Right? Even in the Solosis 3 argument that he gave, I was like, yeah, but he even said it. He was like, inhabitable to humans. Humans, that's the key word, right? That means all of their life is fine. And I was right, see, because we even looked it up. Right? And this is why I say, like, it's really important to pay attention to, like, it's something you learn when you read, like, a lot of these kind of, like, more dry texts, right? No, I'm not like calling them out in a bad way, right? I'm just giving an example, right? Like, you have to be very, before you accuse someone of being like a war criminal, right? In this case, it doesn't matter because like it doesn't exist, right? But it's an example, it's an allegory, right? Always look at like the words people are using, right? And that's why I say, like, in that sentence, I immediately picked that up, right? But that's because I'm always like looking for words like that, right? The other day, somebody also did that a few months ago, right? They said, like, this is gonna happen. And then I looked at their statement and I was like, dude, it says it may happen. May means 50-50, maybe.
Which is honestly just kind of sad because it shows that these people can't even take 15 minutes to read an extremely short essay. I mean, look at this shit. It's well documented that Che ordered and participated in executions. Quote, to send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary. A revolution must become a cold killing machine motivated by pure hate. That's a direct quote from Che. Source it then. Che Guevara message to the Tricontinental. Did you even read this? The quote does not appear in it. You know,
it really doesn't.
It's a real quote. You're just choosing not to believe it. The Ministry of Truth would love you. Post it then. I like how you went from Che never killed anyone to prove this quote. I know it's sourced from a book, but Che never wrote it down himself, so it's fake. All you have to do is prove that the quote exists in the essay you sourced. You have to prove that Che wasn't a killing machine.
There you go. All right.
And to be fair, John is far from the only idiot to do this. But it's important.
This is what I was just talking to you about, Josephus. He never says he's a war criminal. He never says that word. See, you're literally proving my point in this whole thing. He never calls himself that. He says he's very guilty on what he did with the Romulans, but the Solosis 3 argument doesn't make sense because that's not what happened. And this is exactly what's going on here with what you're saying. He says he feels really bad what he did with the Romulans, which I agree with you there.
Those of us who actually care about the truth are equipped to deal with these people. Part 3.
And this is where I'm like, guys, you have to be really careful about just saying,
We must create the pedagogy.
Exactly. He doesn't say that because he's not a war criminal. He's not one. He's not one. He has a secret that he holds, and he's like, yeah, I feel
did
bad.
An enormous amount of study on gorillas. He studied under Deanne Fossey. It was at lunch one day when he was sharing lettuce with his buddy Buddy, the gorilla, that he started to realize that Comcast was possible. Buddy encouraged him to pursue his dreams. Within years, Gus X brought Comcast to you, chat. You can take advantage of the Comcast visuals only when you subscribe. So do it, chat. Do it now.
The Paradon. I don't even know what to say here, man. There's literally no source for this anywhere. It doesn't exist in any of Guevara's writings or speeches. It's just a complete fabrication circulated by Cuban exiles like Fontova, who present no primary source or information about where or when Che supposedly said this. And as we've already gone over, it's historically inaccurate. Che was not indiscriminately killing people, and the tribunals he oversaw were handled with professionalism and care, according to serious scholars on the matter like Anderson and historian Paco Ignacio Taibo II, who notes that the civilian tribunal didn't even pass death sentences. Only the military one did. This means that the only people sentenced to death by Guevara and his team were literally Batista militants or police officers guilty of horrific crimes against humanity that would carry a death penalty almost anywhere else. About 1 year after Fontova published Assassin and Bumbler and brought this fabricated quote into existence, another interesting figure, T.O.A. Baboon, was finishing
Divine Misty.
his own book.
I mean, but that's the point of the show, right? It's supposed to get you kind of riled up about these topics, right? But like, I listen to people's words, right? And it clearly, like, it was written in a way that was carefully constructed, where if you pay attention to the words, I can see people being upset about it, but this in itself doesn't actually create that, right? And that's like his point with this, is that I think people get very, very like caught up on the emotions of stuff, and it's just not the truth, right? Especially with the Solosis 3 thing, right?
About Cuba. Baboon is also a Cuban-American exile with a strong dislike for the Cuban government.
Oh,
He's
God,
a businessman,
of course.
human rights advocate, and an evangelical philanthropist. And in 2005, he and his co-author, historian Victor Andrés Trier, published The Cuban Revolution, Years of Promise. Now, this book stays true to the tradition of Cuban exile literature insofar as it is poorly sourced, sloppily put together, and primarily motivated by the author's priors. And the reason I say this is because on page 57 of the book, there's a quote attributed to Che Guevara that reads, "To send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary. These procedures are an archaic bourgeois detail. This is a revolution, and a revolutionary must become a cold killing machine motivated by pure hate. We must create the pedagogy of the Paradon." And when you check the citation for this supposed Guevara quote, you're directed to Humberto Fontova's Assassin and Bumbler. I hope I don't have to explain how monumental this is. Here you have a book written by a so-called philanthropist, human rights advocate, and a purported historian who, knowingly or not, pulled a slanderous fabricated quote from an essay written by a complete crackpot who himself provided no citation for the quote
cinema
in the original essay. This is a perfect example of how a total fabrication, birthed out of nothing but ideology and bitterness, can be academically laundered by equally unserious and nefarious actors who just so happen to boast credentials but fail to use them responsibly. Once this quote appeared in a published book, it was scraped and indexed by online databases and quote repositories like Goodreads and WikiQuote. Though, to WikiQuote's credit, it actually does flag this as an unsourced passage that shouldn't be taken seriously. But that disclaimer does not stop figures like Ben Shapiro or our boy John or anyone else whose mind is already made up about Guevara from amplifying an apocryphal quote.
Judicial proof is not necessary.
By simply searching the quote on Google, you'll be greeted with countless articles and blog posts propagating this lie from smaller, lesser-known outlets like whatever this is, the Classical Historian and the 15-Minute History Podcast, which even claims Guevara wrote this somewhere, but fails to tell us what.
As far as I'm good. Yeah, that's why I said you should probably watch it, but you have to also pay attention to the words, right? That's why, again, Divine Misty, it's a good show for that reason alone, right? There's a lot of like is this like, right? Like there's a lot of like moral grayness, but that's kind of life, right? Like not everything we do in life is 100% good and 100% bad, right? And that's why I really like DS9, because it tests that. It tests like how good can you actually be, right? As a person per se. Jersey.
Where, shocking, to massive political pundits like Ben Shapiro, all the way down to debate forums and comment
in terms of an ideology, right?
On Reddit and YouTube. If there's one
Not
thing
you in particular, but as an ideology, right?
You to take away from this video, it's this. Always double check and research the things your favorite creators and political pundits tell you. And that includes me. Don't just take us at our word. And when someone attributes a quote, a crime, or anything else to a historical figure, always ask for a source so you can actually go and verify for yourself. Before I go, I want to let you know that I have a weekly podcast that I started.
I mean, I've gotten sources wrong too, right? Like it's not, it happens. I think there's like a lot of this stuff around and it sucks, right? It really sucks because it's easy to like conflate stuff or like put it on somebody and it's like it really has nothing to do with them, right? But it's just not. It's just not.
And in it, we talk about current and historical events, and occasionally bring on some great guests. We recently did a couple episodes about Cuban history and Cuban involvement in Angola, if you want to check those.
Oh, God, yeah. We talked about that before. Okay.
Is this the Strait of Hormuz?
Welcome to the helpline. Please note, our menu has changed.
Give me an operator, please.
Press 1 for Chinese.
What?
2 for Farsi.
Strait of Hormuz helpline, what's the password?
Life of Showgirl 123 exclamation.
No, sir, that's not the password.
Oh, maybe it's cat hair 555 with that symbol.
4 for Urdu.
What the hell is that?
Please hold.
He doesn't know what Urdu is.
Talking to?
Oh, President Xi, I'm so sorry. Please go ahead, sir.
Damn right. Oh, you want to play hardball? How about I put you on hold so that you take me off hold?
Invalid selection.
Reset my credentials? But why?
Your account was flagged for login from a suspicious area.
I only went to Israel for like 2 days, man.
Sorry, gotta talk to my supervisor.
What? You are so on hold right now.
Invalid selection.
Hello, this is Macron. I can help to open this strait. You know I wrote it down here somewhere.
Are you just trolling here to drag this whole thing out?
You know, I'm shocked to hear you say that. Shocked. All right, I've had enough. Put me on with your strongest manager right now or else.
All of our Ayatollahs are currently dead or assisting other customers, but our Ayatollah is happy to help.
All right, you know what? This is taking too long. Marco, get me the number for Cuba. Maybe we'll try the Cuba.
Invalid selection.
Hello.
Wait.
Hormuz?
Welcome to the helpline. Please note our...
Okay, it's the same one. Cool. Thank you. That was funny. All right, now we have... with his sunglasses. Yep. Fucking Macron. All right. Let's hear this.
So this right here is incredible, y'all. Friend of the show, Wajahat Ali.
Yeah.
He just completely and utterly obliterates Pete Kegsbreath, the Secretary of War Crimes, his pastor, a guy by the name of Doug Wilson. This guy looks like he's demonic. Like, he actually looks like he's demonic. He looks like evil Santa Claus. That's what he looks like.
He really does.
So, as you're going to see here, Wajahat just absolutely positively lays the smackdown on this guy for using his religion to just push objectively horrible policies and ideas into the world. So buckle up for this one. This one is honestly one of my favorites. Here we go.
Quick, Pastor, I have no problem attacking wolves in sheep's clothing. I have no problem attacking a man who wrote that American slavery was mutually harmonious between the slave master and the slave. That's you. I have no problem attacking a man who proudly says he wants to do away with the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote. I have no problem attacking a man like yourself who sits here incoherently supporting an incoherent, unwinnable, illegal war in Iran. I have no problem attacking you, a man who is the religious leader of Pete Hegseth, a man who's a cosplay crusader, who's leading some type of crusade probably you put him on as a Secretary of Defense, getting Americans and innocent civilians killed. I wish you would be a better Christian. I wish you would open up the Bible. I wish you would meet the Jesus that I met when I went to an all-boys Jesuit Catholic high school. The Jesus that took care of the sick, that took care of the poor, that welcomed the immigrant, that welcomed the marginalized, that helped them. But instead, you've used Jesus as a mascot for, I don't know, your white Christian supremacy, your cruelty, your misogyny. And I'm so glad that people are finally waking up to your cruelty and to the idiocy of your star disciple, Pete Hegseth, who keeps messing up and literally does not read the Bible and quotes Pulp Fiction. Just sit with them. Maybe both of you could read the Constitution, read the Bible, and just take a break.
God damn. God damn. Oh, my word. Jesus Christ. That was wild. That was wild. But look, it's about time. I'm so sick of these fundamentalist evangelical Christians, and they literally make a point of using their religion to be the worst people they can possibly be, right? Like, these people are hateful and spiteful in every way. They just want to control women's bodies. They want to take away their rights. They believe in reinforcing a hierarchy when it comes to the races, right? They believe in, like, white supremacy and Christian nationalism. They believe immigrants are second-class citizens, if not third-class citizens, okay? They use their religion to justify and rationalize illegal wars of aggression. Don't talk to me about Christianity unless you want to use the approach of Senator Raphael Warnock or James Tallarico, because they're out there saying, look, it's my Christianity that makes me want to do universal health care. It's my Christianity that makes me want to tax the rich and redistribute and give people child care and free college and wipe out medical debt. Like, if you want to talk about Christianity, it should be your Christianity that leads you to believe, hey, it was a war crime to carpet bomb a little girl's elementary school, and the people who did that should be locked up.
That is a war crime, yes.
That's a good version of Christianity.
Why is that a war crime? Because people actually died. Right? A equals B. That is a war crime, yes.
God promotes is the exact opposite of that. And the fact that Pete Kegsbreath is his disciple says everything. Because, yes, this motherfucker's up there quoting Pulp Fiction, a fake Bible verse from Pulp Fiction, and thinking it's real. I can't, bro. And they're so overly religious, too, with how they all the time they seem to invoke religion. But again, it's to justify and rationalize hatred, bigotry, hierarchy, warmongering. Like, they use it for every negative thing under the sun that you could ever imagine. And Wajahat Ali just absolutely positively laid the smackdown on this smirking goon, okay? But I'm not done yet, because I believe Piers Morgan also gets some hits in against Pastor Doug Wilson. So here we go. Let's listen.
You're going to compare the Pope's rhetoric in the last month with Donald Trump's rhetoric. One has been brazenly espousing genocide, talking about the end of civilization in Iran, which would mean the murder of 90 million people, the vast majority
he was talking about the regime.
Civilians. People could...
No! Oh, no! This is the functional equivalent of when, like, you play peekaboo with a kid and you go like this, and then they think, like, you're not there anymore, right? Like, that's how dumb you have to be in order to fall for this. Oh, he was talking about the regime. No, he wasn't. He said, an entire civilization will die tonight. There is no interpretation of that, which can be narrowed down to just the regime. Which, by the way, even if it was quote unquote just the regime, they're not attacking us. They're no threat to us. It was a total fucking lie, so it would still be immoral. But clearly he's talking about the civilization as per his own fucking words. But they keep trying to get away with this because they know they're caught red-handed. All these people are flat. They are so demonic. Ironically, the people who, cloak themselves in religion the most, these right-wing idiots who cloak themselves in religion the most, they are the most satanic, the most demonic, and it's not particularly close.
The vast majority
he was talking about the regime.
Civilians. People could... Well, he wasn't talking about the regime, was he? He said the end of civilization, not the end of the regime. Why do we try and pretend that Donald Trump didn't say what we heard him say?
Yeah.
Oh, look, you don't have to persuade me that Donald Trump's rhetoric can be all over the place.
He said that. Like, I just said, pay attention to the words. He said civilization. Oh my God, I'm so tired of these people, right? He didn't say this one example, this one group, all those would be just as bad. But I'm just saying, he didn't say the regime. He said civilization, as in the entirety of Iran, the Iranian people. What's your take on MAGA pastor's dramatic fall?
His tweets there were an art of the unhinged deal. He's dealing with a maniacal regime, and he is.
No! We're the maniacal regime, you fucking goofball. I'm so sick of these people. I really am. How can you, when you look at us, when you look at Israel, the axis of Epstein, guys, we're bombing little girls' elementary schools, triple tapping them, by the way. We're bombing hospitals, we're bombing bridges, we're bombing power plants, we're bombing steel plants, we're bombing pharmaceutical companies. We're taking out civil society. We threaten fucking desalination plants. We're trying to make Iran like basically a place where you can't even live anymore. Okay? It's flat out terrorism. Israel's committing multiple genocides. And you know, they are the unhinged regime. If they're unhinged, what the fuck are we? All they've done is tit for tat. All they've done is rationally responded every single step of the way. Who's going to buy this? Who listens to this and goes, yeah, that guy's telling the truth?
He is negotiating with them in public by means of these tweets. That's not to say that I approve of everything he says or the way he says it, but I think I see what's going on. And you don't have to accuse him of genocide when he's done nothing of the kind.
Oh my God. Oh my word. Oh my days. Look at what it says over his right shoulder here. No such thing as bad words, and it crosses out bad words. A manifesto on taming the tongue. So here's a guy. You need to tame your tongue. Presumably he means like, don't say goddamn, don't take the Lord's name in vain. But if you go out there as president of the United States,
and say you're going to destroy an entire civilization, that's just hyperbole, guys. He doesn't mean that.
Powerful man on earth, and you say an entire civilization will die tonight. He's like, he's just negotiating, bro. He's just negotiating, bro.
No, that's not how this works.
It's like when I go to buy a car at the car dealer.
Weren't we just talking about how words matter? Right? People misspeak all the time, but he does not misspeak. Like, he means what he says.
I talked to the dealer.
If he would easily do it if he could, if it was a very easy thing to do.
And I go, I'm going to murder your entire family tonight.
Yeah. You would take that as literally, I'm going to murder your entire family tonight. Right? You know, he got a dopamine high after saying that. Exactly. Yeah, this is why he does it.
And they go, what the...
But let's be honest, like, destroying an entire country like Iran is actually pretty difficult, and it would be... it would use up a lot of our missiles and stuff, as we've already seen, right? And he has people who tell him this shit. This is why. Also, it would basically turn the United States into a giant pariah state, right? Like, we're already a pariah state. Like, you think things are bad now? If he did anything like that, which would be very difficult, you'd have to send logistically. It would be like. It would be probably hundreds of planes, right? You'd have to send nuclear weapons and all this stuff, right? So again, yeah. Like, I think if he had the ability to do it very easily, he would have already, right? That's how sadistic this man is. Think about the laundry fires that would spread. Yeah, I mean, that would be...
Bro, just a negotiation, bro.
No, but he threatened genocide. I mean, for the President of the United States to actually post something on his social media account,
but he's so smart. He plays 4D chess, but he didn't mean civilization. Of course he didn't. Duh.
The end of civilization in Iran. And then for supporters
Patricia,
of the president,
welcome back.
I've known him a long time. I get on very well with Donald Trump. But the idea that anyone would try and spin the words the end of civilization to mean specifically the end of a regime of a few 100,000 people, including the IRGC, is for the birds. That's not what he's saying.
That's why he doesn't want to do that, because that's much harder to accomplish, right? What's easier, just bombing a country into submission, or targeting specific facilities and people in a country of like 90 million people, right? Like you just said, 100,000 people in the government. Yeah, that makes that's about as what I would calculate it to be, right? That's a much harder task. And Trump is lazy, guys, yeah, or using diplomacy or something. Well, yeah, not Jersey. Diplomacy? Soft power? Could never be him. What are those words? Those alien words.
Why would you, as a pastor, go out of your way to try and justify what he said by downgrading it?
Cooked barbecue chicken. Why would you accuse him of genocide? He never did genocide. First of all, in his first term, he armed and funded Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen. Then the Senate blocked him from sending any more weapons to Saudi Arabia, knowing that Saudi Arabia was doing a genocide in Yemen, and Trump vetoed it. He vetoed it to support genocide. That's to say nothing of the endless money and endless weapons we give to Netanyahu as he commits multiple genocides right in front of our eyes. And that's to say nothing of all the shit he's doing, which is flat out genocidal. Like, for example, bombing fishing boats from Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia. Okay? He is genocidal. What do you think the regime change in Venezuela was for? It's to steal their gold, steal their oil, sell it on the open marketplace, put all that money in his private bank account. But anybody who gets in the way, he'll put a bullet in your fucking head and you won't think twice about it. Because it's the same guy who bombed Yemen and Nigeria and Somalia and Ecuador and Iran. Yep. He's threatened Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. He said he wants to reinvade Afghanistan. Like, this is who this guy is. He is genocidal. He is a freak. He increased the drone war over 400%. He invites Qasem Soleimani for negotiations, then murders him when he shows up. Okay? Enough with this shit. And this guy's supposed to be a representative of God. Like, please. My fucking ass cheeks, you're a representative of God. These people are disgusting. These people are grotesque. And there's something about American evangelical fundamentalist Christianity, which just gives the worst fucking name to Christianity, right? Like, that is bottom of the barrel type shit.
For real.
Evangelical fundamentalist Christianity in this country is functionally like the ISIS of the Islamic world or the Al Qaeda of the Islamic world, right? Like, that's what it is. Somehow, like everybody else in all these other countries, they can like have a decently positive message based off their reading of the Bible, but us, it's just like total cowboy fucking yeehaw Nazi-like bullshit where somehow it justifies all sorts of murder and hierarchy and bigotry and racism and deplorable nonsense. So well done there by Wajahat Ali and by Piers Morgan. And by the way, this is indicative of the vibe shift, right? This is indicative of the vibe shift because it's very clear that this is what the public wants to see now, is they want to see people get fucking dunked on over and over again.
Divine Misty.
If they're pro-Trump sycophants, because Trump is at a 32% approval rating and everybody hates him now. And so it really shows you how much shit has changed, because if you look at Piers Morgan going back to like whatever, 2023 or 2024, it's quite the opposite. People wanted to see like the liberals and the lefties get dunked on. Now, nothing of the sort. People are cheering on the liberals and the lefties, and that's clear. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video.
Yep. All right, let's see. Anything else from the Discord?
We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country.
Those are the words of a potential war criminal.
Yeah.
Right there. And that is not the advice and counsel and direction that any Secretary of Defense should be providing our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. It puts them actually in greater danger. The Secretary of Defense is a disgraced major that was kicked out of the DC National Guard. He has no qualifications whatsoever to be the Secretary of Defense other than his extreme loyalty to the president. Again, those are the words of a potential war criminal.
Yeah, agreed. 100%. Speaking of war criminals, that's what I consider a war criminal, right? Someone like that. In fact, I think he's already one, technically. We'll have to find out if he's the one who ordered the strike, but yeah.
My final question for you, Professor, is do you fear with how erratic and criminal the Trump regime is that it's on the table for them to potentially use a nuke, use a MOAB, use chemical or biological weapons? This is a regime that, as we've seen, they've bombed multiple schools, bridges, hospitals, steel plants, pharmaceutical companies. They've even had shots here and there at the desalination plants. So do you fear that that stuff is on the table?
I think maybe you do know that a bounty is also on my head. And Twitter allowed a verified account to put out a promoted ad for fundraising by apparently an Israeli-Ukrainian group. I don't know much about it. To fundraise $1 million to have me kidnapped.
Jesus.
And of course, when you're kidnapped, that leads to, you torture and death ultimately. And Twitter refused to remove the tweet, nor did it, of course, do anything to the account. So we're living in this sort of world where the Washington Post calls for murder and assassination. The social media apps, you can put out ads to kidnap people. And so I'm not, naive about the future, but, General Soleimani, whatever Americans have heard about him, he once said that, we're the nation of martyrdom. We're the nation of Imam Hussein. And I think many people in Iran would prefer to die standing than to be slaves on their knees. And that has a lot to do with the religious culture and the thousands of years of civilization that this country has. I'm not saying everyone is willing to die or to make the ultimate sacrifice, but I think most Iranians would acknowledge, if you spoke with them, that we have to fight for our survival. Our cause is just. And our biggest sin is that we're independent and that we're opposed to genocide in Palestine. This is really our sin. It is all about this. We're a regime, we're evil, we're nasty, we're horrible. It's all about Iran and Palestine. And so people recognize that their cause is just, and that makes them more steadfast. And again, I'm not saying Iran is a utopia by any means, but you see people on the street. Let me give you an example about how something that has to do with Western narratives. During this period, every night, people are on the streets and all across the country. Many of them go out every night, and it's not easy. People have lives to live. Many people have lost their jobs, but they go out on the streets in Tehran, in different neighborhoods. Like when I go out at night to a studio across the city or in another part of the city, like I pass through different gatherings. And those gatherings have been bombed. Like one gathering near a square called Artish Square, which is near a studio that I'd go to during the war. People had gathered and they fired a missile at it, and a woman was murdered.
Wow.
She was martyred. But there was another gathering during the day, and this was during the month of Ramadan. The last Friday, every year they have a gathering for Palestine. It's called International Quds Day. And so large numbers of people go. And probably since Tehran was empty, because a lot of people left the city during the war, in Tehran, probably in the hundreds of thousands, but a very large crowd. And they fired a missile at the crowd. And it was the same time when the Secretary of War was saying that the Iranian leaders are rats hiding, and they were saying they're cowards, and everyone was on the streets. The president came, Dr. Larijani, who was later martyred, he was on the streets. The head of the judiciary was actually giving an interview when a missile struck, and he didn't even blink. No one ran. There was no stampede. People continued to chant. It was extraordinary. And a woman was murdered there too. She was martyred there.
Yep.
But there was an interesting case there, and I tweeted this multiple times, hoping that people would see it. There was this young woman who later on I found out she was a PhD student at my university. She was using her video and recording and speaking in English, saying what people were doing. And she was saying people chant Allahu Akbar, they're not afraid. And because they believe, I don't recall what she was saying, but they're not afraid of airstrikes and they know their cause is just. And I'm using my own word. And then as she was filming this, right behind her, you could see the missile strike. And she was in the middle of the crowd. And as she was explaining that no one is afraid, no one is going to run away, the bomb exploded behind her. She didn't see the explosion.
Jesus.
And no one ran away. There was no stampede. All those young men and women, old men and women were there. And she was not afraid. And she looked back and she said, wow, it really happened as I was explaining it. And she continued to speak. You would think that this woman would be applauded across the Western world as an emancipated woman, a woman of courage, who stood her ground under fire. But no, because it runs completely against the Western narrative about Iranian women, about Iranian society, and so on. You'd think that she'd be invited on all the TV shows and so on to explain what happened that day. Not only did that not happen, no one even heard that the United States and the Israelis fire missiles at protesters, at demonstrators on the streets, and kill people. So what she did was a blip on social media. Some people saw it, but those people who, always talk about women and so on in the West, these very well-funded organizations and institutions, they looked away, just like they look away from all the women journalists in Lebanon. One was martyred yesterday by the Israelis, the Al-Akhbar journalist. And of course, in Palestine, where so many women journalists were murdered by the Israeli regime. So when it comes to women emancipation and so on, the narrative is a construct that is not supposed to be objective and to deal with reality. It's about interests and Western interests and interests of empire.
Yeah, Trump is emancipating the women of Iran by bombing little girls' elementary schools. That's his approach.
Oh yes.
Professor Marandi, thank you so much.
And I know I've spoken too much, but just one thing. In Iran, no one believes that was an accident. No one believes it was.
Because it wasn't. It wasn't an accident.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a cooldown of 30 seconds. So if somebody does it, you have to wait about 30 seconds to do it again. I want to put up a message, but I just don't know how to do it on Twitch.
This, and just to explain to some of your viewers who may still think that, well, no, this is not this is not possible. Besides the fact that Trump speaks about exterminating Iranians, this was the first day of the war. This was the first series of targets. All of the targets in any war, I fought in war, I've been in major operations. On the first day, all the targets are very carefully vetted for weeks and months. That school was there for years. It's on all Iranian apps. It's on American apps. It's on all the maps. So this was not an accident. If 2 weeks into the war, 3 weeks into the war, some place was hit, someone could argue that some officer was in a rush to find a new target, they run out of targets, and he made a mistake. Plausible. Not possible, not probable for me. But here, it's not possible. And many of the kids at this school were the children of officers.
Right.
Because it was close to a military base.
Yep.
So the Americans who were behind this war wanted to teach the Iranian military a lesson by taking their kids away from them.
Wow.
And that's my belief.
And there were hundreds of schools and hospitals hit. So if it was a mistake, why were hundreds of them hit? Makes no sense. Hey guys, we had an awesome conversation with Professor Marandi. He gave us his expert opinion on what's going on in Iran and how this war is going to end and what happens from here. You don't want to miss a single second of it, so sign up below on Substack to see the full thing.
Damn right. Can you imagine that? Oh, we gotta watch this.
All right, joining me today on iHip News is one of my favorite truth tellers and my good friend. She is the co-host of the Majority Report. Welcome to our new New York studio, Emma Vigeland. How are you?
I am doing well. It is so beautiful here. I love this studio. I feel warm and cozy. There's nice pink. Like this is the female energy that I need and I don't get on the Majority Report.
Thank you for saying that, because I thought in a world of toxic masculinity, I wanted a pink studio. I wanted to like exude kind of female energy.
And you do interior design work, so I shouldn't have expected anything less, that it was going to look really nice in here.
You.
So
I have some great news. Erica Kirk and JD Vance are going to run it back after the Georgia debacle, where JD Vance showed up by himself. And then Erica Kirk was like, I'm not going. There's nobody there. They have decided to do this. This is the Turning Point featuring JD Vance and Erica Kirk. Get free tickets. Free tickets, April 30th, Iowa State University. And then here's what happened the last time these two tried to do it together. Let's play the video. So as you can see, tens of people showed up.
this was Georgia, and I played this video on our show too, and you can hear almost like the echoing in the arena because no one is there.
Mm-hmm.
And Erica Kirk had canceled for that event because she said she had security concerns. It turns out they may have gotten the wind that the attendance might not be so great, and so JD Vance just had to show up himself, you know, the second act, the vice president of the United States.
Yeah. And I mean, I love when bad things happen to bad people.
Same.
And JD Vance's international faceplant lately, Viktor Orban, jilted at the altar there in Georgia by Erica Kirk, Trump sending him over to Pakistan, just rat fucked him like crazy, knowing he could not get a deal with the Iranians.
Yeah.
I love how much, I cannot stand Trump. I hate all of the stuff he does, but I like how he's rat fucking Vance. He does not want him to be his heir apparent.
I like it too. Well, it's honestly kind of reminiscent a little bit of what Biden did to Kamala Harris, just to say, like, you know, when he was sending her down to the border to be the border czar, when she was saying, do not come here. I mean, immigration they perceived as a difficult issue for them, the Biden administration. So he saddled Kamala Harris with that. This is something that presidents sometimes do, but Trump is just way more explicit about it. And, you know, it's also super acute because Trump is the one that is sabotaging.
I think that's like we just have to be honest with each other, right? Like, she was fake as fuck.
It's sad.
Why are we saying otherwise? So sad. Right? Even if you support like women in, right? Like, this is where I think a lot of people get lost, right?
Do not come.
You can support women in politics and support women in general. I'm gonna come.
Jeff Bezos,
but not just her,
Mark Zuckerberg,
right? Like, it shouldn't be based on this stuff. It should be based on the person as well, right?
In the negotiations, part of what the Iranians are saying is like, "Hey, we will deal with you."
It was perfect.
In good faith, even though you are losing this war, but you have to
do
stop.
Not come. I mean, she literally said that, right? I remember, like, the day she said that, Divine Misty, I had a few, like, normie friends of mine who don't really watch politics the way we do here on the stream, right? Who are, like, engaged in it a lot. And they said, I will never vote for, like, someone like her ever again. They said that to my face. They were so mad. Like, I remember that moment to this day. So it doesn't matter that she's a woman. It doesn't matter that she's black. It doesn't matter that she's Indian, right? None of that fucking matters. It's her actions, right? Now, if your actions align and you happen to be, then I'm even better, right? Even better. But to just be like, hey, she gets a pass at all that crap for stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sorry, no. Right? We need to hold people accountable. I'm sorry.
With these public threats, but Trump is constitutionally incapable.
Right? That'd be like me being like, hey, speaking of Benjamin Sisko, right? Well, he's black, guys, so he can't, like, we have to give him grace as a starship cap. No, of course not, right? That would be unacceptable,
not making himself a
Gaius
center of everything. And he's so worried about the fact that they are losing this war that he's trying to triple down on the optics of saying, like, we've got them in the corner, and it's sabotaging the negotiation. So I get some pleasure out of JD Vance having to deal with this because this is exactly who you signed up to be in office with. You made a deal with the devil, now deal with it.
I know. I absolutely love it. I love the announcement that he's Catholic via the book with the Methodist Church on the cover, and now he's having to fight publicly with the Pope. I eat that shit up. Okay, I want to talk to you about what's kind of happening on the.
That's honestly my favorite parts of that show, where they go and meet his dad, and they all have like jambalaya and stuff together. Those are some of the like the best moments, right?
The left, right.
Like, it's so cool to see that aspect of it.
Yeah. So I'm new to the scene, Pumps and me. We're 3.5 years into this. And one thing I found so awesome about left-leaning media is how welcoming everybody is. You and Sam at the Majority Report, so welcoming, embraced us. Another person that embraced us very early on when we were total MSNBC libs, libbing out at the DNC was Hassan Piker. Came on, invited us to LA to go on his show. He's been on our show, and just, we didn't agree on everything, but he embraced, oh, these women are liberal and they're trying to fight a good fight, and I want to build a coalition with them. We're on like week, I don't know what, of this massive meltdown about Hassan, and I want to show you some of the headlines from just the past week. Pop these up. Democrats need to take more risks. This one isn't worth it. Hassan Piker is political poison for Democrats. And the next one, Hassan Piker, too toxic for Democrats. And then the last one, Hassan Piker is the enemy. And here's my thing with the people.
Not Trump, not fascism, not inequality, not the system we have today. But Hassan, right? Okay.
People that are behind it.
Yes. Like just picture that, right, guys? Imagine if you were just to go away, none of the problems would be fixed. We would still have X, Y, and Z that we have to still fix, right? None of this makes any sense. Yeah, punching a lot.
Who it is?
It's like, yes, we would still have Trump. Yes, we would still have all the terrible things that we talk about on the regular on the stream.
If you want to cancel Hassan, like, just don't watch him. But the bedwetting, the weeks-long bedwetting,
like, what a waste of time, right? And that's the problem I have with it. It is like, we could be discussing new ideas. We could literally be trying to like solve these kind of problems on a global basis. And here we are like picking on somebody, right? It seems just like internet bullying or like bullying in general on the media, right? Because you just don't like that he has an audience on this stuff.
Proves his point to his millions of people that watch his stream that the Democrats are completely a static, non-moving, fixed entity that will not listen to anybody else, and it has to be their way or the highway.
Yeah, and I think that Hassan being in the news like this too is a way for them to engage in Islamophobia in races like with Abdullah Sayed in Michigan without having to go at the candidate directly. And that's something that needs to be just completely eliminated from the Democratic Party. We saw it with Zoran Mamdani. After he won the primary, Kirsten Gillibrand, one of the senators from New York, said that he was going to usher in global jihad. And she had to walk that statement back, but it just goes to show how normalized Islamophobia is and how pervasive it has been. And yeah, Hassan is immensely influential, and that's what scares them. So they can't decide if he's politically toxic and he's going to sink all of the campaigns that he supports, or if he's so popular that they need to be afraid of him. And I really think it's the latter. They are trying to go on the offensive to make sure that they can discredit Hassan during this period of grassroots energy in the Democratic Party, because he's talking about things. He's to the left of even me. He's a socialist, and he talks about these values with passion, and he's going to Yale, and he's going all across the country, and that's a threat to them. The capitalists, the class of people that were funding, things like TPUSA, they're used to being in control of the narrative in that way because the money is always on their side. But, Hassan made good money on his own and he can do what he wants. And that's the thing I'm most envious about with him, with his career, where he can just pick up and go anywhere and he can support what causes he wants to. And that freedom and the fact that he has a megaphone like that, it terrifies them because it's not just about being anti-Zionist or critical of Israel's genocide. It's that if you are on that side of things and you are brave on that issue, it means that you're threatening to the power structure in a variety of different ways, because that means you're going to stand up to moneyed interests in that way. So you'll probably support increasing the minimum wage, taxing the hell out of billionaires, Medicare for all, a Green New Deal. And those are programs that will require systemic changes to our tax code that they're going to really freak out a lot of wealthy people. And so that's why Hassan, I think, presents such a threat to them.
Well, and then let's talk about, they won't stop. This one guy named Ethan somebody, I looked at his Twitter stream and it's just obsession with Hassan. And he's talking about Hassan being toxic. And I'm like, your obsession seems kind of toxic.
It's psychosexual and pretty gay, I gotta say. Yeah.
Totally. And then, okay, here's my thing too. Okay. Play the tape through. All right, you want to cancel Hassan?
It's pretty gay.
The stuff that he believes in still remains, and there's a tent that needs to absorb that. My sons listen to Hassan, and I asked my son, I said, they're going after me. He goes, Mom, they've been going after Hassan for years. I was like, do you agree with everything he said? He goes, no, I don't agree with anything any commenter on the planet says.
Same, yeah.
That's the way MAGA is. We're not like that, Mom.
Right.
Yeah, I don't understand anybody on Twitch. Twitch does this all the time too, right? I will go on people's channel and they'll be like, how dare you? How dare you watch this streamer or this YouTuber? He posted a meme about Indians, right? But how dare you, right? And I'm just there are tons of things I don't agree with. I think Hassan's foreign policy is shit for the most part. He doesn't have the right view on stuff, right? But we're not going to agree 100% on everything, right? And I think the general rule is to open your mind and to keep some of these ideas into place, right? A lot of people don't even understand post scarcity. So when I try to explain to them, hey, how about we try to go for a world like that, right? Something where we can philosophically, right? They don't get it, right? And that's fine. I just don't like the idea that you have to agree with 100% on everything everybody says 100% of the time if you watch them, right? He's gonna spend 10 or 15 minutes bitching about her, Ethan something, yeah.
And I have a lot of agreement with Hassan, but what I like about Hassan is how inclusive he was when we first came on the podcasting scene. He knew.
Why not? No. What do you mean? I don't get what you mean, Kib. Do you mean about Hassan, or what do you mean exactly, Kiki?
We were garden variety liberals that watched MSNBC and liked to live out. And he was like, okay, let's build a coalition here. Here are the things we have in common. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? So let's say he gets canceled, and then you have all of these million or so or more Gen Z, ding, 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 the people who the Democratic Party needs that are you canceled him. Well, then where the fuck are we supposed to go?
I guess some people who are a little more feeble-minded may go to someone like Nick Fuentes or someone like that. Or I don't know enough. I'm even a little bit too out of touch with the streamers. But there are a lot of anti-Semites right now on social media that are
God, Emma's such a
not
boomer.
Steering people towards a vision of egalitarianism. They're critiquing Israel in a way that is mostly focused on the Israelis as opposed to say Palestinian liberation, where Hassan always directs the conversation back to liberation for all people. But that's, I think, your conversation with him when you had this open dialogue. And I saw an excerpt of a more recent one too, when you discussed Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
And that is a conversation that needs to be had.
Yes.
My apologies. Oh, no worries. I just wanted to know what you meant.
And the Democrats
If you think of it again, just put it in the chat.
Democratic Party
That's what we're here for.
doesn't want it to happen because they want to win their way.
How the heck is Hassan going to get canceled? Anyone himself?
Once
Exactly.
again. And frankly, I didn't used to think this way, but I do think it now. They would rather lose than us win our way. And they would rather lose elections, in my view, than change course and actually embrace the Hassan wing, the anti-Zionist wing, the left-wing vision of a future here that would actually kind of maybe change the power structure. And also, a lot of these people, these consultants, they are invested in the system because it's literally what pays them. So if we get rid of all of this kind of like hyper-targeting, data-driven stuff, and if it's not based in ads,
Agreed.
and I don't know which pop star can appear at the Kamala Harris rally, and it's a people power thing, like how Zoran won, where you bring more people
Then
into
they
the
get less
electorate.
money.
You don't just trim along the margins, you create a mass movement.
Then they get less money and they don't get to write. And that's kind of the problem I have with a lot of these people is that they use all this flowery language and like a language of we got to fight for this group, and then they don't actually really do any of this stuff because their job is to fucking do what she just said, right? Hire like Beyonce and all this stuff behind the scenes to get her to like perform at a Kamala Harris rally or Mana or whatever, right? It's just kind of like, what? How is any of that gonna fix the problems that we have? Right? Like, how is fucking Mana appearing at a Kamala Harris rally, right, going to fix the... Well, guess what? They did it, and it didn't work. How is Beyonce right? Like, that's literally these people's jobs, and that's what they care about protecting.
That's not very profitable to the consultants. And so they're
Bingo.
really worried that the people are going to be more powerful than the money. And so they want to...
Or, remember, Kamala Harris's brother was like, no, don't use that kind of language, right? And he's literally like a consultant for one of these giant corporations that consults Democrats. I got bupkis. Yeah, you did.
Foreclose the conversation before it even happens.
You did get Mana and you did get Beyonce. So be grateful, peasant.
So the fact that you circumvented that and had that with Hassan, like more of that should be happening. I'm trying to do that myself as well.
Well, I think there's really important conversations to be had. And here's just a question I'm going to propose to you. Who do you think is more toxic to the Democratic Party? Chuck Schumer or Hassan Piker?
You know what I'm going to say.
It's 20 times out of 10. It's Chuckles.
Oh my gosh.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
He's a sitting...
Like, he has the power. Hassan doesn't. He's just a commentator on the internet, right?
Senator. He is an absolute abject failure of a leader. There's zero opposition party. He is a
wooden coat hanger.
I used to say fascist collaborator. Now I'm dropping the collaborator part and I'm just going to say fascist. And he actually has real power, and he votes with MAGA and MAGA aligned financial.
Bingo. And we're just giving him a pass. But anybody... What?
Interests. And the freak out of whoever all of these people are, I'm sure it's probably that Greenblatt with the ADL, whoever these nuts are, that their entire Twitter feed is just completely the most homosocial Twitter feed I've ever seen, where they're just completely laser focused on Hassan. I'm like, okay, cancel him. Don't watch his stream. It's just not that big of a deal.
They're as hysterical as segregationist Southerners. They're as hysterical as the Confederates that spoke about truly, like when they speak about Muslim people, it's a complete racist derangement that I don't think that we have fully reckoned with how toxic that has been. And I mean, that's a big part of also, Zoran selling democratic socialism to the country is immensely important, and how government can work for people if you actually try to deliver and don't just make excuses all the time. But also, I think he's breaking down some of these really deeply held Islamophobic beliefs. Like, I'm sure you watched 24 at some point after 9/11. Like, I just think about all of the material that was telling us how scary Muslim people are.
Yep. I fell prey to it.
Right. I mean,
I fell prey to ambient Islamophobia. But one thing I'm going to say as a mother that I'm grateful for is, like, my older son, he's in law school now, but he listens to Hassan while he was like gaming and stuff. And there was a message in there about human rights, a message in there about the pitfalls of capitalism and how it leaves working class people behind. And the result of this, and I'm not saying it's all Hassan, but my husband and I are shallow, pretentious, vapid. We like to go shopping. We like to buy designer shit. It's horrible. I'm not proud of it, but guilty as charged.
Oh, come on. We're all just trying to be happy.
My son is always like, oh, you, like, he'll say to my husband, like, Dad, I don't have a face serum and I don't need those designer clothes. He thrifts. He does all of these like cool, good things that when I was 22, 23, I never would have thought about these things. I wouldn't have had such a social conscience.
Boomers, right?
It's so insane to me that the Democratic Party doesn't take the message that, look, this is a person that represents a portion of our electorate that we desperately need. We don't agree with everything. And I hope that they don't agree with everything I say and everything you say, because otherwise we're like MAGA cultists. But I just think it's so insane. And I'm so sick of it. And I'm really fearful of their misread on how many, it's not just like my son's demographic, but how many like middle-aged white women I know.
Oh my gosh, totally.
Full-blown going much, much further left than they realize. And they hate toxic Chuck Schumer. And they like.
Bro, but the face my mom makes if I ever say I bought something from the thrift store. Yeah, it's very douchey, right? Like, I was always told from the get-go to never be ashamed of that stuff, right? So, like, to me, like, going to the thrift shop, it's not that I always buy everything from there, right? It depends, right? It depends on what it is. But there's no shame in it for me, right? But to people like our culture doesn't accept that, right? Like, there's a lot of like looking down at it, right?
Like Hassan.
Bring Chuck Schumer back into this. I mean, there was just a vote on Bernie Sanders's, and I bring this back to.
Does she realize she can get good quality designer bags from Temu and Alibaba?
Gaza frequently because it's a passion project of mine. But I also think like where this disconnect is with leadership and young people, you can draw it really back to this because. You know, Chuck Schumer became the leader of the Democrats in 2016, and he did not support the Obama brokered nuclear deal, the JCPOA, which was a peace deal with Iran that was immensely successful, where we had third-party monitors that would go in and monitor their uranium enrichment, and also we unfroze their assets. And Trump came in, listened to Benjamin Netanyahu and that lobby, and scrapped it. And that's part of why we're in this situation today, because the Israelis wanted more war. And Chuck Schumer was a Democrat that did not support that. He went against the president at the time and said, I do not support this peace deal with Iran. He got rewarded by being the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And now here we are today. Chuck Schumer is one of 7 Democratic senators that just voted against that Bernie Sanders bill to block bulldozers that were sent to Israel, these industrial style Caterpillar bulldozers that are destroying homes in the West Bank and paving over evidence of likely hundreds of thousands of unaccounted for dead bodies in Gaza, destroying genocide evidence. And Chuck Schumer just supported that. And by the way, I think only 7 or 8% of Democrats per a poll in August of last year support Israel's military action in Gaza. So the leader of the Democrats in the Senate went against 80% of his own caucus to support Israel. And he went against around 90% of his own elected base. And we're not even talking about independents who are way closer to those numbers than the Republicans are. Republican boomers are buoying support for Israel. But Chuck Schumer came into politics as a creature of big money. And the Democrats made a conscious choice with making him leader to go more in that direction. For as much as they talk about how, we can't extrapolate Zoran's win to the rest of the country, that's from liberal New York City. Well, then why are the leaders of the Democrats in the Senate and the House both from New York? And you know why? because they're fundraisers.
Bingo.
And since Citizens United, when money was equated to speech and any encumbrance upon or any restrictions on moneyed speech would be considered a First Amendment violation, there has been such an explosion of dark money.
Yeah, like thrift stores, it's not like thrift stores are perfect, right? They have scarcity, just like everything else, right? But like, I think it was somebody said, right? Like, I remember I remember like, who was it? My sister, right? I think it was. She was looking for a new pair of Uggs, right? And I said, "Oh, why don't you try the thrift store and see if they have like a pair of Uggs? Maybe you'll find some Uggs, right? Who knows?" And it was it happened to be that there were a pair of Uggs there, right? But generally speaking, there are not Uggs at thrift stores, right? So it depends. All right, and she likes them because like the sheepskin, it keeps like her feet warm or whatever. So I'm like, okay, well that's fair enough. But to be fair, right? It depends on like what you need, right? Do you need a pair of boots now? Is there a good reason for you having that, right? Like all these things we have to ask ourselves. Like, is it just because you just want the brand? Like, probably that's not the best reason then, right? But to her, it wasn't about the brand. She doesn't care about that stuff. And she was like, oh, that's a good idea. Why don't we go check, right? And she went and we found it, right? They were brand new with the tags on everything, and they were not used at all. Right? But to like have everyone do that probably isn't going to work. Right? Because thrift stores do have a limited supply of Uggs, let's just say. Right? And that's like where the other side of this coin is, right? Is that, yes, like we can be conscious consumers, right? Like I just said, hey, why don't we go to the thrift store, our local thrift store, and see if they have something like that. And they happen to have it, which was perfect, right? But that doesn't always work out that way, right? Sometimes it just, they look crap, or, you know what I mean? It could, or they're not there. Like most of the time they're not there. Like, for example, let me give you a perfect example, right? Sometimes like, oh, thank you very much.
Follower to the commune. Thank you, Garth Ludwig.
Garth Ludwig, thank you so much for the follow. Right? Sometimes you're looking for a game or something, right? Like I try to like pick up games at the thrift store, right? Okay, well sometimes I'm looking for a game, but guess what? That game doesn't exist there. You're not gonna find it. Sometimes you get really lucky and you find it, right? But like to only like rely on the thrift, yeah, it's not gonna work for everyone, right? So you have to be reasonable. Now, should you go to a store that sells Uggs for $400, $500? Probably not, right? That's probably not a good idea. Or buy them at full price, right? So there's variety to this argument, right? They're ugly, but I won't judge because I wear Crocs, which are also ugly. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Crocs, right? That's another good thing, right? Like, if you find a pair of brand new Crocs at the thrift store, why wouldn't you be okay with that? Or very, very lightly used, right? As long as you wash them and everything. But a lot of times I've gone there and I don't see any of that stuff, right? I see like worn down stuff. And it's just like, I'm not always checking for shoes, obviously. I don't really need shoes all that often, right? I have my shoes and that's it. But like, that's just the facts of it. To like always rely on the thrift store doesn't work out. To always rely on like the stores, you're going to be broke. So there's some like intermediary here, right? Because they're still Crocs. Yeah, exactly. I think Crocs changed the way they make them, I think. Yeah, exactly. So like, or I don't know, like I don't know, like if you're going to get like, I'm trying to think, right? Like if you want a copy of Pokemon or something, right? From the older generation, good luck trying to find that in a thrift store. You're going to have to probably go online and it's going to cost you a pretty penny, right? It's just that simple. Stuff like that, guys, right?
Money, we're over, it was like 1.4 billion or something in dark money.
I swear Crocs are like the only shoes I've ever rolled an ankle in. Ordered Chinese light bulb at Alibaba because of the EU laws. Too bright. Really interesting. A lot of people have been ordering from Alibaba. So much. Yeah, exactly. But you're not gonna find too many Uggs at Goodwill, right? They're just not. Like we just got lucky that day, right? And it was like I told her, I was like, hey, why don't we try there first? And she just got lucky, right? I can't wear Crocs. I always fall down when I wear them. They're very weird to wear. I don't blame you, Kiki.
It was spent in 2024. We have no idea where that came from. And so it caused the Democrats to reorient themselves towards a party that prioritized fundraising over people power. But the Republicans will always win the capitalist money. They will always win that battle. We are literally in a rigged game that's against the Democrats, and we have leadership that's invested in the game continuing to be rigged. And so it needs to change for fascism to actually be defeated here. And it's not a foregone conclusion whatsoever. Sorry if that was.
Oh, and sometimes you just need something quicker. And if you need something quicker, right? Like, for example, yeah, like a thrift store could have like Crocs or something like that, right? But they take like 4 months to get. Well, by the time you pick up a pair of Uggs, like winter's over, right? And if you don't have any boots because your boots have a hole in them or something, right? See? So all these things like are important to take into account, right?
I think it's so helpful because I think this is at the crux of the conversations we need to have, like the conversation I had with Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
How would you vote if this corporate Democrat came up? We need to have critical thinking conversations. And then the people on the internet that wet the bed afterwards, they need to go, why am I so adverse to having a conversation? And so what you've identified here
because
is
they're not
chuckles.
liberals. They're illiberals.
Diehard Israel stan. Hassan, I don't want to fund. The majority of Democrats do not want to fund a genocide. For me, and I've spoken about this with you both privately and on shows.
I don't have much patience. That's another aspect. That's what I was trying to tell you, right? Is that for thrift stores, like if you work a lot, you have to have patience. Because a lot of times you're not going to find what you need at the like the exact thing you need at a thrift store. You have to wait and check and drive out and right and look to, and you got to go to multiple ones sometimes, right? And sometimes like you just need the item now. But I think again, do you need it now because it's like something you actually need, or you don't have the patience for all these things? We have to ask ourselves, right? Everyone here can download Taobao in nice Kensai, a swordfish. It's sword fights with Gloggy before landing. Gloggy wins. He trained for this. What up? Congrats, man. You caught an epic. Everyone here can download the Taobao app in America. There are a lot of great stuff there. Yeah, so there's a lot of options now, right? And the more the better.
For me, to what's happening in Gaza and now in Lebanon. Let's pop up this headline from yesterday. Sky News breaking: the body of Lebanese journalist has been found under the rubble after an Israeli strike. And Emma, this shit is so disturbing. It's kids, it's medics, and they don't hit the medics once, they hit it 2-3 times to make sure they killed him. Or if there are people going to help give medical assistance, they double tap or triple tap. They're killing journalists. I don't know what number we're up to now, but I know it's in the hundreds. And all of these things seem to come back to this one thing. Why do people hate Hassan? Because Hassan exposes the war crimes and the genocide of Israel. Why does Chuck Schumer, why is he so unpopular? because he supports the war crimes of Israel and the genocide. And when I think about when I would take my youngest son to these rural towns in Oklahoma, because he was an AAU basketball player and varsity basketball player, so you'd go to these just Trump dump towns. And this guy got out of a pickup truck one day and it said, his t-shirt said, Jesus strong, Trump tough.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. Right. And so, and there's Trump flags everywhere. And
Your
I think
luck sucks today. I blame Gus. What a joke.
about those working class people that have always had to pay their fair share in taxes. Their wages have never gone up, ever. Paying to fund the execution, intentional execution of children, that BBC shit where they targeted here and here. And then recently this week, the only thing Benjamin Netanyahu seems to have punished Israeli soldiers for is for hitting a statue of Jesus and not for raping or killing kids. And then I find out they've trained these dogs to anally rape prisoners. And I am just like, what in the actual fuck that we can't talk about this? And then you're going to have the audacity to look me in the face and say I'm a bigot for standing up for human rights and for the well-being of children. It's just, there is a psychosis around this issue that makes me insane, because Emma, we have to tell the truth. If we want to fight bigotry, we have to tell the truth. And hiding this and covering this up and attacking people who support human rights and oppose genocide is just, history is going to record where we all are on this. And I cannot believe the moral rot surrounding this.
That story about the dogs is a real story. It's one of the ones that it's difficult for me to even repeat, because you've heard the first person testimony of some of these Palestinian prisoners who have been. There was a Palestinian prisoner that was on camera at one of these torture chambers, and you had some IDF soldiers holding up their shields because they were trying to hide it from the camera, but they couldn't fully. And there was a man that was caught raping this prisoner who was let go and is not going to face any charges and is now a celebrity on Israeli television. And you know who is getting prosecuted? You just mentioned that incident. The guy that defaced the Christ statue in Lebanon.
And the only reason BB is doing that is because the most co-opted group of people on the planet are right-wing, evangelical, white rapture preppers.
He knows where his bread is buttered.
It pissed off the rapture preppers, and so they care more about a statue than they do about human beings, the pro-life family, the pro-traditional values. It's all bullshit. They don't give a shit about all the stuff that Trump does, but when he posts a picture of himself as Jesus, they're like, oh my God, let's clutch our pearls. And the same thing with this Jesus statue. I'm like, do you even give a shit about breathing human beings?
Yeah. And that's where it's important to, I kind of touched on this earlier, but I do think some of what Tucker Carlson has done is helpful, I guess, in breaking through the veil of all of the indoctrination you're talking about. But I do think we're at a point where we have to be diligent in calling out the rest of the anti-Semitism that is underneath it. He'll say very anti-Semitic Christian nationalist things to his podcast audience, but then strategically he'll go on mainstream media and act quite differently.
Yep.
And I think, he's trying to wash his hands of his support for Donald Trump and his past support for cruel, barbaric wars in the Middle East, including Iraq, where you can look up him calling Iraqis monkeys and see how deeply he holds these beliefs that he's now trying to cling to for branding purposes. But we have to be very diligent in elevating voices that are critical of Israel that aren't from a Christian nationalist perspective, because nationalism cannot adequately combat Zionism, because Zionism is a nationalist project. Nationalism and Christian nationalism that really privileges Christianity over others. And you'll have at one point they'll hate Muslims again. Right now they hate Jews. This is not the vision that we should be elevating. We should be elevating voices like Hassan that talk about universal human rights and make it an ethic that's applied broadly as opposed to just because my group is being impacted in the Holy Land. And because I think there has been a deliberate obfuscation about what the differences between Zionism and Judaism by the supporters of Israel, the lines have gotten so blurred that people that I think are well-meaning are getting drawn in by Tucker frickin' Carlson.
It really scares me.
Like he doesn't challenge. He loves the ICE stuff. We should point out, and ICE is an outgrowth of 9/11. DHS and ICE were created after 9/11. And a lot of people on the left spoke about how this rollback of our civil liberties, it's going to eventually come around and it's going to come and hit people here at home. And we're seeing it right now. And Tucker Carlson laundered that project, supported it, and still supports it to this day. So it's convenient for him to distance himself from Trump right now and from this war in the Middle East. But let's not be fooled about what his vision is, because I think he might run for president.
I think he's going to run for president, and it's a layup argument to make that will penetrate all over middle America, coast to coast, that supporting Israel is not America first. Look at all the billions of dollars we've given them. Look at how many people they've killed. Mm-hmm. For me, I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't think Tucker Carlson care about little kids being killed, because they don't care about the immigration policies here. They don't care about, ICE shooting peaceful protesters. That little kid, I forget his name, and he had the little beanie on with the little bunny ears, and he was separated.
They didn't give a crap about him. Yeah,
just horrible shit. They don't care about that. So Liam. So I'm not stupid enough to think that you don't care about these people, but you're trying to pitch to me that you care about Palestinian kids. I'm not picking up what you're putting down. I'm seeing a grift and a political thing that you can clamor onto in a base that is ripe and to fall prey to racism. And the whole Tucker Carlson, like now he's trying to say, oh, I'm so sorry about Trump. I need to atone for this. I don't buy a second. This man said that he was asleep in his bed and 4 demons attacked him. How he knows the number of demons is interesting to me, but it also coincides with the amount of dogs that were in bed with him at the same time that clearly would probably have long fingernails. This guy is a whack job. Mm-hmm. He is a nut job. He refers to homosexuals as the F slur as recently in the last 90 days. He is no ally. And I think another sad part about this whole
You got Davy Jones's lunchbox. Bloggy does not eat it. Some things should stay lost.
Gaza.
I love how I put a little bento box as the lunch box.
Lebanon, Iran.
I do love bento.
Thing is, you and I both know a lot of Jewish people that oppose this.
Yes.
That are like, oh my God, Professor Jason Stanley is a mutual friend of ours, and he will message me and he's like, can I please come on? I've got a message. If we can't criticize Israel, we won't have a democracy, and they're just going to fuel anti-Semitism. This is one of the top professors in the world on this subject. And so I'm glad you brought up Tucker, because when we talk about voices that are toxic or people that do toxic stuff, there's so much fixation that we could fixate on. And I think this whole thing about Hassan, my take on it is that they tried to cancel Zoran because the narrative that all Muslims are terrorists that blow shit up and have a bunch of wives and like to do jihad, and they want everybody to learn Arabic and have Sharia law. It doesn't work. That propaganda starts to fall apart when you have a Zoran who's like, here's my trans pride flag, and I'm at the pride parade, and I'm fighting for all these people. And then you have Abdullah al-Sayed, same thing.
Bingo.
He's supposed to be this radical Muslim, yet he's like, I will not throw trans kids under the bus. I don't want, ICE killing people. And then you have Hassan, who also cheerleads this. What do they all have in common? Well, they're all brown-skinned people from, Far East origins. And so I think that's the through line there. I think that these people are miscalculating how many what they would refer to as heritage Americans are really disgusted with racism, greed, Islamophobia, and Israel and the United States blowing everything on the planet up.
And it's all connected because, often Israel is referred to as the only democracy in the Middle East, which is laughable.
Such bullshit.
Yeah, because it's a one-state reality. Even Ezra Klein is saying this now. I was saying, we were talking about this on our show.
Facts.
The week after October 7th, we were called anti-Semitic, and now apparently people have caught up. But yes, it's a one-state reality where the people in Gaza are controlled over. It's an open-air concentration camp, and the people in the West Bank just live under Israeli control, but they have no rights. And so the whole two-state solution thing has been a way to bide time as they ethnically cleanse and depriving a population of the rights that they would have with the governing structure that actually rules over them. And why you can't refer to Israel as a democracy, and I don't even think really we can refer to ourselves as a democracy right now because of how much corporate money is controlling everything. But, it's like Israel is to Gaza and the Palestinians as the United States is to the global South, to use kind of like a SAT logical framing here, where, there's limits when you are in like the imperial core, I guess, if you want to refer to it as that, in terms of democracy, because we may make democratic decisions that work for the United States or work for Israel, but we still don't have democracy for the people that we impact. And I think that people can tend to think about history as so far away and these systems of colonialism as so kind of ironed out at this point. But we still, via our Israel policy, our Middle East policy too, because the petrodollar is so central to our international economic dominance, the fact that we can control oil and energy, not right now with the Iran war, but the fact that we've been able to secure that militarily is a real reason why there's dollar dominance. Like once those dominoes start to fall and people start to question, why are we killing all these Muslim people? What's our Israel policy like? The United States feels like militarily it cannot secure oil and gas and energy systems in the way that it had for so many years. And so much of our dominance financially is based on that. But Trump, ironically, because of his hubris, is accelerating it because you have the UAE basically saying, like, we can't rely on you for defense. All you care about is defending Israel. We may have to start trading in Chinese yuan. And then things start to completely unravel. So, Trump thinks that with all of this blood and might and bombing and double tapping this girls' school in Iran with this war, that, the United States is going to be able to bully Iran into stopping using their geographic leverage. But it's actually the opposite is happening because they're doing so with the Strait of Hormuz, and they're developing relationships that could rival and create multipolarity that reduces United States standing globally. That's probably a good thing for world peace. But if you're the president of the United States, that should not be your objective.
No shit. Okay, now I want to talk about billionaire bedwetters. Okay, so we have all of the Hassan bedwetters online losing their minds about that. And now we have all the billionaire bedwetters who think that the world and the tax codes and everybody should just be curated to their sensitivities. And so this headline right here, I thought was hilarious. Citadel raises possibility of halting New York expansion. And here's an excerpt, Emma. Citadel raised the possibility of abandoning a massive effort to expand in New York City after Mayor Zoran Mamdani used billionaire founder Ken Griffin's apartment purchase to tout a new tax proposal that could levy a charge on luxury second homes in the city. It is shameful that he used Ken's name as the example of those who supposedly aren't carrying their fair share of the burdens associated with New York's often costly and wasteful spending, Citadel Chief Operating Officer Gerald Beeson says. And so here's what I have to say to Gerald. It is hilarious that you were talking about wasteful spending when your boss's second home or third home or fourth home or fifth home is a $250 million apartment in Central Park South. And the bedwetting over this is unbelievable that these guys are not man enough to say, you know what?
Bingo.
New York is a great city. I understand it, and I'm going to pay this luxury tax. It will affect my life. Zero. I am proud to be an American. I'm proud to have that apartment there. I want to show all of the workers in New York that I care for them. No,
none of that.
They can't do that. It's bedwet city. And then he draws in
Oh yeah, taking care of one another. Jesus.
This guy that works for him, whatever, I forget what that prick's name was, but
I mean, well, either way, like, don't you realize that he's the victim? Like, isn't that obvious? I mean, Zoran doxed him. How will he ever afford security at his $250 million apartment? It's sick. It's a psychosis. I think I said this to you last time. It doesn't matter if you have to be if you're a sociopath, and that's how you become a billionaire, or a billionaire makes you a sociopath. But either way, when you have that amount of wealth and you still think that you have the gall to go out there and talk to the press and that talk about how you're the victim because the mayor dared to use your insanely, like, just gluttonous apartment as an example of what needs to be taxed so that working people can have a more dignified life in the city. Like, if that is their impulse, you know that there's no shortcut. We have to break them. We have to break their backs, not literally, but in terms of like taxing them, there's no shortcut. There's no working with these people. They got to where they are by being psychopathically greedy. So we have to be.
Remember the part where, remember this? This is, I tried working with these ass clowns from, I think it was Iron Man 2. That's literally what just came up in my head from this. Hold on, we gotta play that now. He's like at a Senate hearing, right?
As he does not operate within any definable branch of government, Iron Man presents a potential threat to the security of both the nation and to her interests. I did, however, go on to summarize that the benefits of Iron Man far outweigh the liabilities, and that it would be in our interest to fold Mr. Stark into the existing chain of command.
I'm not a joiner, but I'll consider Secretary of Defense, if you ask nice. We can amend the hours a little bit.
I'd like to go on and show, if I may, the imagery that's connected to your report.
I believe it is somewhat premature to reveal these images to the general public at this time.
Colonel, I understand, and if you could just narrate those for us, we'd be very grateful.
To the images. Intelligence suggests that the devices seen in these photos are in fact attempts at making manned copies of Mr. Stark's suit. This has been corroborated by our allies and local intelligence on the ground, indicating that these suits are quite possibly at this moment operational.
Hold on a second, buddy. Let me see. Something here. Oh, boy, I'm good. I come into your screens. I need him. Time for a little transparency. Now let's see what's really going on.
What does he do?
If you'll direct your attention to said screens, I believe that's North Korea.
Turn that off. Take it off.
Iran. No grave, immediate threat here. Is that Justin Hammer? How did Hammer get here? Justin, you're on TV. Focus up.
Okay, let's see the left switch. Left is going to turn to the right.
Wow. Yeah, I'd say most countries 5-10 years away. Hammer Industries 20.
I'd like to point out that that test pilot survived.
I think we're done is the point that he's making. I don't think there's any reason.
The point is, you're welcome, I guess. Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it. But I did you a big favor. I have successfully privatized world peace. What more do you want? For now! I tried to play ball with these ass clowns.
F you, Mr. Stark. F you, buddy. We're adjourned. We're adjourned for today. Okay. You've been a delight.
I tried playing ball with these ass. That's literally like, that's literally how I feel, right? It's like you just can't, you can't play ball with these ass clowns, right?
Psychopathically on the side of the people. And
by the way, I'm glad that they made that very like realistic looking. It looks like a It looks like a real Senate hearing, right?
Billionaires should not exist. You know, I'm really truly believe that if you $999 million, you're going to be okay. But at the very least, we need to start taxing them heavily, 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 because, you know, my generation, like, yeah, the idea of owning a home, I mean, come on. The American dream is dying before our very eyes. And it's because people like that bitch and moan and cry because, God forbid, we point out the fact that they've been ransacking our society and are not paying their fair share. Cry all you want. I will drink your tears and then some. I'm going to beer funnel your tears, in fact.
I mean, it's just, I can't, this Bill Ackman, have you seen his bedwetting?
Oh my God,
Is that the weirdest shit you've ever seen?
Can someone just take his internet away? You know how in The Office when they tried to set up a blog for Creed and they were like, let's just make it a Word document? Bill Ackman needs something like that because he's got to stop. Well, maybe he shouldn't stop tweeting because he's making all billionaires look bad, which is good for my agenda.
I have to say that before I would hear people on the far left say a billionaire shouldn't exist, I'd be like, oh my God, whatever. Because I didn't. Well, first and foremost, I was raised by an entrepreneur dad, like capitalism kind of in my bones. And I thought, oh, that's ridiculous. And these people go too far. This fleet of billionaires under Trump 2.0, I'm 100% in. They have proven to me by their actions and their actions only, not Hassan Piker, not the crazy radical leftist Emma Vigeland and Sam at the Majority Report. Yeah. None of those people, the sheer behavior of Ackman, this prick, what's Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman. It is so abhorrent in the entitlement and just what pussies they are. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, don't even get me started on Tim Cook. You are a gay man, a gay man that made in
Peter Thiel.
That is the one right there. It's just, it writes itself. And so I would just want to remind my listeners, these billionaires, these particular ones that I listed, they're easy to hate, but it's the system. And these are the things, to kind of loop this back to the top of the episode, that Hassan kind of made my child privy to. He didn't learn about any of this stuff at school in Oklahoma. But I remember in 2016, I voted for Hillary over Bernie, and my son called me a centrist. And I was like, please, I'm not a centrist. I am a liberal, Dylan. I mean, oh my God, I watch Rachel Maddow every night. Go fuck yourself, Dylan, right? Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I was thinking. And there is a social conscience that streamers, podcasters are teaching people outside of the corporate news bubble that I think is incredibly threatening, because my sons have this consciousness about what's happening over in Gaza. And they also have a consciousness about how much corporate greed is dicking over younger generations and the transfer of wealth. They have an awareness about this because of him. And so it's like Hassan is a double tap strike on their stuff: Israel, corporate greed, etc. And I think the bedwetting that I see from these corporate Democrats with the billionaires, they all live in the same space. Mm-hmm. They are whining, titty baby bedwetters. And you know who else is? MAGA. Yeah. It's just all this bedwetting. I've had it with all that, Emma.
I've had it with that too. And like, honestly, at least the robber barons in the Gilded Age, which, by the way, we're at levels of income inequality and wealth inequality that far surpass that at this point, just to give people a sense of how bad things have gotten. At least they were building railroads. At least, like, they were building these mansions.
They pay like 70% taxes or something.
I mean, I would need to fact check back in the 1920s if that were the case. But in the 1960s, the top marginal tax rate was around 90%. So the equivalent of like,
no, in the 20s, it was like what we had today, if not a little lower. We talked about that.
$4 million, every dollar you would make over $4 million in today's standards would be taxed at a 90% rate. It's not taxing all of your income at 90%,
right?
But it's taxing it over.
Wow, there's a lot of skinny dipping in this lake, huh?
Over that. And that was, after World War II, when the United States was at its most economically prosperous. So it is, I don't think we can get there realistically right now, but that was what income tax looked like at that point. But in the Gilded Age, it wasn't in that way, and speculation and the levels of the trading on the stock market was completely out of control too. But they at least built railroads and infrastructure and like museums. I mean, the Rockefellers and stuff. They felt they wanted to maintain their wealth, and they felt like, okay, let me contribute to society in this way, at least with the arts, so I can be a pillar of society. All these billionaire robber barons from today, these tech guys,
Those are like the
what do they
opposite.
do?
Nothing.
They go in their bunkers
and they complain.
They complain. They bitch. They don't provide anything to society, and they feel almost emboldened by that fact. They think that it makes that they're in competition with one another. That's what they care about. And so, I mean, we had an author on our show, Rana Dasgupta, who wrote a book called After Nations, who was describing the modern Silicon Valley industry as the like almost East India company of the past, where it's like a group of corporations in power that's working alongside a nation state and their interests, but has almost more power than them.
Yeah.
Like they have superseded the power of the United States in many ways and are calling the shots. And that's what happens when you have a kleptocracy and an oligarchy. And we're very much on our way there, if not there.
Okay, final question, just a little gossip that's delicious.
Oh, I love to gossip.
Yeah, so Big Titty Brian, you know, the husband, puppy killer and goat killer, Christy Nome.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, I don't care if Brian likes to have, large breasts. I don't mind that one bit. I care about the hypocrisy. And then also there's been a lot of rumors. I don't know if this is true or not, but I read it on Elon Musk's free speech website that Scott Jennings is a switch hitter.
I saw that too.
And so I just think this turnabout stuff, I just always want to platform this type of gossip when I can to point out the hypocrisy, because I'm a hypocrisy shamer.
Why are they all freaks? Like they preach so much, as you're saying, to everybody else, but they're all freaks. Even Lori, gosh, I'm forgetting her last name, but the labor secretary who just resigned, her husband was harassing a bunch of women at the office. She allegedly helped cover it up and allegedly was also having an affair herself. Corey Lewandowski and Christy Nome were shacking up on a military base while her husband was, enjoying his big balloon titties back in their home state in South Dakota. He didn't come with her to DC. They just basically had an arrangement. That's why. Did you see her when she said like, oh gosh, I'm so sorry that this all came out. I really regret it and stuff like that. That was her statement. I'm like, bitch, you leaked it. I know you did.
You think she leaked it?
100%. I mean, one, she would deny if she really was embarrassed by this. Like, we're so sorry. Please give our family some privacy at this time. Please, girl, you want to get out. You're with Corey now. Your husband maybe likes men. Just, she's trying to look for an out, I think, from her own Christian perspective.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that Trump leaked it to send her a signal? You better stay in line or there's no pardon for you.
That was your theory to me, I believe, over text.
We were texting.
I think that is a good theory too. I just feel like what I couldn't understand was how this woman is denial, never show any weakness. But suddenly this is a very hard time for our family. Please respect our privacy. Please pray for us. Please, we won't pray for the children in Gaza. We won't pray for the kids that are locked up in camps by ICE.
Pray for Big Titty Brian.
We will pray. No, for you for having to see
Aren't you
your
ashamed,
husband with big
Jersey,
titties.
for not praying?
I mean, God, I wish I would. That makes me sad, though. Like, there's not to be Debbie Downer, but it's like, live your life. Like, I wish people could just have the freedom to live their lives. I guess that's easy for us to say, sitting here in commie liberal New York City. But
Mom Donnie Stan.
Yeah, but it is fun to make fun of.
Oh my gosh, no, it's so fun. And I don't,
Mom
if
Donnie
anybody has to
Stan.
live in the closet or, suppress their freakiness in a passive way that is not judgmental or duplicitous, I have so much empathy for that because I grew up in the Bible Belt.
Right.
But the hypocrites who grow out sanctimoniously and grandstand and weaponize, during the day, all this Christianity. And then at night, it's big titties and hand jobs and, poppers and gay stuff. Fuck that shit. I mean, it's just infuriating. Also, we have to just mention Grindr crashes anytime there's a turning point. Nobody's showing up for Turning Point anymore, which is great news for the country. And also the RNC stuff and Charlie Kirk's funeral. Grindr's crashing out.
Yeah. It's and like they overcompensate by harming other people. That's what's horrible about it. Is they have look, sexuality is a spectrum. We're all somewhere along that spectrum. And there are many conservatives that may be a little bi-curious, but those thoughts are so terrifying to them that even if they're not gay, but they are interested in the idea of being with a man, or perhaps they have some gender dysphoria and perhaps would have loved to be able to explore options about if they were trans or not.
Did you hear that? Everyone's on the spectrum.
That is such a scary thought to them that they lash out at everybody else. Yeah. And it has real consequences for our society and for our
no further than Lindsey Graham, the war hawk.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That's all we have. Emma, thank you so much.
All right. Now we're going to take a break. GeoGuessr time. Nice. Play. Great, another fucking field in the middle of nowhere. I'm guessing it's Europe? Oh. Yeah. Europe? Okay. Schwarzmuller. Donut. Oh. Italy? Yep. I'm guessing Italy. Okay. Verles es Verdic? Something? I don't know. Don't know what the fucking language that is. Let's see. I think this is gonna give it away. Although it could just be a... Okay. Videk. Verles es Videk. There's another one of those. Okay. So what language does that sound like? It's clearly like a Latin-based language where I'm guessing it's either Catalonia or France? Or like, sorry, northern Italy. But I just don't think it's Italy anymore now. Hold on. There's no like sign here? Alright. There's a fucking parking lot or something weird. Alright. We can't find shit here. Okay. I'm gonna guess here. Hungary. Yeah. Okay. That was hard to get because that was in the middle of nowhere. Bollards are black and white. They have a wedge like profile and red. Yeah, there we go. No one saw wrongly. The reflector pillars are clearly German. Yeah, but see, that was a tricky one because it wasn't Germany. There was a lot of Latin based language stuff, but it wasn't Hungarian. Right? So like all of that was just a trick. Okay. Alunsk Nes Navads. Okay. The fuck is that? What language is that? I think we're in Europe again. Okay, what does this sign say? Guljupi? Guljupi? What language is this? Okay, let's see. We're in Europe again. Might be in... You know what this kind of looks like to me? Slovene. This kind of reminds me of Slovenian. But again, I'm really... I don't know so far. Another freaking field with no fucking signs. Great. What am I doing at? Oh, I saw it wrong. Yeah, no worries, Kiki. Let's see here. Where? Jesus. Come on, give me something. Jesus. We're going on one sign that I don't know the language of because I don't speak that language. Oh my god. Let's see. Wow. Yeah, this one's gonna be very difficult. Alright, well, we're running out. I'm gonna say Slovenia. Somewhere in Slovenia. Okay, Latvia. I don't know shit about Latvian, so one sign, Guldup, Latvian bullard. Oh, they like their bullards recently, huh? Okay, this is better. I'm supposed to tell the trees are Latvian, guys. The bullards are Latvian. Jesus. I was close with Finland. I mean, yeah, like that would have been closer for real. When in doubt, just pick Latvia apparently now. Alright, so this was gonna be easier. Just give up. It's alright, butchery, over 85 years of quality goods. This is clearly an English-speaking country, right? Maybe even in the US. Top quality meats, okay. Country prices, alright. Yeah, I'm guessing this is not the UK. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Oh wait, it might be, right? Because they're driving on the left-hand side. They're not driving on the... Yeah. Wait a second. It's not the UK for sure. Oh. This might be like Australia. New Zealand? Yeah. Might be New Zealand. Jubilee weekend. Yeah, I don't think it's Australia. Well, sorry, I don't know. Do they drive on the... Yeah, they drive on the... Okay, yeah, right here. It's not the US. We don't use meters. We use miles. Or feet. Alright. right, so I'm guessing this is gonna give us a better idea when we get to Rosebank, Splites, Super Liquor, Bar and Rotisserie. I'm guessing this is like New Zealand? Gonna do someplace in New Zealand. Okay. Yep, I got the country right. Where? I mean, I don't know where in New Zealand. Never been there, unfortunately. Looks like a beautiful country, but yeah, I could tell it was New Zealand because New Zealand's pretty mountainous. Like it has, like you can tell by the trees. It has a lot of trees, right? The driving in like how people drove kind of gave it away. It probably wasn't the U.S. Okay. All right, so this place is more tropical. Obviously, we've got some tropical trees. Okay. Huh. SCG. This language. Okay. Portland Cement. I'm trying not to read the chat, by the way, guys, because I know you guys give me hints and I'm trying to guess it on my own here, but Australia is the same as the UK. Yeah. All right. This looks like Scotland? Yeah, definitely not Scotland. It's in Asia for sure, but where in Asia? Let's see. I don't see a lot of like Latin-based characters, right? Which gives it away that maybe it's Thailand? Maybe? It would make sense. Che Guest House. Okay. Kama Chalunke Hotel. Okay. Again, Toyota dealer. I think it's Thailand, yeah. I think it's Thailand. In Thailand, I'm not exactly sure because I don't know this city, but I think it is Thailand. I just saw a Thai flag. See, I'm seeing these structures which are very common in Thailand as well. And the lack of a lot of Latin-based characters gives it away for me. I'm gonna say Thailand, but got it. Got it. Thailand's a huge country, so nice. All right. Tulsi Enterprise. Okay, this looks like maybe India? Tulsi is very... I drink Tulsi all the time. I love Tulsi, so... Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Latin-based characters, which let me know that it's probably India, right? But I'm also seeing like whatever, I forget what language, what kind of script this is, but it's whatever script it is. Oh, saran, samosa. Okay, samosas are an Indian food, if I remember correctly, right? I think they are. I had them at an Indian restaurant here, so I'm assuming they are, right? But I don't know off the top of my head. Raise eggs and chicken. Okay. There's a lot of English here, which would point that it is definitely India. Fresh halal food. Okay. looks like South India. Yeah, it kind of does. Although the trees don't look South India, so... But, actually, yeah, you're right. Look at that. That's a giant tree. No, I think this is India, guys. Now, where in India? Because India is a huge country. So, that's like... even bigger than Thailand by far, so... I think we might get away with... Maybe it's southern India? I just can't read anything. Right? Did you notice that it went from like some land-based characters to all like boss? Okay, read that. Janta's Egg House. Is Janta like a region? I'm gonna say it's like around here. I could be wrong. Okay. It wasn't southern India, it was more like northern India. Okay, perfect. The reason I figured it wasn't was because the closer you get to the south, it's gonna get even more tropical, right? Like Sri Lanka. The closer you get to the equator, the more tropical it will become. It didn't look super. All right. Yeah, the two in Europe were the hardest, I feel like. Wow. All right. Good game, guys. Thank you so much. All right.
I was going through some post-World War II planning documents, old housing files, census reports, urban renewal notes, that sort of thing. And I found something that made me stop and go, wait, what? Because while this country was celebrating the post-war boom, the federal government was quietly tracking where Black families built wealth. Not to support it, not to expand it, of course. Just to keep an eye on it. So let me explain what was actually happening. Right after World War II, several federal agencies, they started making maps and reports about where Black middle-class neighborhoods were forming. Not poor neighborhoods, middle-class ones. This included the FHA, the old HOLC system, which, by the way, their redlining maps were still influencing decisions being made, the Census Bureau, the Department of Commerce, and city planning boards. And what were they tracking, right? They wanted to know where Black families were buying homes, where Black-owned businesses were growing, where Black income was rising, where Black professionals were moving. So basically, mapping Black prosperity. And the language in these reports, you know it wasn't positive. You'll see phrases along the lines of Negro income concentrations, areas of rising Negro prosperity, shifts in racial stability. And once those neighborhoods were identified, the pattern just becomes obvious. In cities across the country, Detroit, Chicago, DC, Atlanta, St. Louis, and plenty more, Black middle-class neighborhoods were flagged as risks to the existing racial balance. And after those neighborhoods were flagged, here's what tended to
100%
follow. Highways cut straight through them. Zoning changed to block business growth. Mortgage access tightened. Schools gerrymandered. Urban renewal targeted those areas. These weren't random decisions. They showed up right after the mapping. What the planners were worried about wasn't poverty. It was Black stability. Black families using the GI Bill. Black home ownership going up. Black business districts getting strong. Black upward mobility to them meant political power, voting power, economic influence. And the planning documents read like they were trying to keep that from growing too fast. So here's the part that made it click for me. By the 1950s, these maps were being used to justify decisions that were made to break apart Black neighborhoods, thriving Black neighborhoods, highway reconstruction, redevelopment, denial of loans, neighborhood clearance, school lines drawn to keep districts unequal. Not because the neighborhoods were failing, though, because they were succeeding. Planning boards literally described Black middle-class areas as something that needed to be managed before they influenced nearby white suburbia. So here's the real takeaway. Black prosperity after World War II wasn't something that the government just noticed. It was something they monitored. Different decade, different wording, same pattern. Track it, limit it, redirect it, contain it. And once you understand that pattern, a lot of what we see in modern housing just starts to make more sense. I was going through some post-World War II planning documents.
Right. And it looks like Gaza is starting to vote, at least a part of it. Interesting. Let's watch.
It's the first time people cast ballots in the Palestinian territories outside the West Bank in more than 20 years. The central city of Deir al-Balah was the only place in Gaza holding elections for a municipal council at the same time as towns in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The overall voter turnout was low, but for these young Palestinians it was important to take part. They've never been able to vote before.
Of course, elections are very important. First of all, this is the first time the 90s generation gets to vote, and most importantly, it will unite the two parts of the homeland. This means that while we heard about history and read about it in books, this time our generation gets to leave its mark on history. This is an advantage for us, as the generation was wronged and never participated in elections.
Finally, something is happening for this town after the ruin and stagnation that happened. People were almost dead, completely lacking trust in any responsible authority. God willing, these elections will try to change even a little bit in the world.
This is my first time voting, and I hope for great opportunities for the youth and the community to work in the Deir al-Balah municipality and in employment programs. Elections generally, from the past until now, bring change.
The election in Gaza has been held amidst the devastation from a brutal war and displacement after the Hamas terror attack on October 7. Election workers had to use improvised ballot boxes because of Israeli restrictions on what can enter Gaza. The election was organized by the Fatah-run Palestinian Authority, which has administrative control over parts of the occupied West Bank. Hamas took power in Gaza from the authority in 2007 and controlled the appointments of mayors and councils there. Hamas still controls its part of the territory, but said it would not interfere in the election. The roughly 70,000 eligible voters in Deir al-Balah had a choice of 4 lists of candidates. While all are said to be independent, some are rumored to be affiliated with Fatah or Hamas.
People have unfortunately lost confidence, because today we want a new social experience free from any organizational cloak, any organizational color, or any organizational party. So certainly what pushed people to come and vote is they no longer trust anyone.
While Deir al-Balah has been frequently bombed by the Israeli military, there was no large-scale Israeli ground operation here. Many people sought refuge in the city during the war. But the city's infrastructure is shattered, as it is
You
in
gotta
most
deal
of
with things,
Gaza.
no worries.
Voters want an improvement in services such as access to water, housing or transport. Whoever is elected will have no lack of issues to fix.
Now we want
Nice.
things to improve. We want reconstruction. We want aid. And we want everything done with trust. The most important thing is to work with trust, with the people. Not to say one thing now and do another later. It needs to be based on safety and trust.
God willing, it will lead to much bigger elections, large presidential elections that change the whole society from top to bottom. After a huge war that killed people and destroyed trust in many people and officials, I hope this will be a big change and a major turning point for this country, especially in Deir. If it starts here, it will start in other governance, I hope.
Palestinians have questions whether the elections can bring any meaningful change, given that Israel tightly controls over half of the territory and what's going in and out of Gaza.
Yep.
There are many challenges. The Israeli occupation, which controls the eastern half of Deir al-Balah and 60% of the Gaza Strip, is a general challenge, let alone when it comes to a municipality governing an environment or exercising its duties without having political power. These are the actual challenges facing any municipal council that wins the elections.
The election allows the Palestinian Authority to show some presence here. It has otherwise been blocked by Israel from playing any role in the future of Gaza. Whether the elections will make a real difference is another matter.
Oh. Got it. All right, Gen X.
If you are young, you've been told many times by older people that social media is rotting your brain.
God, what fucking boomers, am I right?
And hey, mental health check and all, they're not wrong. But you've probably also noticed grandpa or mom or some other older relative of yours spending just as much time as you do on YouTube or TikTok. Today, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah,
because,
that's
as it
my
turns
dad.
out, middle-aged people, Gen Xers and boomers, are just as vulnerable online to disinformation and conspiracy theories as anyone else. And maybe, just maybe, society should stop obsessing over what young people are doing for once.
Totally understand that. But the problem really, I think, is, okay, let's throw loads of resources at young people. They are our future. But that is then at the detriment of other demographics within the population.
That's Sarah Wilford. She's a professor at De Montfort University's Center for Computing and Social Responsibility. And she says, sure, it's great we care about young people, but it seems to be the only thing that many governments want to focus on. Globally, we're seeing aggressive policies to protect children, with Australia and Indonesia implementing nationwide social media restrictions for minors, and a dozen other countries planning to follow suit. Sarah argues we need to pay attention to older internet users.
What we discovered, and actually I have to say that it is born out of my own frustrations as well, being a sort of older, middle-aged, I'm at the youngest end of boomer, older end of Gen X. And some of the frustrations that I've noted is that nobody wants to hear us. Nobody wants to talk to us. Nobody wants to listen to what we've got to say. We are seen as boring, a bit steady, but we're also perceived as this homogenous blob of middle-aged people, sort of 45 to 65 sort of age group. And I don't know how you would feel, but if you felt that you were being ignored and that your views and values were no longer relevant, that creates an element of frustration, annoyance. People get fed up. They feel like they've the contract about work hard and be successful has been broken, and nobody wants to listen to them. So this actually makes this particular group really, really vulnerable to the messaging, particularly what I call nostalgia porn, things that say, oh, it was so wonderful when you were young and now it's awful. And this sends people down various rabbit holes where they are actually welcome.
In other words, this is an overlooked demographic, and yet it's also an incredibly relevant group.
They are powerful. They are influential. They are your boss. They are my boss. And yet they are considered to be part of this much, much older group, which obviously is faintly ridiculous. And what we're doing at the moment, which is the really, really, really worrying thing is, and it's like a political policy blind spot. And they go, okay, let's throw all our resources at young people because we don't want them to be radicalized. But if you...
I played League of Legends when I was young and they threw my PC. Oh my God. God damn it.
Don't have resources looking at them.
Yeah, they're so against games and doing anything unproductive and stuff like that.
Middle-aged.
Their words, right? Not mine.
Who do you think is radicalizing them? Who is making the content? Who is encouraging these people? Well, it's often the middle-aged.
Think about it. Who are some of the biggest social media players out there? Whether it's Elon Musk on X or Joe Rogan with his podcast, many of the biggest players are middle-aged. They not only can drive the online ecosystem, they're also the victims of it.
Because one of the interesting things about this particular group is that they are largely self-taught. They've been online for several decades now, since it all started, but they were not children. They were already adults, and they were largely learning on the hoof, if you like. They were learning by doing, they were learning online, they were learning through work, and they were very much self-taught. So they have not had any of the training, the education, the advice, the understanding of the dangers of being online. And one of the things that came out from our research very, very strongly was this idea, and it came on multiple times. Oh yes, young people really do need to be educated about online safety, etc. Us? No. We've been to the University of Life. We don't need anything. We don't need to.
It's very arrogant.
That is a huge danger. So we have people who have not been taught about, some of the manipulation tactics and some of the things that we're actually teaching our young people now. And yet they don't believe that they need that education.
That's a dangerous formula. People who don't know what they don't know. You might call it unknown unknowns, which is different than known unknowns or known knowns. And if you just understood the deep cut Gen X reference I made, congratulations, you are middle-aged.
I don't get what
Donald
they meant.
Rumsfeld, Iraq.
And one of those reasons is because this particular generation is probably the last generation to believe what they see on mainstream media. Even though they go, oh, we can't trust mainstream media, they're still actually consuming a huge amount of mainstream stuff.
Damn,
right,
I get
which
the joke.
means that when you go online, when they go online and they see, say, a video which is formatted.
That joke flew way over my head. I'm like, huh? I don't get it.
That is familiar and safe looking. It looks like Sky News, or because they set them up so that they look like legitimate news agencies and things like that. So because they don't realize that actually this is a very different thing, it's not regulated, it doesn't have the fact checking, it doesn't have to say the truth, it can say whatever it likes. They look at that and they think, oh, it looks legit. Why shouldn't I believe it? And so they're more likely to be drawn in, whereas younger people go, oh,
by like the appearances of stuff. I agree.
yeah, that's just another
fucking Gen X boomers
online YouTuber.
That goes against everything we've mostly heard in the global public conversation. But the more you think about it, yeah, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they grew up with smartphones and they talk about how much they need to unplug all the time, touch grass, right? These two generations are even going retro, buying vinyl, using disposable film cameras, trying to carve out an analog life. Meanwhile, we all have an uncle who believes the earth is flat, or even crazier things I won't get into.
And what we're doing in policy at the moment is assuming the middle-aged are fine. We're going, they're all right. They're nice, steady, boring people. They've done their life stuff and they're working towards middle age until old age and all of that. And they're ignored, but they are just as vulnerable and they do need interventions in the same way.
Okay, so interventions. How can we save middle-aged people from online brain rot?
We are foolish if we think that we can target all our resources at one quite limited demographic whilst ignoring the rest and then expect to have positive results. What is needed, obviously, in my opinion, is policy needs to go, okay, let's look at society as a whole. Mm-hmm. Who is talking to who is influencing who, all of those sorts of things. Because if we just focus on a tiny proportion of society, well, it almost seems obvious that we're going to miss a huge amount of potential problems and solutions by ignoring this group. Yeah, so they are just as vulnerable, just differently. But what we need is a slightly different approach to the middle-aged. Now, the first problem, of course, is that children, young people, easy to get at school, at university, very easy to find. Older people, they're in the workplace, they're no longer at school, they're very difficult to locate. So they're already hard to reach.
Yeah.
And what we're saying is we need to create a discussion reflection space. So when people make counter narratives, as an example, there's a few things that you really don't want to be targeting middle-aged people with hip hop, funky music, young, good-looking actors, those sorts of things leave the middle-aged cold. They don't, let's have something like an old 1979 Pink Floyd song, We Don't Need No Education, or something that is part of their youth. Remember, in 1979, when that record was released, these people were then in their teens. They were the vulnerable age group that we are now concerned about. So if you want to actually address this group, you need to target interventions directly for them, which means taking the work that we've done to understand where they're coming from, understand that what will turn them off and what will get people to think.
So what do you think? If you are middle-aged, do you think you're extra vulnerable to online disinformation? And what education campaign would appeal to you? If it's not Pink Floyd, maybe it's someone from a few years later, like Madonna, Paula Abdul, Oasis? Sorry if you're feeling old right now, but that makes two of us. Born in 1980. That's all for now. DW News is giving you the latest and also sharing deep dives on here and across the rest of social media. I'm Melissa Chan. Until next time.
Oh, this is gonna piss Trump off, guys. Get ready.
We are coming to you tonight from my own hometown, the borough of the Bronx, New York, just down the street from Yankee Stadium. And for the next hour, some other folks who live here, are going to talk to the man who just a little over 100 days ago stepped into what some have called the second toughest job in America, the mayor of New York City.
New York City is so much bigger than you think. 8.5 million people, 100 different ethnicities, speaking 200 different languages, the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, the largest Muslim population in the hemisphere, the largest Chinese population of any city outside of Asia, more black residents than any city in the U.S., the most billionaires on planet Earth, with millions of others living below the poverty line. And believe it or not, more Trump voters than in any one of a dozen red states that elected him. This past November, this city, for its 112th mayor, chose this guy.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election?
Zohran Mamdani came from near obscurity to change the way winning campaigns are run.
New York, will you accept this rose?
With a populist message to do something about the cost of living.
How about the cost of living?
Sucks.
Oh, I went to New York City last December for Christmas. Oh, wow. How was that? Yeah, the last time I was in New York City was when I, for work. I live in Boston normally, but
we're going to make buses fast.
It's not like the farthest city away, but it's like right there next to it.
His rise made him a rock star.
It's not exactly like, well, how do I say it? It's not exactly a hop and a skip away, but it's like 2, 3, 4 hours away. Yeah, like 3 hours away. On a
boogeyman
on a bad day.
No one is safe.
It was terrible. Yeah, what did you not like about it?
Friends of mine in New York,
I don't like how like there are some things I don't like. It's very, I don't know. It just doesn't. It's too big city for me in many ways, right?
Are officially depressed.
It's kind of exciting, but at the same time, it's like it's just like it's almost too big, right?
And scared.
And even if he's managed to tame the man in the White House,
we agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
In the end, he's still got to run this city.
I've been watching you.
Tonight, All In comes to the Bronx for a special
I know what you mean. Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
This is All In America.
Like, I live in a big city, but it's just not as big, and I don't know, like, it just feels a lot nicer to live here. In New York, it just felt very, like, claustrophobic. It felt very, like overwhelming. There was just too much. Like, I went out at like 4 a.m. and it felt like it was like 7 p.m. because there were so many people out, and I kind of like having that like peace and quiet sometimes, right? There's a lot of people. A lot of people. I don't like skyscrapers in general. Yeah, my dad doesn't either. I kind of get what you guys mean, right? Like, I'm indifferent about them. Boston luckily doesn't have a lot of skyscrapers, so that's one thing I like about it. But
good evening from the amazing Bronx Children's Museum. I'm Chris Hayes. This was the front page of the New York Post.
Yeah, I loved it.
Was elected mayor of New York City.
This is the best the best cover ever. On your marks, get set, so Socialist Mamdani wins the race for the red apple. Oh my god, it's so funny, right, guys? Like,
red apple. Very good at that. It's the culmination of one of the most improbable political stories of the Trump age. A grassroots progressive campaign like no one had ever seen before, with more opposition from Republicans, from a Democratic political dynasty, from the president, from the media that we'd ever seen.
Still won.
And he won with a laser focus on a core message of making it more affordable for the people who live here. It's been a little over 100 days. The city has not fallen into communism just yet. But he does have a job to do. We've invited an audience of New Yorkers to join us here, some of whom voted for this mayor, some of who didn't. Some are supportive of his policies and others are not. But this is New York.
So what did you not like about New York then? I'm kind of curious.
Shy about sharing an opinion, and the mayor
was it too dirty for you? I mean, that's like the thing I kind of I didn't really like too much about, right? It needs to be cleaned up. Like, the tax money needs to be used on like making those roads sparkly clean, right? It needs to look like fucking Japan, which is not going to. But
shy about hearing that. So let's welcome now Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
Why does Americans always need to laser focus? Because it's in our culture. I don't know. It's a good point.
Thank you for having me. I wore a suit so I can match your energy.
Thank you.
You were an assembly member just like maybe the last time I saw you, actually, and just a few months ago. It's a very different job than this job. What's the biggest thing you've learned, the biggest realization you've had actually being in that position?
I think the biggest thing, first and foremost, is that New Yorkers' trust for all of the big ideas that we have about delivering universal childcare, about making the most expensive city in America affordable for working class people who help keep it running. That trust starts when you fill in those potholes. Because you can't tell someone to trust city government in its ability to deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in its history if they can look out the window and see the same pothole unfilled as it was the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before. And so at the same time that we've been pursuing this agenda that would transform the lives of New Yorkers, delivering a pathway to universal childcare on day 8, we've also filled in 102,000 potholes in that same 100-day period. We started to repave more than 1,000 miles of roadway. And all of this comes back from a belief that there's no problem too big, no task too small, and we call this pothole politics.
Well, there's this phrase called sewer socialism. It comes out of the Milwaukee particularly, right? There's a number of socialist mayors in Milwaukee, and the idea that the only way you deliver on your ideology, whatever it is, no matter, and particularly if it's a radical one, is that you have to give people clean water and things like that. Are you informed by that tradition? Is that something you're thinking about?
Very much so. I think oftentimes people think of politics as an intellectual debate. Working people want to know if you can actually deliver for them.
Bingo.
And one of those mayors in Milwaukee, their phrase was, "Go after it and get it." We've talked about this for long enough. New Yorkers want to see
Yeah, no, this is 100% true, right?
See, can you actually deliver on these things? And they want to measure it in the way that they experience government on a day-to-day basis. That's why we're focusing on the little things while also pursuing the big ones.
Do you think that you have, I mean, you are, Mayor of New York is always somewhat of a national figure, kind of. They also never have a national career in politics. Those two things I think are related. It's a tough job to come out of everyone being like, that guy's awesome. Do you feel like you're carrying an ideological burden for the flag of democratic socialism, which you proudly are, right? And you're the most powerful democratic socialist in the country. And people are going to point to whether things go well here or poorly here as evidence of whether that's an ideology that is worth anything.
Well, I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, which is that the worth of an ideology is judged in its delivery. And to me, this is an incredible opportunity. We've been told for so long, even over the course of the campaign, that things like universal child care could never be done.
I can't wait to get out of New York
Governor
City.
Hochul, we announced $1.2 billion in funding that will now, for the first time in New York City history, deliver free child care for 2-year-olds. And
It's
that is
dirty,
something
yeah.
that you don't have to explain to a parent.
But you got 2,000, just
It's very dirty. That's like the thing I didn't like about it the most. But
to be clear, you got 2,000 seats. It's a big city, 8 million people.
2,000 seats this year, right? 12,000 seats next year, and then every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. And the importance of that.
By year 4, if it happens, right?
It will happen. This is not an inshallah promise.
Right, okay.
This is definitely happening. And I say that to you because, you know, Senator Warren talks about child care as infrastructure. The way that you deliver this, it's not just a question of securing the funding. It's also working with the child care providers who have been a part of what's made it possible for so many families to be here and building out their capacity to deliver for more children than we've ever seen engaging in this kind of service in New York City.
You know, affordability, which we're going to talk through throughout the hour, was the sort of central. I was
thinking about it.
No, yes. Well, you're very on message, which, you know, to your credit. You know, in the mayoral election before you were elected, and particularly coming out of 2020, 2021, there's a huge amount of attention on policing and crime, right? And we saw a big uptick in crime in New York City and nationally. We're seeing something pretty remarkable happening, which is basically the inverse. And, you know, you came out and celebrated the lowest homicide rate I think the city's recorded in many, many decades. But it's not just New York City. Mayor Lurie in San Francisco is going to take credit for it there, and Brandon Scott in Baltimore, Kash Patel at the FBI, and Donald Trump in the White House are going around saying, hey, we've got the lowest crime rate ever because of what I did. What is your understanding or theory for what is happening with crime in your city?
Well, I think there's a few things. We're seeing that our approach to public safety is working, and not just in a sense of a general decline, but to actually correct you a little, it's not just the lowest number of murders in the last few decades, it's the lowest number of murders ever in recorded history. Yes. The joint lowest number of shootings. It's a decline of crime across major categories by more than 9%. It's also not enough. New Yorkers do not measure their lives by statistics. They want to know that you are doing everything in your power to deliver public safety. And the importance of public safety, it's not actually divorced from the conversation around affordability. It's the cornerstone. It's the platform that allows you to do that work of affordability. Because if someone is not safe in their city, then that is the first concern they have, even before the other ones that we speak about.
I mean, let me give an interpretation of what I've seen, and you could respond to it, which is that progressive governance is impossible if people are scared. And progressive politics essentially become choked off. And what I've seen is you're someone who has had these commitments to fast and free buses and universal childcare. When you look at policing, there's things you've said you want to do. You want to get rid of this gang database, which is, you've been very critical of. There's a special unit that sort of polices protests you said you want to disband. The gang database is still there. The special unit that polices protests just arrested a bunch of people at a protest. From the outside, it looks like you basically said, look, I'm not going to touch the policing stuff. It's too dangerous, either substantively or politically. I'm going to focus on this other stuff, and I'm going to let the commissioner and sort of status quo policing continue. Is that a fair characterization?
I wouldn't say so. I'll push you on it a little bit for a few reasons. One of the reasons that I made the decision to retain our police commissioner was not just because of what she was delivering in terms of public safety, but also how she'd been able to uproot corruption from the upper echelons of the NYPD. We need a government that is not just efficient, but also excellent, one that can be trusted in the work that it does. Now, my belief in the importance of disbanding the Strategic Response Group, it continues just as strongly as it was during the campaign. The reason for that is I don't think we need to couple our response to protests with our response to counterterrorism threats. This is a modern conflation that has happened, and it's one that I'm committed to disbanding. The disbanding of it is one that we're going to do thoughtfully to ensure that we are also respecting the right to protest and keeping New Yorkers safe. But again, it's not an if for me, it's a when.
You've gotten a lot of attention for the relationship that you have cultivated with the president. You've been asked about this a lot. It is, I got to say, again, from the outside, it's an amusing.
He's going to tell Trump that you're going to have to pay taxes, Trump.
Thing to watch, particularly when you said to the reporter in front of him, like, no, he is a fascist. And he said, no, it's okay. Go ahead and answer, you know. What's going on there? Like, what is it? Explain it. Why? How did this happen?
You know, when you were introducing this and we were stepping out, you were saying, these are New Yorkers. Right. No one's going to be shy about their opinions. And in many ways, one of the few things the president and I have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. For all of our political disagreements, we have one agreement of chief importance, which is that we love this city. And with the president, I'm honest, I'm direct, and I try and always bring it back to what would actually benefit this city. So when I'm sitting there with the president and I'm talking about the opportunity to work together to deliver more housing than we've seen in a single housing development since the early 1970s, I'm also speaking about the fact that I think that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and that the fact that that morning they had detained a Columbia student is part and parcel of why this is not something that is actually serving the interests of public safety. And so I gave the president a list of 5 names of people who were detained in or around Columbia. He called me 30 minutes after the meeting and said, I've made the decision to release the student that you brought up.
He's not happy with the new tax plan on the basically second homes for very, very wealthy people. He said, you're destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. This must change our ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for attention to this matter. It did seem a little more in sorrow than in anger. You felt a little betrayed.
Well, I think the president knows exactly where I stand on these issues, and I know where the president stands on these issues. I ran a campaign speaking very plainly about the fact that in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world, it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And as we're facing a generational fiscal deficit, I believe it's only right to ask those who don't live in New York City, but who own a second home in New York City, and that second home is worth more than $5 million in New York City, to pay a little bit more so that everyone can afford to live here.
It did occur to me he might actually have to pay the tax.
We don't have exceptions in our taxes that we propose.
You mentioned ICE.
No exceptions, guys.
I mean, it has been notable that we've had this, trail of elevated ICE enforcement and CBP enforcement that we saw in Los Angeles. We saw it in Chicago. We, of course, very famously saw it in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. There have been elevated ICE enforcement here in New York City. They've been at the courts and things like that. But we have not seen something like the operation in Minneapolis. Does that hang over you as a kind of sort of Damocles? Does it feel like it's something the president could threaten every moment? Do you feel like part of your relationship with him is staving that off, to be honest?
I mean, my relationship with the president is important to deliver for New Yorkers. And I've made it very clear to the president that increased ICE presence, it would just be an increase on what we've seen with ICE raids, which is just cruel and inhumane. I've also been honest about the fact that I think ICE is an agency that should be abolished. It's a modern creation.
Trump needs to be taxed. He has a building in New York that sells apartments that can only live in a few months out of the year. It's a racket. No, for real. I agree 100% with Zoran here.
Our country has had answers to immigration long before we had ICE. And we also see that these kinds of raids, just a few nights ago, ICE detained a delivery worker. This is a man who came to this city with the dreams of building up a life for himself and his family. No active investigation, no warrant. He finished a Grubhub delivery and then was taken by armed, masked federal agents. That's what we're talking about here in New York City. It's the public school student, Dylan Contreras, whose family we worked with to ensure that he would come home. That's the kind of person that's getting detained in this city. And that's why New Yorkers are sick of this approach, one, frankly, of a complete absence of humanity.
All right, guys. It's official. Worst energy crisis in the world. Let's go.
Turning now to the economy, and part of the reason that Donald Trump is desperate to wrap things up with Iran. Let's put this up here
maybe
on
don't
the
start
screen.
a war
I
in
love
Iran.
this story. Trump says that the energy secretary is, quote, totally wrong on gas prices not dropping to $3 a gallon until next year. President Trump spoke to The Hill on Monday, and he disagreed with the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright's assessment that gas prices may not drop below $3 per gallon until next year. Quote, no, I think he's wrong on that. totally wrong. When asked if he believes gas prices will drop, he said, quote, as soon as this ends. Wright had previously told CNN Sunday gas prices may not drop below $3 a gallon until next year amid shipping restrictions in the Straits of Hormuz. I don't know, that could happen later this year. That might not happen until next year. Quote, but prices have likely peaked and they will start to go down. The secretary added, certainly with the resolution of the conflict, you will see gas prices go down. Prices across the board on energy will continue to go down. So gas remains about $4.02 a gallon nationally, remains very high and stabilizing right around probably, I don't know, $3.90, $4 a gallon. But the point of the below $3 gallon is where we all were on February 27th. On February 27th, the day before the war launched, gas was $2.90 a gallon. So the $1 or so increase where there's likely to be some sort of stabilization translates into tens of billions of dollars every single month that America must spend on gas than it was not previously. And I think that is the most direct consequence. Diesel actually still remains one of those where if you're not a trucker, if you don't work in the industry or any of that, you don't have a full familiarity of the general impact that's having. The margin for many of these independent contracting truckers is getting destroyed. Many businesses already raising prices. If I had a tow truck over the way, I was asking about it. And I was like, so what's going on with diesel? And he showed me the receipt. It's a 100-gallon tank and it's only diesel for this tow truck. So $650. I was like, so wait, how long does this take? And he's like, well, man, this thing gets $5 to $8 a gallon. And so once a week, depending on the tow job, I was like, once a week at $650 per I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is insanity. And he was like, yeah, man. And before the war, it was half of that or something like. I was like, good Lord. So that is a direct consequence I just gave you of a business where, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to sit there and take it, or are they going to raise a price? It's like, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, it's a very inelastic sort of thing. You have to pay what they say you're going to pay.
Right.
So they're holding your car hostage.
You're so right. Yeah, when you're stuck on the side of the road, you will pay whatever you have to pay to get towed. That is exactly the problem, though. It's a general tax on the entire country. So when we start to think about all of these things, it's very obvious with the economic impact. The also thing that the Energy Secretary is trying to be honest about is, what are we, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, something like that, since hostilities started. That's 6-7 weeks of no oil through the Straits of Hormuz, or I don't know, 5% of the oil that used to come through? That's just not going to cut it. The demand destruction has already begun. The natural gas problem in Asia remains catastrophic. There's still so many, like the shortages and all of those things, while there was some delay in the fear over that, it's still happening. It's not like there's been a general resumption of oil flow through the Straits of Hormuz. Helium remains a huge problem. We're okay apparently here in the U.S. We're oversupplied, but the rest of the nation, big problem. Fertilizer is already sky high. We already know that. We'll almost certainly will have higher food prices 6 months to come. And that's if everything ends today, even right now. So,
when fertilizer becomes more expensive, food prices become more expensive, guys. Right? It's a cascading effect.
Delusional whenever it comes to gas.
Did you see the tweet Gollybuff put out trolling where he was saying basically, I mean, his point was basically like, you all are vibe trading, speculation on oil, but there's an underlying reality, which is exactly what Rory Johnson's been telling us the whole time around. And he included in there the Bloomberg terminal code for looking up the Brent crude prices.
Physical price.
So some real inside baseball knowledge there in terms of the financial system. But, there's also increasing signs that Trump, as much as he, blusters publicly and pretends like nothing bothers him and that he, totally knows what he's doing and he's unfazed by all of this, that not just Republicans, but Trump specifically knows he's got big problems here in terms of the economic landscape. We've put B2 up on the screen. This is, they're drawing on reporting here from Politico. You had a Republican analyst who said we're going to get killed in the midterms if the gas prices do not come down. So you can understand why Trump is so sensitive that he goes out and directly says, no, my energy secretary is completely wrong on gas prices, because he knows what a big problem this is. And that was the other thing that really came through from that Wall Street Journal piece that Emily and I talked about yesterday, Sagar, and I know you read as well, where Trump was freaking out privately, specifically after that one fighter jet was brought down and 2 airmen were missing.
Yep.
He went on this multi-hour tirade that was so insane he had to be shut out of the room while his aides gathered and tried to figure out, okay, what's the plan? So the commander-in-chief was so unhinged, he had to be completely shut out of those conversations. And he also privately is asking people, how they think this is going, and worrying aloud about the comparison with Jimmy Carter and the way that the Iranian hostage crisis just
Yeah, remember we talked about that?
completely
He was so worried about that.
him. I mean, his presidency was already not going well in terms of, reality and the public
was like,
perception.
Jimmy
But that
Carter-
the Iranian hostage crisis was just
I was
the
like, why is he
death of
bringing
him
up Jimmy Carter? Oh, right, because of the Iran hostage crisis. Yeah.
from a political perspective. And Trump is apparently talking about that privately to his aides. So he knows this is a major problem.
He should be, because it is very 70s-esque. And look, His Very Best, that's the book, biography of Jimmy Carter. I recommend everybody go read it, because all anybody really knows about Carter is what happened with
Malays and Iran,
It's a complicated, long story. Allow me to tell you a little bit of thing called the Panama Canal Treaty, which everybody forgets now, and people literally lost their Senate seats over. But the point is that for a multi-year period, there was hit after hit after hit. We've kind of accelerated that for a one-year timeline. Trump was already dramatically unpopular before the war. This is kind of pushing things over the edge, but it is Carter-esque in terms of that's what will become the defining legacy. But there were a lot of things that fed into the lack of trust from the country over these issues and with the war to make it so that when that does happen, you are massively unpopular. And, again, look, people have accused people of pointing these things out as like crisis or fear mongering or any of that. I just think it's a responsibility to warn people. Like what I just talked about with the tow truck guy and diesel. That's happening. That is a thing. That's 1 month. How many months can somebody sit there and take it? Let's put the next one up here. Very interesting piece from Bloomberg. The cumulative global impact of the 7-week war is beginning to emerge in the coming week. They specifically point to all of these different indexes which track inflation specifically for manufacturing. And you can already see that in many of them, that the composite PMI, manufacturing PMI, services PMI, many of them are beginning to spike. And actually, we saw some of the very beginnings of some of this for stagflation that happened just in the last month data. But really, I think where you have to look is just at the OPEC number from last month, 27% reduction. Put before next on the screen, please, because this just makes it very, very clear. The world is now in the biggest energy crisis in history, 600 million barrels of lost oil supply. The gas prices are up 47% since December. Inflation is at 4%, a similar path in the 1970s. There you go. I mean, it doesn't take a genius really to figure out where things are going to go from here. The same oil shock in the 1970s is really what propelled the U.S. economy into problems that lasted for, I'm forgetting when the recession ended in the 80s, maybe 82, 83. It took a long time, right? Even with the resumption of Reagan after the whole hostage crisis and all of that was solved. And the reason why is because
Reagan made
the
it
amount of
worse.
dried up capital, the spreading effects of stagflation, interest rates, it really froze everybody, and it also scarred a generation forever. And I think our generation will be very similar to the 1970s generation who had to live through those very high periods of inflation. It's not one-to-one, obviously, in terms of the numbers, but we've lived through it now for many years. We've had high inflation since 2021. We've simultaneously, though, somehow we've also had booming corporate profits and, the rich getting phenomenally much richer. So it's much more of a generational conflict. It's very unique in its own way. But I think that the big economic story for me is just Asia.
Yeah.
I don't think they will ever forgive us for what we have done to them.
Well, and Asia is also kind of a
Yeah, and I said this before, right? Like it's there's no coming back from this Asia blunder.
preview of where the rest of the world is going to be headed if this crisis is not ended, this Trump-created crisis is not ended. They are hit hardest first. Then it's likely to spread, and to Africa too, by the way. Then it's likely to spread to Europe. And then finally, we're already seeing some impacts here, but in terms of the worst impacts, we do have some insulation, which is kind of gross, given that we're the ones that created the problem. But in any case, let's put this New York Times article up on the screen. This is B5, talking about how screwed Asia already is. They say the forces of scarcity hitting Asia may soon spread across the world. The Asia Pacific was hit hard and quick by the war in Iran in its energy bottleneck. bottlenecks, scenes of crisis there indicate the problems are multiplying and spreading. You have one senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's
I was so worried about him fucking up. Oh, yeah. And, like, you have to understand, this is why we talk about other countries the way we do on the stream, right? Guys, politics and, like, the world economy, right? Globalization has integrated us so much that, like, the idea that, like, him just fucking this country over is gonna cause, like, only problems for us or vice versa, right? Like him fucking over another country. No, it's going to have an impact globally, right? It's basically game theory at its practice, right? Like the effect of one bad actor has an effect on many others, right? And when that bad actor is the United States, it's going to have, because just by the very nature, like the U.S. has a more like trade relations and right all the stuff we've talked about. So yeah, I knew this was coming down the pipeline. I just didn't know exactly what it would look like. But the fact that basically now Asia is, we're gonna be like, this is not gonna look good. Across the Asian continent, it's gonna make us look like a bunch of assholes, which we are, right? So,
Energy Center, who's based
to put it lightly,
Sri Lanka, who said the impacts are so rapid and deep. Just from a magnitude perspective, this is really very, very, very large.
Where is this,
they
Vietnam?
go in and document some of the specific problems, starting with.
Where is this, Vietnam? This looks very Vietnamese. A floating fuel station selling diesel last month in Mekong River Delta. Oh, yeah. Vietnam has been hit hard by rising fuel costs because of the war in Iran. Yep.
There's been already 92,000 flights canceled worldwide. That is double the pre-war rate of cancellation, the largest spike in eliminated flights.
And think about that, guys, right? Like all those flights canceled have like business opportunities, right? They have people flying there like to make like treaties and right, it's just the list goes on and on. Like people who immigrate, right, who are moving there to maybe start up a business. All that is going to have an impact on the global economy, right? And then we wonder why like this is going to have the biggest impact on Asia, right? And why like Asia's essentially going to hate us after all this, right? Yeah.
Is linked
Vietnam and Thailand, yep,
to Asia Pacific, and that is because of this issue of scarcity of jet fuel. We even have actually Air Canada had to cancel flights into New York City from, I think it was Toronto to New York City, because of this jet fuel shortage. So we are already seeing some of those effects here, not to mention airline prices. If you go and try to buy a ticket now, it's likely to be much more expensive than if you had bought it before the war. I'm seeing, things on Twitter about people who are struggling to be able to afford to go to a funeral or a wedding or things that they had hoped to be able to attend. And that is...
when travel, right? When travel becomes more... much harder to execute, that's going to slow down the economy as well, right? Because think of it this way. Say if you have to go to a funeral, right? Or you have to go to see a family event or something like that, right? Like even on a more micro level, right? Think about what that entails. It means you're going to probably spend money in that city, right? You're going to and how does that look like in terms of restaurants, right? Maybe even food shopping, et cetera, right? Give money to your family and be like, here's some money to help out or whatever, right? All these things get coordinated. Either your family has to spend more money, right? All these things affect the economy. So if you just put that micro example of you in attending a funeral and blow it up to a macro global scale, that's going to have impacts on regions, right? Especially Asia, right? Because Asia is a huge economic hub. We only hate Trump. The White House said MAGA. Good. I'm glad to hear.
Amplified and magnified.
Yeah, because I mean, like the idea that most Americans support this, most Americans didn't like our votes didn't count the same because of our terrible system that we have, right?
In Asia. You've also had halted production. They say many of Asia's most successful export industries require enormous amounts of energy and other ingredients from the Middle East. 7 weeks in, stockpiles are running out. Cutbacks in manufacturing are now multiplying, revealing vulnerabilities.
Yeah, and then that's going to cause greater prices of consumer goods here, right? Because everything is made in Asia, basically, right? Whether... like most things have been outsourced to China, right? And yeah, like that's where the world's industrial base is, right?
Considered cutbacks in manufacturing are now multiplying, revealing
even like the iPhone and stuff. Think of it this way, right? Aren't they looking to move it to Vietnam? Well, guess what? Vietnam is being affected now, right? India. Well, guess what? India, right, has been affected. They've been in a better position to negotiate with other countries on this stuff, right? But India's going to be affected as well. It's even though they have a better position, they will definitely be, right? Which means like less traffic through the Strait of Malacca, right? We talked about the Strait of Malacca on
vulnerabilities.
The stream. Hold on. Right. The Strait of Malacca, right over here. Right? Yep.
Rarely considered. Copper and nickel production, for example, rely on high heat from natural gas and also sulfur. Both are in short supply, forcing several Indonesian nickel processors to reduce output by at least 10%. And those are some of the knock-on effects that as a layperson, you don't necessarily see at the surface level. We all know that, obviously energy is really critical to a whole lot of things. So much of our imports come from Asia. If they're cutting back, well, that is going to have knock-on effects. Obviously, it's huge effects for them directly, but knock-on effects for us and for the rest of the world. So that impact is already here. And then you also have, a huge number of people that are at risk now of falling into poverty. They say a UN report estimates 8.8 million people in Asia and the Pacific are at risk of falling into poverty because of the war, depending on how long hostilities last. And part of that problem, too, Sagar, as you were talking before, is the issue with fertilizer, shortages in fertilizer coming at a critical time during planting season. And you've got, vulnerable people around the world who are going to be facing prices that they simply cannot afford. Put B6 up on the screen because that speaks to the looming food crisis here. This is from the Financial Times. They say hunger and even famine are foreseeable consequences of the war in Iran. Now the world must act to shield the poorest from effects that will continue long after the fighting stops. So this is where we already are today.
Here we go. In India, where industrial clusters have been shut down for weeks, workers are reversing urbanization, melting back to rural villages to fresh wheat. The cost of acetaminophen and antibiotics has already gone up because of production. For our purposes, TSMC says that they have enough helium on hand for production in the near term, but a prolonged crisis, and then they're going to have real problems. And look, for our purposes, we have a ton of helium here in the U.S., but again, as I've learned, shipping helium across the ocean is actually not that easy. It's got to be liquefied. It has to be cooled. It actually evaporates over a certain period of time. Getting it from here to Taiwan would be a seriously costly endeavor. It would potentially, there could even be shortages. There's all kinds of chemicals that are caught in the Persian Gulf, even like offshoots of the oil and gas industry. Urea is another example. I think the price of it is already at an all-time high. I mean, none of this is a joke. And yes, like Asia is a preview of our future, but also they are the closest allies, in my opinion, of the United States, especially economically. Just take a look at global GDP and global trade and like what we do, even with just Japan or South Korea, like their societies have been plunged into genuine chaos. Like their prime ministers, their presidents are caught. If you read their news, every day it's assuring the public about no shortages and these crazy deals that they're going to Kazakhstan to buy oil and all, they had the South Koreans and an envoy in Tehran, and they were worried. They're like, is he going to die? Because, is Trump going to restart the war? Because he's trying to negotiate passage on the very same day that the U.S. does a blockade. I really don't think they will ever forgive us. Like, I think this will fundamentally rewrite the U.S. security relationship in East Asia at a time where we needed to do more to convince them that they should be on our side. And they were already pissed about the way the whole tariff situation went down, and they feel very burned about that. And now I think, I don't know. I think this one will really be felt for a long time. And Beijing is salivating over it, despite whatever podcast
it gives them more leverage, right? It gives them a better position. Yeah.
What did they say? It's like 5D chess to beat China. It's like not even Trump thinks that. It's like they invent these ridiculous theorems about how great this is for the United States. I can't think of a single way that this has worked out better for anybody who lives in this country, except for, I don't know, like a defense contractor. That's it. True. All right, let's get to the Gulf. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
Oh, is this about the Ukrainian war? That's crazy. Oh yeah. No two more. Very haunting, right? I like it. Wow, it was great. Thank you so much. I hadn't heard it. When did it come out? Oh, a year ago? Wow. Yeah, I'll post that in the music section on the Discord so you guys can listen to it if you'd like. I liked it. It was very catchy. This is why I always talk about how refugees, right? Like, we have a few Ukrainian refugees in my city. Guys, they're some of, like, if you really think about it, some of the most affected people in the world from this shit, right? Refugees in general, but especially war refugees, right? Because, yeah, well, we've talked about all the reasons, right? I don't want to get too much into that, but, I'm like, whenever I see them at the local Y or whatever, or I was out for a walk and I always just try to like offer them stuff and just be really generous and kind to them. Yeah, it is not good, guys. People just they don't have like the insight to realize, or like, I don't know, I just think a lot of people don't understand that, like, especially war refugees have such a hard time like fitting into a society like ours, right? Let alone anywhere really. Great. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've talked a lot about this. I don't want to get too much into this, but we can definitely talk about it on another stream. But let's learn about Ron DeSantis here. I wanted to cover this too.
Ron DeSantis.
It's so heartbreaking. Yeah, because, yeah, I mean, like I talked to somebody who was very young when they came here, right? Like 12 or so. And you can just see on her face that it was like, it's really hard to fit in here, right? And like she said, she has like no friends, right? She has no... and it's just very difficult for them to like even like make a living, right? Because they're relying on like essentially like help and like working all the time, right? So it's kind of the opposite of what they had in Ukraine, right? And then this goes for any refugees, right? I also know a Ugandan man who's going through a hard time, so yeah.
Apparently saw how Texas's gerrymander has evidently begun to backfire. It was drawn based on some ideas about the 2024 election and how the GOP's like coalition was going to be more durable than it turned out to be, and that's making Texas Republicans very concerned. So DeSantis sees all this and thinks, I want some of that for Florida, actually. And he's prepping to do the same thing. They're going to have a special session to redraw their maps next week. But there are a lot of Republicans in Florida that are like, this is actually a terrible idea and we need to move away from this as fast as we can. Let's jump to some who, by the way, are going on the record, actually. Florida Representative Maria Salazar said she would have left the lines the way they were. But if the governor of the state of Florida and the legislature believes differently, who am I to say? Well, again, you're a Florida representative. You're supposed to be a leader. Like, you literally ran to be a leader. So if that's your opinion, express it freely. You sort of did. No half measures. Also, it's Ron DeSantis. Don't pretend that you have to respect him. You know as well as I do that you do not. Anyway, here is a DeSantis allied consultant who said, I don't feel great about it. I think if you ask most Republican consultants, they're hoping and praying that they don't go for many seats. The less, the better. Now, really fast, why would that be? I mean, you've been hearing in the news that the Democrats just redistrict Virginia. They might get 4 extra seats. Isn't this awesome? Shouldn't we just do this? Well, yeah, but when you do redistricting, you do it based on not just assumptions about how people will vote, but even if you know how they vote, you still have to carve the districts to not make your margin too low. The more you try to have a majority in, the less overwhelming the majority in each of the districts will be. It starts to get risky. And it gets additionally risky if voters are not going to vote the way that you think they were when you were carving the districts. That's the big issue. So let's jump into some Florida Republicans who seem to agree with me. One operative, this one speaking anonymously, said that they weren't at all optimistic about redrawing the new maps. Redistricting is fraught with peril. You're going to be diluting strong Republican districts to try and create other potential Republican districts. And in doing so, if the atmospherics are bad going into the November election, you risk losing those seats. And the atmospherics are getting pretty goddamn atmospheric these days. Concerned Florida Republicans point to Democrats' recent victories in the state. The party in March special elections flipped 2 GOP-held state legislative seats, including the seat that hosts Mar-a-Lago. So yeah, you should be a little bit worried about it. But even if Ron DeSantis has the mental capacity to understand these concerns, there's going to be a ton of pressure on him to try anyway because of what just happened in Virginia and what happened in California. And it probably doesn't help that they're getting mocked on the Republican side for the fact that this hasn't gone their way, with people like AOC recording videos like this.
AOC.
What do you make of Republicans saying that Virginia is you guys getting Democrats totally
Yeah, that's going to hurt their feelings, particularly when it's a woman like AOC doing it. And they're going to feel like we got to do something. But what they do in Florida might even have a higher chance of backfiring than what they did in Texas. We turn now to our Texas correspondent, Yasmin Ali Khan. Yes, how's it going?
Yeah, it's really hard for me to feel bad for these people. I guess like I echo AOC's sentiments here. You know, what's happening in Texas, I always say, you know, talking about Texas might seem a little self-centered for me, but a lot of what happens here is very often replicated across the country in other red states, right? So
can you imagine
it would
ever
behoove people to pay
there?
attention to the things that happen here in Texas. And Florida is another similar state, right? It's
Could
like
never be me.
Texas, Georgia, Florida. Those are like huge red states with big populations. There's a lot more blue people in these states, but they have been through various machinations by Republicans who have been in power, they become deeply entrenched red states, even though the people are maybe not as deeply red as it would suggest. So we do our best here in Texas. A lot of our efforts, as you have seen, have fallen short. But every time there's an election and the Republicans win, they solidify their base even more. They make it more and more difficult to vote these people out of office. And one thing that could work for them or work against the Republicans, work for us, I should say, is these redistricting things, right? Because now the electorate is a little bit less predictable than it has been. We've seen even here in Texas, there have already been some upsets where progressives have won in districts that Trump just won in 2024. And that is very, very encouraging. All it really takes here in Texas, at least, and I imagine it's probably similar in Florida, is to get people out to vote, because this is generally a non-voting state. That's what they say about Texas. That's what they say, especially about Houston, is that the people just don't vote, right? Like the status quo has kind of been what it is. They care a lot about the culture, especially here in Texas. There's a lot of Texas culture that they care about preserving and protecting. But once people actually become educated as to the fact that while the Republican Party might seem to uphold this Texas culture more, they don't actually do a whole lot for the people. Which is why when Beto O'Rourke ran for Senate in 2018, that's why he was able to come so devastatingly close to unseating Ted Cruz, because he actually went to all 254 counties of Texas and he spoke to people in these red districts, and he was able to flip a lot more of them than they expected, to the point where even Ted Cruz, after he won, was like, that was scary. That actually might have worked. And he came within just like a devastating margin of.
I think it was 2 percentage points, right? 2.5 percentage points, something like that. Hold on, let's look it up. Yep. Damn, I was almost spot on. Look at this. Despite losing the election to Ted Cruz by a margin of 2.6 percentage points. When I last saw it, it was like 2.5. So O'Rourke set a record for most votes ever cast to a Democrat in the election. So whatever he did, more of that, right? More of like going across the entire state. That clearly worked, right? Because it was very, very close. 2.6 in Texas? That's so close. That's so close. Right? Because the Democrats always get swamped in Texas. Like murdered, right? Like completely annihilated. Yeah, so that's crazy. Hold on, let's see here. That was 2016, right? No, 2018. Okay. Yeah. There you go, guys. 50%. He only won 50.8% of the vote. Meanwhile, he got 48.33, right? So, man, it's just a little more money, just a little. Look at that, and the turnout was shit. Look at this. This was the worst turnout. This is really like Texas has some really bad turnout, guys. Look at this. Only 53% of registered voters turned out and voted. And of the voting population, meaning of the voting age, only 40% did. And there was a decline. Yeah. So imagine.
Seating Ted Cruz. So again, we're sorry, we do our best, but also
less than half, guys. That's less than half of people eligible to vote actually voted, right?
So when you think about what's happening across the country, you have Dan Bilzerian, who's looking to run for, I think, Congress or council or something like that.
Fine.
Yeah, in Florida. And it's like, what the heck, and all these grifty types, right? They all run Republican, right? So I don't know who is still following Dan Bilzerian. I don't know.
I had forgotten about him, actually.
Yeah. I thought I forgot about him too, because he had this huge scam that he ran on all these people and he was exposed for it. And now he's coming out as very anti-Semitic and very dumb. And he's like, I'm going to run for something here in Florida.
Yeah,
and they all run as Republicans. And I would hope that, especially the Republicans who don't see themselves as like MAGA Republicans, they see themselves as better as all those red hats at the rallies and whatever. I would hope that those people would say, enough. I don't want Dan Bilzerian representing me in any way. We'll see. I mean, the midterms are for, well, they're not looking good for the Republicans, but a lot of these districts that they used to rely on are no longer reliable.
Yeah, that's a great point. I had forgotten about him. I'm okay with him running. It just depends on where he's running. I think, into traffic, off a cliff. I think there's some good places he could run. I just don't know if for Congress is the right one.
Congress is not the right place.
Also, final point. So they're going to have to use 2020 data to do this map redrawing. So it's going to be like wildly out of date, making it even more risky. But they might not get to do it at all because Florida's constitution actually has pretty strict anti-gerrymandering language. So it could be challenged in court. That said, Florida is already wildly gerrymandered. So evidently the Constitution doesn't matter there. So maybe it will happen. Stay tuned to find out.
If you enjoyed that, make sure that you never miss another video by subscribing. And if you want a little more, consider hitting the join button and becoming an actual member.
Now we got, I think this will be the last thing we watch today. Where is it? Oh, this was sent to me as well. Interesting.
President Trump just called Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson a, quote, low IQ person. As a longtime White House reporter, I can say it's not an unusual insult for him.
Yep.
But there's also a pattern to when he uses it. While he's used that
He calls black women and people of color that
insult against a range of political adversaries, he's primarily used it to attack black and brown people, usually women of color. It dates back to his first term. Like
he thinks women are dumb, basically, right? It's a tell.
A high-ranking black Democratic lawmaker.
Maxine Waters is leading the charge.
Yep, there you go.
Maxine, she's a real beauty. Maxine, a seriously low IQ person.
And here about Congresswomen Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jasmine Crockett.
AOC, look, I
think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ.
Very low,
and
guys.
We really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best.
Or earlier this year, when he posted that Democratic House members Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib
I'm
were,
gonna
quote,
start
low
soon.
IQ
Living
for
life.
protesting him at the State of the Union. He's also deployed it against the highest-ranking black lawmaker in the House, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
I watch this low IQ guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a totally low IQ person.
Or here, when he's used it repeatedly to describe former Vice President Kamala Harris.
She's a low IQ individual. She's a low IQ person.
The pattern is
Low
clear.
IQ.
Trump has a track record of using
Low
racist
IQ,
dog
guys.
whistles and insulting the intelligence of black and brown lawmakers, especially women.
Yep. All right, and then I did want to cover this because it was important.
This is Democracy Now!,
We forgot to cover it yesterday.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. 4 people were arrested Wednesday in the Bed-Stuy neighborhood in Brooklyn after gathering in support of Carmela Charrington, a resident fighting eviction from her longtime family home. Supporters gathered in front of a brownstone on Jefferson Avenue as marshals arrived to carry out the eviction. When they couldn't get through, police were called. Brooklyn council member Chiose was among those police arrested. He was wrestled to the ground and handcuffed as protesters chanted, "Who do you serve? Who do you protect?" Homeowner Carmela Charrington and local housing advocates say the sale of her property to investors in 2024 was a form of deed theft, a criminal practice where predatory speculators use forgery, deceit, or fraud to illegally transfer ownership on paper and sell properties without the knowledge or full understanding of rightful owners. Bedford-Stuyvesant is a rapidly gentrifying, historically black neighborhood where elderly homeowners are often targeted by speculators.
Makes me sick.
From 2014
Damn right,
to
girl.
2023, officials reported 1,500 complaints of deed theft in Brooklyn alone. The new owners of the brownstone, 227 Group LLC, call the allegations of deed theft unequivocally false, pointing to the decisions of 2 New York State judges and the conclusion of the Attorney General's office, which called it a complex property dispute rather than deed theft. But advocates for Ms. Charrington, including New York City Council member Ose, say residents should not be evicted until all legal avenues have been exhausted. He's calling for a moratorium on evictions in cases where deed theft is suspected. Just this morning, Mayor Zoran Mamdani established the Office of Deed Theft Prevention, saying, quote, "The theft of a home is the theft of a family's future." For more, we are joined by New York City Council member Chiose in New York. Thanks so much for being with us. Can you start off by talking about why you were arrested and why you were there in Bed-Stuy this week?
Well, first and foremost, good morning, Amy. Thank you so much for having me on. When I got a call from my constituent, Ms. Charrington, she called in panic. Their marshals were at her door. She's a grandmother. There was a 7-month child that was in the house. As a council member and also as a human being, I found it to be my responsibility to show up and see how I could support, at least delay the eviction of her and her family. When I arrived on the scene, there were marshals, there were police officers. A crowd began to grow. More officers arrived at the scene. I tried to talk to the marshal to see if we could buy some time, engaged in multiple conversations with Ms. Charrington and her lawyer to see if we could present a stay on evictions. When the marshal started moving in my soul, I could not let that take place. I could not see a family, a black family within Bed-Stuy removed from a home. So I stood in front of the house. The marshal, several officers, approached me, attempted to arrest me, body slammed me on the ground, cuffed me, and brought me into a police vehicle, which drove me to the local precinct.
And Councilman, could you talk about this whole issue of deed theft and
the role of conservators and this particular group, 227 Group LLC, which has bought so far 119 properties in Black and Latino neighborhoods?
Absolutely. So as we see neighborhoods like Bed-Stuy, Southeast Queens, Harlem become more desirable in the eyes
it's gentrification, right?
Of real estate companies and real estate brokers, we're seeing a rise in deed theft across our communities. Deed theft is basically the practice of stealing one's home through paper, using fraudulent schemes of forging signatures, or using even family members as a means to steal or occupy one's home to then sell it for millions of dollars. Again, as these properties are becoming more expensive, as more folks, white folks, are moving into these neighborhoods, these homes are seen as more desirable and lucrative for these real estate institutions. And that's why deed theft has been rising. That's why communities like mine have not only been seeing rampant displacement and gentrification, but also an attack on homeowners to force them out of their homes.
And could you talk as well about a particular Brooklyn attorney, 68-year-old Sanford Solney, who was convicted last year of 13 counts of third-degree criminal possession of stolen property? He was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for stealing 11 deeds. What's the significance of his case?
Well, first and foremost...
First of all, can we all agree 2.5 years? That's insulting. If you did that in a bank, you would get way more time, correct? Let's just all agree. That's insulting. What the hell is wrong with our country?
2.5 years is not nearly enough that someone should be convicted for stealing multiple homes within New York City or anywhere for that fact.
11 homes. That's like robbing 11 banks and getting 2 years. Like what? Whatever. That could never happen, right?
He is just one of the many examples of those who are participating in deed theft. There have only been, a couple folks who have been held accountable and been brought to justice, but there are more deed thieves who are out there. Many of these schemes are complicated and complex, which is why some of these cases take so long to process and why some of these individuals and deed thieves who are participating in deed theft are not brought to justice for some time.
Yeah, exactly. They put literally black people in jail for literally like a joint, right? There are people who get 20 years for literally possessing a joint, right?
The many who we are advocating to lock up. These are individuals who are participating in violent evictions of homeowners, and we saw an example of that taking place a couple days ago.
And Chiose, your response to Mayor Zohran Mamdani today establishing the Office of Deed Theft Prevention, saying, quote, the theft of a home is the theft of a family's future. What exactly will this mean? What kind of resources are going to be put into this office?
Absolutely. So before I endorsed Zohran as mayor last year, I had a conversation with him and his team, multiple conversations with him and his team about how important deed theft was to me and my constituency. He made a pledge on the campaign trail to make an investment in opening a mayor's office to prevent deed theft, and today he's fulfilling that promise. And we've been working with his office.
What? So many W's from Zohran, right?
Over the past couple of weeks of what this office would look like. Generally, it will circumvent communication between the various different city agencies through the state attorney general's office, as well as different district attorneys' offices, and making sure that we're not only preventing deed theft, and doing educational campaigns for homeowners alike who are worried about how they could be victims of deed theft, but we'll also be providing them with resources on how to defend against deed theft, looking into how we could hire experienced attorneys who could fight back against these cases. A lot of the cases that we see when it comes to deed theft and when victims come to our office, there's a passing of the buck of who's responsible for holding these deed thieves accountable. This office will circumvent all of that communication and making sure that we are addressing the root cause of this problem and identifying who can truly enforce and prevent deed theft from taking place within our communities.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
All right, guys.
Subscribe to the channel.
And with that, I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. I hope everyone has a great night. Don't do anything stupid. We're probably going to do DS9 on Sunday or Monday. It depends. All right. I'll let you know. And then, yeah, we'll see everyone soon. Good night, everyone, and I'll see you again soon, Kiki. Thank you so much. I appreciate your perspective. What's your take on Chia? Yeah, standing up for justice. Hell yeah, mother. Love it. Thanks for the stream, Gus. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you. Don't do anything stupid. I'm gonna be over at the other cast, the Stoner cast. Gonna make my first appearance, so stay tuned for the credits, guys. If you want to join me over there, it's gonna be on other something stuff. But here you go. Stay tuned for the credits.